5 elements drifting sand. The eyes of the 4 present lit up. This was the 5 elements drifting sand. Carrying it could increase the chances of comprehending the essence of the 5 elements. In the 5 elements training ground, this was a treasure. How did the leader of the clothing division get it? He was so fierce, and the 5 elements drifting sand. I encountered this yesterday in the core area. It's almost useless to me. It should be useful to you, so I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, the other 4's suspicions dissipated. However, hearing the latter part, they fell silent again. Useless, useful, indeed, with the leader of the clothing division's 100% chance of comprehending the essence of the 5 elements, it was indeed useless to him. Thinking of this, they held the essence of the 5 elements, not feeling as excited anymore. At this moment, Tang Yan thought of something and suddenly said, "Leader of the clothing division, didn't you say the 5 elements perfection is too slow?" Seeing this 5 elements drifting sand, I have an idea, not sure if it will work. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. It seemed that giving away the 5 elements drifting sand was the right move. Sure enough, in the game, you should do more tasks, you might trigger new storylines. What idea? Qi Yuan asked. The formation conditions of the 5 elements drifting sand are very harsh. If it is formed, it means there must be something nearby that terrifies the 5 spirits. The leader of the clothing division can go to the place where the 5 elements drifting sand was formed to find that thing. Relying on that thing, the leader of the clothing division can kill the 5 spirits faster and comprehend the essence of the 5 elements. Tang Yan said honestly. Qi Yuan thought it made a lot of sense. The reason for the formation of the 5 elements drifting sand was because it was scorched by the great sun. This means that the 5 spirits fear the great sun. The great sun is the nemesis of the 5 spirits. If he had the great sun, wouldn't he be able to quickly sweep through and kill all the 5 spirits in the 5 elements forbidden land? Root them out. Who asked them to have a party without inviting him? Qi Yuan has a strong sense of revenge. But that great sun, Qi Yuan immediately thought of the white sun fantasy technique. Thank you all, goodbye. Qi Yuan ran off in a flash. He had to find a safe place to dig a hole and bury himself. The 4 people on the scene, watching Qi Yuan's back, had different expressions. On the 7-colored peak, Qi Yuan recorded the incomplete white sun fantasy technique. Looking at the contents, he hesitated. Should I really practice this? Will there be any problems? He glanced at his Qi Yuan Sutra. Actually, it's not a big deal. Practicing the Qi Yuan Sutra, sometimes I get mentally disturbed, memory loss. But I also feel I'm fine now, mentally very good, quite fine. Moreover, I don't need to fully practice it, just need to simulate the aura of the great sun. Then use the great sword to display it and scare those 5 spirits. After convincing himself, Qi Yuan immediately focused on the white sun fantasy technique. He didn't fully practice it but focused on simulating the aura of the great sun. This kind of practice was very shallow, not fully mastering the technique, but very effective. In just half a day, Qi Yuan succeeded in simulating it. He was overjoyed. Why do I feel a bit cold? Exiting from the focused state of practice, Qi Yuan felt a bit of coldness, like knives cutting his skin. Am I too weak? Qi Yuan couldn't help but wonder, then was stunned. Am I too weak? Qi Yuan thought he had accidentally discovered the essence of the world. The legendary weakness might just be a very weak universe needing kidney supplements. He put on more clothes, but the coldness on his body hadn't completely dissipated. He lit a fire in the courtyard. After lighting the fire, he stepped out and saw the pale-faced Zhang Su. Junior sister, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Su was a bit dazed seeing her senior brother. For some reason, her body was increasingly invaded by frost recently. She felt very cold now. Seeing her senior brother seemed cold too, she couldn't help but wonder if her frost had affected the surroundings. It seemed her physical problem was serious. Junior sister, if you're cold, why not come to my courtyard? I just lit a fire. Qi Yuan offered warmly. No need. Zhang Su curled up. She feared making her senior brother cold. She turned back to her room and got under the quilt. Watching Zhang Su's back, Qi Yuan couldn't help but say, there are 2 cold things on the 7-colored peak, one is junior sister, the other is master. No, and that moon. Qi Yuan looked at the cold moon on the palace at the peak, blurting out. My enthusiasm is like a fire, it can melt the world's coldness. Especially after simulating the aura of the great sun, Qi Yuan felt even more confident. After logging into the game. As usual, Qi Yuan merged with Little Bride, then broke into the core area. Seeing Qi Yuan, the 5 spirits, including the Golden Spirit and Wood Spirit, were filled with hatred. They roared and charged at Qi Yuan. Seeing this, Qi Yuan remained calm. Great Sun, he shouted. A layer of white light appeared on the blood-red sword. This light didn't have much attack power. It didn't enhance the power of Qi Yuan's sword. However, as the light appeared, the ferocious 5 spirits seemed to see their nemesis. Their eye-like organs showed fear. The 5 spirits close to Qi Yuan became strange. The closer they were to Qi Yuan, the greater the impact, their bodies became limp, like drifting sand. At this moment, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It really works. Qi Yuan was overjoyed. He wielded the great sword and caused havoc in the core area. Kill, kill, kill. All 5 spirits he chased down lost their combat power quickly and were easily killed by Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan killed relentlessly, his eyes turning red with bloodlust. The experience bar kept increasing. The essence of the 5 elements was being collected more and more. Tired. Qi Yuan was tired from killing. Even an ordinary person, killing thousands of pigs would be tired, if not collapsing. He thought of historical examples where hundreds or thousands defeated tens of thousands. He thought those armies were foolish, better to stick their heads out for the enemy to chop off and tire them out to win. That day, Qi Yuan caused a great uproar with his killing. His level rose to 94, and the experience bar increased a lot. But later, he still logged off, his body couldn't handle it. The next day, he logged in on time and continued killing in the core area. By noon, Qi Yuan killed a water spirit. He paused, his eyes showing 5 colors, the 5 elements are perfected. Yes, with the Great Sun's help, he dominated the 5 elements forbidden land. In just a day and a half, the 5 elements were perfected. At this moment, Tang Yan's voice transmission came from afar. Congratulations, leader of the clothing division, on perfecting the 5 elements. Please come out of the training ground, we have a big gift for you. From now on, the 5 elements forbidden land will be under your control. As Qi Yuan perfected the 5 elements, 5 halos appeared on him, the symbol of the essence of the 5 elements solidifying. Qi Yuan glanced at Tang Yan, his eyes bloodshot. I know, but I won't leave for now. I want to kill all the 5 spirits here in one day before leaving. After saying this, Qi Yuan buried himself in killing the 5 spirits again. The foreign demons were too strong. At level 94, he was no match. There were monsters here, he had to kill more and gain more experience. Tang Yan was surprised by Qi Yuan's response. He said loudly, we will wait for the leader of the clothing division outside. After saying this, Tang Yan retreated. Li Qin looked at Qi Yuan's tall and imposing figure. The leader of the clothing division has become a relentless killing machine, unable to stop, right? Even cultivators can become obsessed, turning into unfeeling killing machines. Next to him, the man in red swallowed hard. The leader of the clothing division is too ruthless. He regretted talking bad about the leader of the clothing division behind his back, especially since he was overheard. If the leader of the clothing division turned into a relentless killer and finished off the 5 spirits in the core area, would he also kill him with a single strike? He was very nervous. Father, 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 the leader of the clothing division is charming and elegant. The leader of the clothing division is truly a dragon among men, a king among monkeys. Suddenly, he remembered they were about to give the leader of the clothing division the divine reflection, and he quickly suggested to himself, always calling the leader of the clothing division father in his heart. This way, when the leader of the clothing division received this information, he would surely forgive him, right? He was always so shameless. Level 95, Qi Yuan didn't know how long he had been killing. But there were less than 1,005 spirits left in the core area. His eyes were red, surrounded by 5 halos, clearly not an ordinary person. But it's still not enough, too weak. Even with Little Bride, he could only reach level 100 strength. Such strength was fine for fighting the peak of the divine realm in the 5 elements forbidden land. But against the foreign demons, Qi Yuan felt it was unreliable. Only reaching level 999 would give him some confidence. 9 million levels would give him a bit of security. At 9 million trillion levels, he would dare to leave his name boldly after killing someone. Perpetrator, Qi Yuan, but he knew it was impossible. The monsters in the 4 forbidden lands were limited. Kill, he looked at the last 1,000 or so 5 spirits and charged at them. Finally, after killing the golden spirit, Qi Yuan stopped swinging his sword. Almost level 96. He sighed. This trip to the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, he leveled up quickly. In just a few days, he reached level 96 and cleared the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. This was a good thing for Qi Yuan. Alright, time to completely control the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. And the big gift they want to give me, I wonder what it is. After killing so much, Qi Yuan felt his mental illness was almost cured, exuding a cold aura. He unmerged with Little Bride, and Tang Yan and others flew over immediately. Leader of the clothing division. They looked at Qi Yuan, their eyes showing fear. They were intimidated by Qi Yuan's killing aura. Only Little Bride, as always, clung tightly to Qi Yuan's clothes, standing behind him. Alright, it's all killed here, let's go out. Qi Yuan said. Okay. A few of them walked out of the 5 Elements Forbidden Land together. As soon as they left, Qi Yuan saw a familiar figure. The green-clad girl, her eyes red, glaring at Qi Yuan from afar. If you can't kill the foreign demons, I will never let you go in this life and the next. After threatening him, the girl quickly left, her small and thin figure looking desolate. The girl hurled her threat and turned to leave, giving Qi Yuan no time to react. Qi Yuan squinted, watching her retreating figure. This was the first time he had seen such intense emotion from an NPC in this world. Tang Yan's expression remained indifferent. He already knew that the 5 ancestors of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were merely remnants of their obsessions. They had long since perished at the hands of the foreign demons. His rational mind prevented him from being as sentimental as Little Green. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt a burning sensation. A flame, bright red, flew towards him, burning fiercely just centimeters away from him. Ah! With a scream, Fire Ancestor appeared beside Qi Yuan in human form. He looked at Qi Yuan with malicious intent. You don't seem special besides looking a bit handsome, so how did you perfect the 5 elements? Tang Yan quickly introduced. This is Fire Ancestor, he has a bit of a temper. Greetings, Fire Ancestor, Qi Yuan respectfully greeted. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Fire Ancestor spat, and a flame ignited Tang Yan's robe. Tang Yan responded with a refined smile. Fire Ancestor, you're being mischievous again. Ah! Fire Ancestor screamed in anger. At that moment, Qi Yuan sensed other presences approaching. The earth moved as if a mole were walking through it, then coalesced into a small girl resembling a roly-poly doll. The girl, shorter than Little Green, looked at Qi Yuan without speaking. This is Earth Ancestor. Greetings, Earth Ancestor, Qi Yuan saluted. Young man, I just took a nap, and you've perfected the 5 elements already. I thought I had slept for thousands of years, but it turns out it was only 3 days. Truly unexpected, came a voice from afar as Metal Ancestor arrived gracefully. He looked as meticulous and proper as when Qi Yuan first met him. Standing beside Metal Ancestor were 2 others, Water Ancestor, dressed in a blue long dress, and Wood Ancestor, barefoot, clad in colorful clothes, with a playful smile on his face. Greetings, you 3, Qi Yuan seriously greeted. Seeing this, Tang Yan and the other prodigies silently left the area. Qi Yuan, holding Little Bride's hand, faced the 5 ancestors. Metal Ancestor approached, his expression kind and gentle. Back then, I made an agreement with the leader of the clothing division. Now, it's time to fulfill it. He went straight to the point without any preamble. Fire Ancestor muttered complaints, but was kicked by the roly-poly girl Earth Ancestor, silencing him. At this moment, the dignified Water Ancestor spoke. Leader of the clothing division, can you guarantee that you will participate in the demon-slaying assembly in 300 years to exterminate the foreign demons? Since Qi Yuan now controlled the 5 elements forbidden land, they would vanish from this world, and their remaining obsessions would no longer exist. I will definitely exterminate the foreign demons. Qi Yuan didn't mention the demon-slaying assembly but directly targeted the foreign demons. He must kill the foreign demons. Only by doing so could he obtain the complete fragments of the Heavenly Tao and then proceed with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Good. Water Ancestor nodded in satisfaction at his response. Metal Ancestor, Wood Ancestor, and Earth Ancestor also nodded. Only Fire Ancestor looked reluctant, but after a glare from the roly-poly girl Earth Ancestor, he reluctantly nodded as well. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at Metal Ancestor and slowly asked, you have all faced the foreign demons before. How strong are they? He was curious about the combat power of the foreign demons. Metal Ancestor remained silent before speaking. The foreign demons possess a supreme treasure called the blood fishing line. It falls from the sky like a fishing line and pierces into the cultivator's body. Back then, my former self was pierced by the blood fishing line. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't sever it, nor even leave a mark on it. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt a hint of apprehension. Metal Ancestor was likely a divine realm expert when alive. Such a strong individual couldn't even leave a mark on a mere fishing line. Qi Yuan feared it would be extremely challenging if he encountered that line. In the demon-slaying assembly, if you face the foreign demons, stay far away from the blood-fishing line, Wood Ancestor advised. Being pierced by the blood-fishing line means even a deity cannot escape. The usually irritable Fire Ancestor surprisingly added, the foreign demons might not be just one person but two or even more. Qi Yuan, receiving this information, showed a puzzled expression. How strong are the foreign demons? The four forbidden lands have about dozens of strong experts. If we join forces and attack, we could chop him to death, right? Qi Yuan believed the combined strength of the four forbidden lands was formidable. If these level 90 experts joined forces, he might not stand a chance against them. The foreign demons are immortal and cannot be killed. Or even if they are killed, they will resurrect. Wood Ancestor explained. Immortal. Qi Yuan was surprised but then dismissed it. How could there be an unkillable boss in a game? It's just a matter of killing it multiple times. However, he raised his estimate of the foreign demon's power. Without reaching level 100, going after the foreign demons would be seeking death. Seeing Qi Yuan had understood what he wanted to know, Metal Ancestor smiled kindly. Old friends, it's time to fulfill our promise and empower the leader of the clothing division. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Damn it, fine. As the words fell, the five of them placed their hands on Qi Yuan's shoulders. The power of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, surged into Qi Yuan's body. These five colors were even more intense than the power of the five spirits, spreading into Qi Yuan's body. He felt his blood changing color, and his skin bore the imprints of the five elements like tattoos. Qi Yuan watched as, with the infusion of the five elements' power, the bodies of the five ancestors slowly faded. Except for the reluctant Fire Ancestor, the others seemed calm or even relieved. Although they said nothing, Qi Yuan understood their expressions as they slowly disappeared. In the final moments, Fire Ancestor shouted, "Kid, I hate you for reminding me that I'm already dead." This shout seemed to use all his strength, and his form dissipated from this world. The other four also vanished before Qi Yuan, as if they had never existed. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Gone. He looked at the five elements tattoos on his body, which would take about a day to fully integrate. He held Little Bride's hand tighter this time. Log out, we'll come back tomorrow. Feeling exhausted, he took Little Bride to a secluded spot, dug a hole, and climbed in with her, as usual. Holding her waist, he opened his contact list. Only Jinli was there. Great, I didn't expect to become an old man's killer. Sigh, 5 old folks died in front of me to complete me. Even though they're NPCs, I still feel strange. After sending the message and not getting a reply for a while, he knew Jinli was busy with the clothing division's rapid campaign. She was very busy. Little Bride, clutching his hand tightly, dropped a wooden plaque with a sticker from her sleeve. Qi Yuan smiled. Having a wife is really nice. He held Little Bride, his gaze deep. The 5 elements, huh. If one day I can re-establish earth, water, wind, and fire, I must turn false into real, transform illusion into reality, and bring the 5 elements back to the world. That's too Chunabu, haha, I'm not the chosen one. Why should everything I say come true? Why should an NPC believe a player so much? So sleepy. Leaving the game, Qi Yuan felt increasingly drowsy. The game Jade Slip entered his body, and without thinking, he flopped onto the bed. Inside his body, the 5 elements' energy was continuously circulating, seemingly about to replace his previous Qi cultivation. Qi Yuan's body was enveloped in the 5 elements' energy. The entire room underwent special changes. In the courtyard, the knife tied with a rope seemed to sense something and trembled. However, it crawled, seemingly developing a greedily sucking the air. In the air, there seemed to be a rich metal attribute power. The entire 7-color peak, no, divine light sect, underwent special changes. Greetings, sect leader. Dong Xian stood before the Xingguang sect leader, Kumu True Lord, his entire body tense. The artifact elder inside his body had also completely suppressed his aura, afraid of being discovered. After all, the old man before him was a nascent soul powerhouse. For the previous artifact elder, this wouldn't have been much. But now, he was just a remnant soul. If discovered by a nascent soul powerhouse, probably no nascent soul powerhouse would let go of this opportunity and would search his soul. After all, his memories were a great treasure trove. In that case, the artifact elder would completely dissipate. Dong Xian, not bad, you can remain calm and modest even with your cultivation destroyed, Kumu True Lord praised. How are you doing on 10,000 Laws Peak? Dong Xian was confused internally, not knowing why Kumu True Lord would care about him. He still answered stiffly, the senior and junior brothers and sisters treat me very well. Kumu True Lord continued, half a year from now will be the dragon seizing competition. Do you have any thoughts? In the current Great Shang country, the emperor was old and decrepit, not far from his end, and the empress of Great Shang was in charge of affairs, the same one who has an affair with the sect leader. The empress had no children, and the position of crown prince had not been determined. Several princes were ambitious, coveting that supreme position. After discussions, the Great Shang imperial court initiated the dragon seizing competition. The princes would lead their subordinates to battle in the heavenly dragon immortal realm, with the victor becoming the crown prince of Great Shang. Initially, when this news came out, several princes were dissatisfied. Because the heavenly dragon immortal realm had restrictions. Cultivators over 30 years old could not enter. This meant that the strongest who could enter would be foundation establishment cultivators. And those princes in their prime, their retainers were mostly core formation cultivators. This undoubtedly cut off their arms. However, the empress's attitude was firm, and the three major cultivation sects of the Great Shang country also supported this move. Those princes could only reluctantly agree. It was because of the dragon seizing competition that Dong Xian was forced to leave the court and join the Xinguang sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until then. Dong Xian was resistant to the dragon seizing competition. Hearing the sect leader's question, he quickly shook his head, this disciple dares not. The sect leader's eyes flashed with a glint of sharpness, now, you are a disciple of our Xinguang sect. Even if you don't dare, you must dare. Hearing this, Dong Xian's heart flashed with surprise, followed by a trace of excitement. Was the Xinguang sect supporting him to become the crown prince of Great Shang? After all, Dong Xian was still a youth, helplessly driven away from the capital. He even broke off his engagement with his fiancée. For a youth like him, this was actually a humiliation. He had thought about using the artifact elder's help to cultivate to the nascent soul realm, and then return home in glory. However, that might be hundreds of years later, or even 1,000 years later. By then, would his beloved still be the same beloved? Now hearing that the sect leader wanted to support him to become the crown prince of Great Shang, even if he remained calm, his heart was still somewhat stirred. Half a year later, the dragon seizing competition begins. Our Xinguang sect will send 2 foundation establishment disciples and 1 core formation elder to assist you, the sect leader said calmly. Hearing this, Dong Xian's breathing became a bit rapid. Although the people sent by the Xinguang sect were of average strength, they represented the Xinguang sect, the attitude of the upper echelons in the sect. That was enough. Thank you, sect leader. Dong Xian was still youthful at heart, he was taking a gamble. For the battle in the heavenly dragon immortal realm, foundation establishment combat power is needed. Those 2 foundation establishment disciples, either I send 2, or you choose them yourself. But if you choose, you have to come up with something to persuade them yourself, I won't interfere, the sect leader said again. This disciple will choose himself. Dong Xian said. He was ambitious. Although the disciples sent by the sect leader would certainly not be bad, they might not be the top-tier ones. And he, with the help of the artifact elder, was confident in selecting more suitable ones. The artifact elder had secretly said before that this sect was not as simple as it appeared. There were a few ordinary disciples who were hiding very deep. With the artifact elder's help, he felt he could select suitable foundation establishment disciples and could come up with things to persuade those foundation establishment disciples. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the sect leader's face. Good. He thought of something and then said, I heard that you've been studying artifact refining on 10,000 Laws Peak, and have made some progress. Let this old man see how your refined magical tools are. Although this old man is not proficient in artifact refining, I have some knowledge and can give you some pointers. The business was done, it was time to start building rapport. Dong Xian, raised in the royal family, knew this principle. He thought for a moment and took out a Xuantian treasure ruler from his body. This Xuantian treasure ruler, refined with the assistance of the artifact elder, was Dong Xian's pride and joy. This is the Xuantian treasure ruler, forged from 37 kinds of metals, indestructible, and can even withstand a blow from a Foundation establishment magical tool without breaking. Dong Xian held the Xuantian treasure ruler with both hands, his face showing a proud expression. But in the next moment, Dong Xian was stunned. The sect leader was also stunned. They saw that the straight Xuantian treasure ruler suddenly break into 3 pieces for no apparent reason. More surprisingly, these 3 pieces of the Xuantian treasure ruler actually formed a stick figure and ran straight out of the hall. Dong Xian was dumbfounded. Did my magical tool awaken? At the same time, strange things were happening all over the Xinguang sect. 2 qi refining disciples were sparring with their swords. Suddenly, their swords broke free from their hands and started fighting in midair. The onlookers were stunned. Yi Bushou and Li Fan must have been hiding their strength, mastering sword control at qi refining level 3. Terrifying. This talent must not be underestimated. I mean, this talent will surely achieve great things. Yi Bushou was dumbfounded, and Li Fan was shocked. When did they learn sword control? They had no idea. As everyone was marveling, a loud shout came from the sky. Catch it, my alchemy furnace is running away. There's a batch of pills inside. Everyone looked up to see a bright red furnace darting around in the sky, bouncing erratically. An elder was frantically chasing his alchemy furnace. Before anyone could react, more strange things happened. Damn it, my sword ran away. Ah, my silver, why is it flying into the sky? The hairpin I was going to give to my master's wife, why is it flying too? Countless metal objects were flying into the sky, bouncing around like they had lost their minds. This scene caught the attention of many elders. Many elders in seclusion came out because treasures from their storage bags flew away. Master Withered Wood stood on a cloud, several elders flying to his side. They looked down at the Xinguang sect from the sky, their expressions varied. Now, the Xinguang sect was like a scene of chaos, with countless metal objects flying towards the sky and bouncing around. The types of metal objects were varied and strange. My iron hand, why have you abandoned me? A one-armed man cried bitterly. Whoa, Mr. Zhao, it's made of innate fire iron, which junior sister is this fierce? Whose golden underwear is this? So flashy, have our magical tools gained sentience and are rebelling? The disciples below were shocked, discussing amongst themselves. They couldn't understand what was happening. On the 7 Colors Peak, the knife looked at the flying magical tools in the sky, full of envy. It thought for a moment, then broke free from its rope and secretly flew out. Anyway, everyone else was going crazy. If it, a normal knife, joined in, surely no one would notice, right? Above the clouds, several elders stood behind the sect leader of Xinguang sect, their eyes filled with confusion. Sect leader, this is a strange occurrence, said a white-bearded elder. Just moments ago, while he was cultivating, he suddenly felt a chill and his underwear flew away. That underwear was a defensive magical tool he had spent a lot to create, with many precious metals added to it. Yet, it just flew away. The other elders, also affected in various ways, were equally puzzled. The sect leader of Xinguang sect extended his divine sense, seemingly searching for something, but found nothing. It must be the emergence of a supreme metal attribute treasure causing this situation, said Master Withered Wood, the sect leader, sharing his conclusion. The other elders, hearing this, breathed heavily. A supreme metal attribute treasure emerging. Unfortunately, they looked around but couldn't find it. Meanwhile, on 7 Colors Peak, Zhang Lingsu hurried to Qi Yuan's courtyard and shouted, "Senior brother, something's wrong." Qi Yuan woke up slowly, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Your pet, that kitchen knife, has gained sentience. Huh, Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment. Oh, I see. The knife had already gained sentience, so this wasn't surprising, was it? What was there to be alarmed about? He was about to go back to sleep. Seeing Qi Yuan so calm, Zhang Lingsu was confused. She had noticed that the Xinguang sect seemed to have a supreme metal attribute treasure appearing, causing all the metal attribute treasures to go wild. Seeing her senior brother sleeping, she tried to scare him. Unexpectedly, it didn't work at all. She was puzzled. Senior brother, you should go check it out. Your pet and other magical tools are dancing in the air. Qi Yuan then seriously looked at the distant sky. He was stunned. In the sky, countless magical tools and some random objects were flying around. Some cultivators were chasing their tools, being toyed with by their own magical tools. Qi Yuan saw his knife among them. The knife was sitting on an alchemy furnace, bouncing around. Seeing Qi Yuan's reaction, Zhang Lingsu was pleased. Senior brother, see, your knife has gone crazy. Qi Yuan looked at Zhang Lingsu and said, it's better than your straw hut collapsing. He often teased her, but sometimes he needed to provoke her a bit to leave a lasting impression. Zhang Lingsu, hearing this, was furious, hands on her hips, chest heaving. Indeed, due to the metal attribute riot, her stabilizing magical tool, the mountain fixing rod, flew away, causing her straw hut to collapse. Qi Yuan laughed even more happily. No place to sleep. There's always a bench in my room for junior sister. Is that how senior brother takes care of junior sister? I'll put some dry grass on the bench for junior sister. Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu bickered a bit more. Qi Yuan slowly walked down the mountain. Wow, I didn't expect to cause such a mess just by sleeping. He looked at his hand. He felt that there seemed to be a touch of golden blood flowing inside. After completing the 5 elements, he received the ancestors' gifts. His qi refining had changed. The 5 elements energy replaced his ordinary qi refining. Now, the first to be completed was gold. The other 4 were also transitioning. Does this mean there will be 4 more disturbances in the Xinguang sect in the future? Qi Yuan felt a bit guilty. He looked at the sky, filled with all kinds of strange objects. Some were highly embarrassing for the cultivators. For example, golden underwear and Mr. Zhao. Those items had no owners chasing them. Qi Yuan appeared among the crowd. Many noticed him immediately. Now, the chief disciples of the major peaks of the Xinguang sect were out, only Qi Yuan remained. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother, are you here to find your pet? I saw your knife, it's on the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace is over there. Everyone looked, and somehow, the knife had landed not far from Qi Yuan. So bold, sneaking out while I'm asleep. Qi Yuan glanced at the knife and then at the other flying tools. For some reason, he had a feeling. If he wanted, he could secretly sabotage these tools. Could it be that after completing the 5 elements, he gained control over metal? Although not complete control, and the higher the grade of the tool, the less effective the sabotage. But it was already terrifying. In battle, moments are critical. If one's relied upon tools suddenly malfunction, the impact is enormous. Pushing this thought aside, Qi Yuan called out, "Knife, come back." The knife hesitated. It wanted to return but was afraid of being exposed, so it stayed still. The surrounding junior brothers and sisters chuckled. "Senior brother, your pet knife is also affected by the metal attribute and is out of control. Wait until the riot subsides to find it." Even the elders couldn't retrieve their tools. Ignoring them, Qi Yuan walked straight to his kitchen knife. The junior brothers and sisters shook their heads. They said nothing more. It was no secret that senior brother had some odd quirks. Let him be. Even if he couldn't catch the knife, it wouldn't matter much, just some extra effort. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Yuan walked to the knife, muttering, extending his hand. "Disobedient, you're grounded for 3 days." He grabbed the knife. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. All the flying magical tools stopped and returned to their owners. No one paid attention to Qi Yuan. Those who did thought it was a coincidence. "Is it over? My iron hand, you're back. My sword, my sharp sword." Everyone was thrilled to have their treasures back. Some were annoyed. "Don't come near me. I don't know you. You've got the wrong person, I'm not your owner." These statements drew attention, especially the elder who owned Mr. Zhao, making some disciples gulp. No wonder it was made of innate fire iron. Some were happy, others were sad. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "My magical tool got stronger. My sword's grade increased." Everyone found that their tools had strengthened after the riot. The elder who had kicked away Mr. Zhao secretly used a spell to retrieve it. The chaos in the Xinguang sect temporarily subsided, but the disturbance continued. Qi Yuan sneaked back to the peak. Meanwhile, Dong Xian, holding his Xuantian treasure ruler, asked curiously, "Old master, what's going on?" A hoarse voice transmitted, "It could be a supreme metal attribute treasure, or, the second possibility is impossible, no need to mention it." Dong Xian was puzzled. "Where's the metal attribute treasure?" he eagerly asked. He wanted to obtain it. "If I'm not mistaken, it's the kitchen knife in Qi Yuan's hand." What? Dong Xian was stunned. The kitchen knife in senior brother Qi Yuan's hand was a supreme metal attribute treasure. That knife is extraordinary. A qi refining cultivator holding it could kill a foundation establishment cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator could kill a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even. The old master sighed. Such treasures are rare, unexpected in this remote area of the Dasheng kingdom. Dong Xian's eyes lit up. It's that powerful. Doesn't this mean if he seeks senior brother Qi Yuan's help, his chances in the dragon seizing contest increase significantly? But senior brother Qi Yuan is not easily moved. He's only obsessed with games. Games. Dong Xian considered giving his cherished, rare, banned game to senior brother Qi Yuan to strengthen their bond. It's a limited edition, forbidden, not available on the market. When I become the crown prince, who needs games, real life is better. Dong Xian gritted his teeth, deciding to find time to give the game to senior brother Qi Yuan to build rapport. For the dragon seizing contest, he'd use other valuable things to win him over. The 5 elements were still slowly transforming. Qi Yuan had once again entered the game. This time, he woke up holding Little Bride. A prompt appeared. The 5 elements forbidden dungeon has been cleared, reward obtained. Reward 1. Heaven's Tao Fragment *10. Reward 2. Heart of the 5 elements. This time, the Heaven's Tao fragments were not corrupted. 10 fragments, just as he had expected. The heart of the 5 elements, a gift from the 5 ancestors. According to the description, this heart of the 5 elements could better assist Qi Yuan in the transformation of his qi refining. The 5 elements qi was no ordinary qi. They countered and complemented each other. Without the heart of the 5 elements, transforming qi into the 5 elements qi would be quite troublesome for Qi Yuan. The first transformation might be quick, but the second, third, and so on would be much slower. The heart of the 5 elements shortened the time and avoided many troubles. Only 1 forbidden area and 2 absolute areas left. Qi Yuan sighed. Through Tang Yan, Qi Yuan had learned that the so-called extraterrestrial demons were in the Earth absolute area. So, Qi Yuan only needed to conquer the Yin-Yang forbidden and Heaven absolute areas, and finally suppress the extraterrestrial demons to obtain all the fragments of Heaven's Tao. But before that, he needed to visit the coffin gathering place. The strong figures of the 5 elements forbidden area still had a big gift for him. Half an hour later, Qi Yuan stood beside Tang Yan, feeling somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the powerful figures of the 5 elements forbidden area would perform a divine reflection for him. This meant that they would transmit all their comprehension of techniques and all their life memories to him. This feeling was quite peculiar. These NPCs made Qi Yuan feel a touch of admiration. He couldn't imagine imparting all his knowledge and memories to someone else so selflessly. Master of the Clothes Department, we will perform a divine reflection for you. Our cultivation insights and experiences will be transmitted to you. This will accelerate your cultivation progress. Do you agree? Yu's voice was gentle. Dozens of eyes in the coffin stared at Qi Yuan. Honestly, if it were nighttime, it would be quite creepy. However, he already had a bridal wife, so what was there to fear? I agree. Qi Yuan did not refuse. These NPCs performing divine reflection for him would greatly help him. Battle experience, spell combat, and more. It should also benefit his real-world cultivation, right? Master of the Clothes Department, before you accept the divine reflection, you need to swear a heart demon oath to destroy the extraterrestrial demons. The bearded dragon judge spoke, his voice somewhat soft as he looked at Qi Yuan. No problem. He had already agreed to the 5 ancestors of the 5 elements, so making the same promise to these people was normal. Qi Yuan spoke and then made the heart demon oath as instructed by these powerful figures of the divine realm. With the oath, it meant that Qi Yuan had to slay the extraterrestrial demons. Since the oath is made, let's begin the divine reflection. Yu said. All 53 figures present turned to look at Qi Yuan. Most of them were half lying in their coffins. There were also new generation young talents like Tang Yan, the man in red, and Little Green. Being stared at by so many people, Qi Yuan remained calm. Divine reflection. At Yu's shout, all the powerful figures of the divine realm present chanted, divine reflection. In an instant, Qi Yuan felt images constantly flowing in his mind. The memories and cultivation insights of 53 top figures flooded into Qi Yuan's mind like a tidal wave. Calm your mind, empty your heart, do not comprehend, be an observer. Yu reminded from the side. At the beginning of the divine reflection, the recipient would only see some deeply imprinted images. After the reflection ended, they would slowly accept all the memories and gradually digest them. Comprehension was the same. Okay. Qi Yuan closed his eyes, and many images appeared in his mind. He saw a young boy blushing, secretly looking at the bridal princess sitting in the back row. This handsome boy had high talent, but he blushed easily, so he deliberately grew a full beard. This boy was later the dragon judge. He saw Yu's entire family being killed, him screaming alone in the rainy night, completely different from his current calm and gentle demeanor. He saw a burly man in his youth, idle and playful, liking to fight crickets, suddenly becoming diligent after reading a book one day. He saw a fishing line fall, the father of the man in red dying, the man in red holding that human skin with bloodshot eyes. He saw Jinzu picking up Little Green and bringing him back to the Five Elements forbidden area, and he saw yesterday, Little Green feeding the golden rooster alone in an empty yard. He saw a lot. He also received many insights into techniques and cultivation experiences. After an unknown amount of time, Yu suddenly spoke. The divine reflection is over. The connection broke, and the images stopped abruptly. But Qi Yuan understood that those memories and insights were hidden deep in his mind. It's over. Phew. Holding it in for so long, I can finally let it out. Looks like I'll need to retreat for 10 years. After the divine reflection, they all had a certain degree of weakness. Qi Yuan looked at the 53 figures present, bowed his head slowly, and gave a deep bow. You have all taught me your methods, and you are all my teachers. I will remember today's kindness. Some of the 53 figures smiled and responded, we are allies, just kill the extraterrestrial demons. Some said awkwardly, Master of the Clothes Department, just don't keep peeking into my memories. Qi Yuan looked at the embarrassed man and said softly, next time, for sure. After accepting the divine reflection, the powerful figures of the Five Elements forbidden area closed the coffin lids and fell into slumber. After the divine reflection, they were somewhat weak and needed to recover. Yu looked at Qi Yuan and slowly said, don't forget the demon-slaying conference. Yes. Qi Yuan nodded vigorously. The bearded dragon judge then said in a deep voice, I have already informed the Yin-Yang Forbidden. You only need to defeat Zhang Hua, and the Yin-Yang Forbidden will be completely under your control, and they will also perform a divine reflection for you. Now that you have the bridal princess with you, defeating Zhang Hua should not be a problem. After obtaining the divine reflection of the strong figures of the Yin-Yang Forbidden, in these 300 years, digest as much as you can. Thank you for informing me. Qi Yuan prepared to leave for the last forbidden area, the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Before leaving, he looked at the dragon judge and said, actually, you were quite cute when you were young. The dragon judge's expression changed, blushing instantly, even his full beard couldn't cover it this time. Qi Yuan laughed and turned to leave. Yu looked at the dragon judge and softly said, shave your beard for the demon-slaying conference, or the world will think you, the dragon judge, are an ugly man. Get lost. The dragon judge roared, I want to catch that kid and beat him up. Yu's eyes were profound. You might not be his match now. Who knows how far he can go in 300 years. The dragon judge heard this and was somewhat dejected. 300 years is too short. If it were 10,000 years, no, 3,000 years, he might grow to an unimaginable level. The extraterrestrial demons would also be no problem. Time. Yu grabbed a feather that had fallen from his clothes. I hope he doesn't come to the demon-slaying conference in 300 years. The dragon judge heard this and smiled without speaking. Then Yu said, I divined that the demon-slaying conference in 300 years is still a 10 deaths no life situation. The dragon judge's expression remained unchanged and finally said, you are right, it's best if he doesn't go to the demon-slaying conference in 300 years. That kid is actually quite smart. When he made the heart demon oath, he didn't explicitly say he would participate in the demon-slaying conference, only that he would kill the extraterrestrial demons. He probably had this in mind. These old guys are more cunning than monkeys. They saw through his little trick but didn't point it out. Are monkeys cunning? The master of the clothes department asked. Little bride, do you think I can defeat the extraterrestrial demons? Qi Yuan held Little Bride as they transmitted to the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Little Bride didn't speak, a wooden plaque slipped out of her sleeve. Hand-holding sleeve, you will fight monsters with me. Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Suddenly I feel particularly indebted to you NPCs. Turns out my skin is still not thick enough. But it's okay, no matter what, I will take down that big boss. Qi Yuan's thoughts jumped quickly. He was talking about the extraterrestrial demons, then suddenly shifted to the Yin-Yang Forbidden. I heard that the people in the Yin-Yang Forbidden speak in a very strange manner. If I imitate their way of speaking, will they beat me up? If they perform the divine reflection for me and I learn their strange way of speaking, what should I do? After chatting with Little Bride for a while, Qi Yuan felt reinvigorated. Qi Yuan thought he was very lucky. After getting sick, he had no one to talk to. Later, he met Jin Li. Now, he had met Little Bride. He thought about it and was ready to chat with Jin Li again. There were 99 plus messages from Jin Li in the contact list. Jin Li said that with the support of the Clothes Department's Forbidden Army, she had completely taken control of Nanqian. Now, the Forbidden Army had surrounded the Tianyan sacred sect. After dealing with the Tianyan sacred sect and the demon clan, she would abdicate from the throne of the Empress of Nanqian and come to the ancient Qitong tree to meet him. Seems I need to speed up too. Qi Yuan thought. A girl is giving up the throne to meet me. Isn't this more passionate than deliberately getting wrong answers on the college entrance exam to go to the same school? Way more passionate. At this time, Qi Yuan finally stepped into the Yin-Yang Forbidden. The Yin-Yang Forbidden, one of the 4 great forbidden areas. The most notable feature of this area was that half of it was night and half was day. They alternated. This reminded Qi Yuan of Earth. Unfortunately, the Yin-Yang Forbidden was not a sphere. Even if Qi Yuan flew up to look, it wasn't a sphere. Defeat Zhang Hua, obtain the divine reflection, no problem. But how should I take control of the Yin-Yang Forbidden? Qi Yuan didn't want to be an old man killer anymore. And the Yin-Yang Forbidden didn't have beings like Jin Zhu or Shui Zhu. Controlling the Yin-Yang Forbidden became complicated. At this moment, a voice sounded in Qi Yuan's ear. Master of the Clothes Department, you have arrived. The speaker was a woman with 3,000 strands of black hair. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her face cold, with a kind of broken beauty. Zhang Hua, Qi Yuan understood that this would be his opponent in the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Defeat me, and the Yin-Yang Forbidden will be under your control. Zhang Hua said coldly. Without any hesitation, she directly attacked Qi Yuan. Zhang Hua was a terrifying powerhouse from the Celestial era. Her strength was notable even during the God Court period. However, she was most remembered for her love and hatred towards the heavenly god. Even among top-tier powerhouses, gossip and drama existed. Little Bride, step back. Qi Yuan instructed, raising his precious sword and stepping forward. This time, he did not merge with Little Bride but chose to face the challenge alone. To be honest, this was his first time in the game fighting against an intelligent being. Your talent is good, but your achievements rely solely on the heavenly god's legacy, don't they? Zhang Hua said, her eyes reddening. In the distance, other powerful beings from the divine realm were watching. Zhang Hua's words resonated with some, while others understood she harbored resentment. Zhang Hua had always admired the heavenly god, fighting battles for him. Unfortunately, the position of the emperor's empress went to the bridal queen. Proud as Zhang Hua was, she even lowered her head, willing to be a concubine, but was rejected by the heavenly god. Zhang Hua's emotions towards the heavenly god and the bridal queen were complex. Now, the husband of the bridal queen, the new master of the clothes department, had suddenly risen to power. Many believed this was due to numerous gifts left by the heavenly god, possibly including treasures that enhanced talent. Moreover, Zhang Hua never liked the clothes department and had a particular aversion to the new bridal queen, the daughter of the heavenly god and that woman. Therefore, even after Dragon Judge subdued Hitomi, and others remained silent, she stood up. Besides your talent, what else do you have? Have you experienced the chaos of the Western Sea? Have you ever fought against the 3 great domains? Without experiencing major battles, you are just a fledgling eagle, incapable of defeating the extraterritorial demons. Zhang Hua shouted, let me show you what it means to be one of the 10 generals of the God Court. Zhang Hua was one of the former 10 generals of the God Court. In the God Court, her status was second only to the heavenly god and the 4 department heads. She had fought countless battles, large and small, thousands of times in her life. She was a woman who had crawled out of a sea of blood, standing on a mountain of corpses. As she made her move, it was a barrage of endless fierce attacks. Qi Yuan's vision was filled with Zhang Hua's figures. Zhang Hua's strongest martial art was the infinite sea of flowers. Countless flower petals danced in the air, with hundreds of Zhang Hua's figures moving among them, launching different attacks at Qi Yuan. Unless one's martial heart and spirit far surpassed Zhang Hua's, they could not distinguish which were real and which were illusions. This move was highly effective against inexperienced fighters. Qi Yuan held his sword in front of him. In the Xuanyuan Forbidden, the Clothing Crown Forbidden, and the 5 Elements Forbidden, Qi Yuan had killed tens of thousands of monsters, gaining a wealth of combat experience, far exceeding even the disciples and elders of the Divine Light sect. However, his previous opponents were mostly mindless monsters. They could not compare to Zhang Hua. Or rather, their combat experience was not on the same level. Qi Yuan thrust his sword, powerful and unyielding. Amid countless afterimages, he locked onto Zhang Hua's true body. Because his eyes could see hints. His sword struck, and a look of surprise flashed in Zhang Hua's eyes. She couldn't dodge in time and pushed her palm forward. Slash! The collision of sword and flesh should have favored the sword. However, a cunning smile appeared in Zhang Hua's eyes. You are still too young. The force penetrated through the sword, directly entering Qi Yuan's chest. Even though Qi Yuan had defenses all over his body, he was still slightly injured by the penetrating force. Pale-faced, he looked at the blood-soaked Zhang Hua with a calm expression. You are right. In the distance, the watching giants of the divine realm spoke, their eyes filled with admiration. He was able to injure Zhang Hua. It seems we have underestimated him. He is not just a mere cultivator prodigy. The infinite sea of flowers, even I cannot identify Zhang Hua's true body. How did he do it? He is still too young and was tricked by Zhang Hua. Such a pity, he is still too immature. 300 years is too short, too short. You spoke, his expression complex. The master of the clothes department had only appeared for a few days and had already achieved perfection in the 5 elements, a talent unmatched in history. Given enough time, who knows what he could achieve? Everyone watched Zhang Hua and Qi Yuan. At this moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes. His combat skills had mostly been against monsters, enough for dealing with ordinary people. But against extraterritorial demons, it was far from sufficient. However, Qi Yuan was not alone. He closed his eyes and said towards Zhang Hua, "Thank you, let's go again." At this moment, the experiences and cultivation insights of that burly man slowly emerged in Qi Yuan's mind. That burly man, who idled in his youth and suddenly enlightened after reading a book in middle age, was a powerful swordsman. Qi Yuan, wielding a sword, found that the burly man's swordsmanship experience was the most suitable for him. At this moment, he forgot his own skills. He seemed to transform into that burly man. Holding the sword, he battled an evil flood dragon in the East Sea for 7 days, skinning and dismembering the dragon. He cleaved open the earth, slaying a demonic being in the underground. Qi Yuan, holding his sword, emanated the aura of the sword, brewing, accumulating, like dark clouds. Qingpingzi, a duel with you. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, and in an instant, the sword's sharpness shot towards the sky, piercing through the clouds, revealing a dazzling light to the world. Zhang Hua's lips curled into a mocking smile, her expression disdainful, as if saying, "Is that all?" At the same time, in the 5 elements forbidden, a coffin lid was lifted. The burly man looked somewhat pale, gazing towards the yin-yang forbidden with admiration. The kid is not bad, has 3/10 of my past glory. But his appearance and demeanor still lack refinement, needing more tempering. Spit, tui, he habitually spat outside the coffin. After logging out of the game, Qi Yuan didn't read but closed his eyes. He was reflecting on the battle with Zhang Hua in the yin-yang forbidden. Zhang Hua, indeed worthy of being one of the 10 generals of the God Court, had incredible combat strength and techniques that Qi Yuan could not match before. He immersed himself in the combat experiences and insights of Qingpingzi, battling Zhang Hua. He learned part of Qingpingzi's combat experience. His eyes were particularly effective against Zhang Hua's strongest technique, the infinite sea of flowers. Zhang Hua didn't use this technique again, significantly weakening her strength. Thus, Qi Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. As he understood Qingpingzi's swordsmanship more, he fought more valiantly. Zhang Hua was defeated. He obtained the divine reflections of many strong beings in the yin-yang forbidden as he wished. Exhausted, he had to log off. As for how to control the yin-yang forbidden, that would have to wait until the next login. Swordsmanship, now I can be considered a true swordsman, right? Qi Yuan thought. However, he realized he still had significant differences from true swordsmen. Sword cultivators of the Great Shang Kingdom had a sword in which they entrusted their entire mind and spirit. If the sword broke, the person would be injured. He didn't have that. He wasn't a true sword cultivator. Though powerful, his weapon wasn't a sword, and Qi Yuan didn't want to entrust his life and fortune to a single treasure. The qi of the 5 elements is still being replaced, probably wood will be next. Qi Yuan pondered, wondering if it would cause another small shock to the Xinguang sect. This replacement was related to the order of fusion with the 5 ancestors. He left his courtyard, standing halfway up the 7 colors peak, inhaling and exhaling chi, with golden light emanating from his breath. Fortunately, it's not fire, or I'd be a calabash brother. At this moment, a flying crane appeared in Qi Yuan's sight. The crane carried a visiting card in its beak. The crane flew straight towards Qi Yuan, dropping the visiting card into his hands. Wanfeng Peak, Dong Xian. Visiting me. Qi Yuan thought hard but couldn't recall who Dong Xian was. Let's meet then. Qi Yuan found it peculiar. After all, he was used to being a salted fish lazy person. Many in the Divine Light sect knew of him, but it was rare for someone to visit him. Sure, he responded on the visiting card. The crane picked up the invitation and flew away from the 7 colors peak. About a quarter of an hour later, a black-clad youth appeared in Qi Yuan's sight. Seeing the youth, Qi Yuan was stunned. You call yourself Dong Xian? Aren't you called Xiao Yan? Dong Xian. Senior brother, my name is not Xiao Yan, you must have mistaken me. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt somewhat helpless. If he had known it was him, he wouldn't have agreed to meet. What business do you have with me? Since they had already met, Qi Yuan naturally wouldn't send Dong Xian away. In case he offended this person and he angrily left the mountain with a, "Don't bully the young and poor," Qi Yuan felt he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. A eager smile appeared on Dong Xian's face. Senior brother, I've heard you're obsessed with games. I have a few collector's editions here. As Dong Xian spoke, he took out several game jade slips. This time, he had bled heavily, taking out his treasured games just to build a relationship with Qi Yuan. After they became familiar, he could then invite senior brother Qi Yuan to participate in the dragon-seizing battle. Qi Yuan took the jade slips, and as soon as his hand touched them, a scene appeared in his mind. Tisk tisk tisk. Qi Yuan held the jade slips. This was the first time he had come into contact with contraband from another world. This game was the kind where real people acted as NPCs, of course only projections. Some of the plots had extremely large scales. Moreover, it deeply grasped the essence of role-playing. The female cultivators inside included charming and enchanting fox spirits, female cultivator sisters from neighboring caves, arrogant and unreasonable young ladies, and cold and proud female sword immortals. Of course, these game jade slips, unbeknownst to have this type, also had a combat type, which could simulate Foundation establishment cultivators fighting, improving the experience of Foundation establishment cultivators. As senior brother satisfied, Dong Xian lowered his voice and said, revealing an expression of a kindred spirit. Qi Yuan glanced sideways at Dong Xian. I'm currently in sage mode and not interested in these things. Tell me, what did you come to find me for? Qi Yuan returned the game jade slips to Dong Xian. But thinking it wasn't good, he casually kept one, which happened to be the female sword immortal one. Dong Xian was a bit confused at first. This senior brother Qi Yuan indeed spoke strangely. But it was good that he kept one jade slip, so a relationship could be established. Sometimes, a good way to build a relationship is to ask for advice from others, while allowing them to demonstrate their exceptional abilities. After all, many people like to teach others. I've heard that senior brother's knife techniques are very good. I specifically came to ask senior brother for advice. Dong Xian said half of his words, then paused. In his mind, Artifact Elder's urgent voice came through. Sword techniques. Ask about sword techniques. Dong Xian didn't understand, but still said as Artifact Elder instructed, to ask senior brother for advice on sword techniques. Good at knife techniques, asking about sword techniques. Is it me who has a problem or you? Qi Yuan looked at Dong Xian, feeling that this person only had the fate of a protagonist, but his head didn't seem to work well. However, he didn't mind. Why should he argue with someone whose head had problems? Sword techniques, I happen to know a bit. Qi Yuan spoke. His sword techniques were indeed not bad. Not to mention the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique he originally knew, the sword techniques in Qingping Zi's memories were also very powerful. Which aspect do you want to know about? Qi Yuan asked. Artifact Elder didn't transmit any more messages, he just wanted to see how Qi Yuan's sword techniques were. After all, there were rumors that the Black Mountain sect had been wiped out, and for some reason, he always felt it had some inexplicable connection with this Qi Yuan. Or perhaps, it was related to the people behind Qi Yuan. He wanted to see some clues from Qi Yuan's sword techniques. Dong Xian lowered his head in thought, then said, now that I'm only at Qi cultivation, I can't nurture a natal sword like sword cultivators, but I want to be like sword cultivators, where one sword strike can make flying birds fall. Are there any good sword techniques that can achieve this? Dong Xian made things up, finally landing on sword techniques. Hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Dong Xian with some surprise. You kid are indeed not bad, with the potential of Xiao Yan. Sword cultivators are strong, their strength lies in their natal swords. Unfortunately, Qi cultivation realm cultivators can hardly have natal swords. Firstly, natal swords were too precious, and Qi cultivation realm cultivators couldn't afford them. Secondly, Qi cultivation realm cultivators lacked spiritual power and couldn't project their divine sense, so they couldn't control swords. Therefore, the combat power of sword cultivators at the Qi cultivation realm was actually just average. It wasn't until the foundation establishment period that the strength of sword cultivators was manifested. Qi Yuan continued, without a natal sword, but we can have Qi swords. Qi swords, what's that? Dong Xian was stunned. Qi cultivation cultivators, what do they cultivate? It's a breath of primordial Qi, a breath of spiritual Qi. Since there's Qi, then we can use Qi to form swords, project sword Qi, and kill invisibly. Qi Yuan spoke eloquently. Qingping Zi's sword Dao, when cultivated to the end, was to use Qi to form swords. With no sword in hand, Qi became the sword. At a higher realm, one's self became the sword. This was somewhat similar to some sword cultivators forging themselves into a natal sword, different paths leading to the same destination. Using Qi to form swords is indeed good, but you must be careful not to go astray and use Qi to form horses, that's not a good thing. Qi Yuan said earnestly. Dong Xian, he was completely confused. Why was it that he understood every word senior brother Qi Yuan said, but when put together, he didn't understand what it meant? Senior brother Qi Yuan, what does it mean for Qi cultivation to use Qi to form swords? Sword formed from Qi. Qi Yuan had already perfected the metal element and had abundant metal Qi within his body. Metal Qi and Qi could be interchanged. With a single point of his finger, golden light appeared. A golden sword materialized in his hand. The golden sword was composed entirely of metal Qi from the 5 elements. It was incredibly sharp. Beside him, Dong Xian watched with wide eyes. What was this? Did senior brother Qi Yuan really form a sword from Qi? How did he do it? Deep within his soul, Elder Qi seemed thoughtful. This seems somewhat like martial arts supernatural abilities. Qi Yuan, holding the sword formed from Qi, said slowly, watch as I cut down the birds in the sky with one swing of my sword. As he spoke, he raised the golden sword towards the sky. But at that moment, a sudden bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky, heading straight for Qi Yuan. On a sunny day, why was there lightning? And why was it striking him? Qi Yuan was startled. Oh no, I raised it too high and attracted the lightning. He quickly swung his arm, throwing the golden sword away, which landed far off. The lightning struck the golden sword instantly. In a flash, the golden sword shattered, turning into metal Qi and dissipating into the air. The lightning also vanished. Dong Xian, witnessing this scene, was completely bewildered. What just happened? At this moment, the voice of Artifact Elder echoed in his mind. This Qi Yuan likely practiced some strange forbidden technique, hence the heavenly punishment in the form of lightning. Never attempt this sword formed from Qi technique. Elder Qi warned. Dong Xian immediately understood, recalling records about heavenly lightning in royal archives. Nowadays, heavenly lightning almost never appears. However, practicing some bizarre forbidden techniques could attract heavenly lightning. Dong Xian quickly said, Senior brother Qi Yuan, you shouldn't use this sword formed from Qi technique anymore, it's a forbidden technique not tolerated by the heavens. To be honest, Dong Xian was still quite shaken, fearing that Qi Yuan might be struck dead by the lightning. If that happened, how could the master of the 7 colors peak tolerate him? Meanwhile, Artifact Elder in his mind found it extremely peculiar. Normally, if one practices forbidden techniques, the heavenly lightning punishes the person. But why did the lightning only strike the sword Qi Yuan threw away, and not him? Listening to Dong Xian, Qi Yuan wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't it because I raised it too high and the sword, being a conductor, attracted the lightning? Could it really be a forbidden technique? Dong Xian didn't understand Qi Yuan's first part, but he comprehended the latter. He emphasized, Senior brother Qi Yuan, you should refrain from practicing this technique in the future. Dong Xian thought, it was fortunate he had Qi Yuan demonstrate first. If Qi Yuan had taught him the technique and he practiced it unknowingly, he might have been struck dead by lightning before even forming the sword. Was Qi Yuan's mention of using Qi to form a horse implying that riding a horse in such a manner would make it hard to escape the lightning? Senior brother, I take my leave. Dong Xian bid farewell to Qi Yuan and swiftly distanced himself. As expected, lunatics are not only hard to deal with but also dangerous to stay around for too long. Back on the Seven Colors Peak, Qi Yuan sat on the ground, deep in thought. Forming a sword from Qi. Suddenly, he stood up, forming a sword from Qi again. Lightning descended once more without warning. Qi Yuan quickly threw the sword away, and the lightning instantly shattered it. Qi Yuan saw this and thought, it seems it's really a forbidden technique. But instead of disappointment, his eyes were filled with excitement. I truly am a genius, having created another divine ability. This divine ability shall be called, I command the heavenly thunder, striking wherever I point. He condensed another golden sword, and lightning descended from the sky once more. Strike there. He threw the golden sword, and the lightning swiftly struck it, shattering the seemingly indestructible sword. No, I need to rename it. This lightning acts like a dog, I can't be its master. The sword was like a bone, and the lightning like a dog. He threw it, and the lightning pounced. It was quite interesting. I truly am a genius, having created another secret technique. The power of the lightning was far greater than that of his sword formed from Qi. Unfortunately, this secret technique couldn't be used in the game. Otherwise, it would surely shock the primitive extraterrestrial demons. In the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Hitomi looked at Qi Yuan and slowly said, the Yin-Yang Boundary Stone is in your hands. With the Yin-Yang Boundary Stone, you must comprehend life and death, see the great terror between life and death, to truly control the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Qi Yuan held an ordinary stone, looking puzzled. Yin-Yang Boundary Stone, a peculiar stone in the Yin-Yang Forbidden. Comprehend life and death, see the great terror between life and death, how is that done? Qi Yuan asked. I don't know. Hitomi shook his head, it depends on your comprehension. After speaking, Hitomi returned to his coffin. Qi Yuan held the Yin-Yang Boundary Stone, took little bride's hand, and left the place. Comprehend life and death, does that mean I have to die? Holding the Yin-Yang Boundary Stone, Qi Yuan thought for a moment, then picked up his large sword and stabbed himself. Blood flowed. Little bride beside him immediately showed a look of anxiety. She quickly covered Qi Yuan's body. The red armor covered Qi Yuan. His injuries instantly vanished. Little bride had proactively merged with him, assuming a defensive stance. Seeing this, Qi Yuan felt a pang in his heart. His injuries were replaced by the armor. Little bride, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hurt myself. Seemingly hearing Qi Yuan's words, little bride disengaged the merge, clinging closely to him, silently leaning on him. Qi Yuan held little bride, and seeing she wasn't injured, he said, my mistake, I didn't think it through. Now that I have a wife, I can't act solely on my whims. As Qi Yuan spoke, he laughed. Little bride didn't understand why he laughed, just stayed close to him. Qi Yuan pondered, how exactly do I control the Yin-Yang Forbidden? Do I need to grasp the true essence of yin and yang, speaking in a yin-yang manner? Being a positive person, how could he speak in a yin-yang manner? Impossible, right? Just then, something unexpected happened to Qi Yuan. Did I change maps? He suddenly found himself in a teleportation array, the destination being the treacherous Tianju, one of the 4 forbidden and 2 absolute places. Without fully mastering the Yin-Yang Forbidden, I'm transported to a new map. Did I complete the dungeon? Qi Yuan felt bewildered. Or does mastering the Yin-Yang Boundary Stone count as completing the Yin-Yang Forbidden? But the Heavenly Tao Fragment reward hasn't been given yet. Lousy game, must be a bug. Qi Yuan thought it must be a game bug. He pondered for a moment and sent a message to Jin Li. Jin Li, be careful, this game is full of bugs. I haven't even completed the Yin-Yang Forbidden, and now I'm transported to a new map, Tianju. Shortly after, Jin Li's message arrived. Tianju. Be cautious, should I send the clothing department's elite troops to help you? She used send instead of dispatch. She always remembered that the elite troops of the clothing department originally belonged to Qi Yuan. No need, they're too weak. Qi Yuan decisively refused. The strongest of the clothing department's elite troops were only supreme sovereigns, not even reaching the heavenly realm. Having accepted the divine reflections of many beings, Qi Yuan gradually accepted the NPC's level classifications. On the other side, Jin Li, who had been fighting and running all the time, fell silent for a moment, then said, Tianju is extremely dangerous and there is a flying ascension platform. Do not ascend it. It's said that ascending will lead to flying ascension, leaving this world. But whether that's true, no one knows. Qi Yuan replied, I'll remember that, don't worry, I won't fly ascension before we meet in person. On the other end, Jin Li, who had been running all the time, felt a ripple in her previously calm heart. She looked out the window at the ancient Jikai tree, seemingly covering the entire moon-watching continent, its branches dotted with star-like lights, resembling a giant, beautifully lit Christmas tree. All right, when the time comes, let's meet under the ancient Jikai tree. The scenery there is extraordinarily beautiful, the most beautiful place in the world. Really, I'm really looking forward to it. Qi Yuan also wanted to see how beautiful the scenery under the ancient Jikai tree was and what Jin Li, whom he had never met, looked like. As they chatted, time flew by. Heavenly peril is approaching, goodbye for now, chat later. Qi Yuan ended the chat, holding little bride's hand, becoming more vigilant. The scene changed, and he found himself in an endless desert. So this is Tianzhu. Qi Yuan looked up and saw a massive floating platform in the sky. Not a city, but a gigantic floating high platform. The platform was pitch black, but this black seemed eerie, as if stained with blood. How much blood would it take to dye such a large platform completely red? Is this the ascension platform? Qi Yuan looked at the platform, lost in thought. At this moment, a voice full of authority came, Halt, stranger. Qi Yuan looked over and saw a man in golden armor appear not far from him. The man was tall and imposing, wearing golden armor that looked extremely majestic. However, he had only one arm, the other seemed to have been cut off by someone. I am the divine general of the White Sun Ascension Gate, under the Great Sun. The golden armored man spoke, his voice resounding. Qi Yuan looked at the golden armored man, his heart alert. Great Sun, a divine general. The White Sun illusory technique he had obtained was indeed from the Great Sun. However, from the memories of Long Pan, Zhang Hua, and others, this figure was not among the 10 divine generals of the God Court. This divine general didn't seem to be in a living state either, somewhat similar to Jin Zhu, merely a remnant of consciousness. To ascend the White Sun Ascension platform, one must undergo 129,600 battles. Win every battle, and you may ascend the platform. Do you wish to challenge? Once you ascend the platform, life and death are beyond your control. Qi Yuan had no interest in ascending the ascension platform. Jin Li had also told him that the ascension platform might be dangerous. He asked, I want to control Tianzhu, not ascend the ascension platform. How can I control Tianzhu? The golden armored divine general spoke mechanically, as if without intelligence, ascend the White Sun Ascension platform, slay me, and you can control Tianzhu. You will be the master of Tianzhu. Really? Qi Yuan stared at the golden armored divine general. It seemed he had no choice but to ascend the ascension platform. Oh right, NPCs shouldn't lie, right? The developers of this game wouldn't be so cruel to players, would they? Thinking of the game's graphics and cliched plot, Qi Yuan couldn't help but think that the artists of this game must all ride the game designers to work. Qi Yuan thought to himself and looked at the divine general. Open black lens bracket the divine general of the Ascension Gate. Defeat him on the Ascension platform to gain control over Tianzhu. Close black lens bracket. It seemed this NPC wasn't lying. Alright, I accept the challenge. Qi Yuan said firmly, tightly holding Xiao Jia's hand. He had to bring Xiao Jia along, otherwise she would stumble and get hurt again. Last time, when he fought Zhang Hua, he didn't bring Xiao Jia. By the time he saw her again, she had stumbled many times and was covered in dust and mud, looking pitiful and making his heart ache. The golden-armored divine general looked at Qi Yuan, his voice booming, the battle begins, death will not end it. With this declaration, Qi Yuan saw a staircase appear on the ascension platform. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded like a giant beast's footsteps shaking the ground as the staircase extended, reaching from the sky to the ground. After about a quarter of an hour, the stairs extended to Qi Yuan's feet. From the sky to the ground, a heavenly ladder appeared. Counting the steps, they matched exactly with 129,600. Climb the steps, the battle begins. The victor ascends one step, the golden-armored man explained the rules. Qi Yuan did not climb immediately but asked, can I rest in between? After each victory, you may descend the stairs, but you cannot stay outside for more than a day, or you will be forcibly summoned. Remember, 1 year on the steps is equivalent to 1 day outside. Oh, that's fine then. Qi Yuan felt relieved. He looked at Xiao Jia, smiling, this time, I will fight alongside you. In his heart, he added another sentence. Alongside everyone in the 5 elements forbidden land and yin-yang forbidden lands. These 129,600 battles would be perfect to hone his combat experience, to refine the experiences and insights of those 84 people. Qi Yuan had gained a lot of insight from his battle with Zhang Hua. And climbing the Daylight Ascension platform was a great opportunity. The combat experience he lacked should be well honed here, right? Moreover, after so many battles and killing so many monsters, he should gain quite a bit of experience, right? With these thoughts, Qi Yuan stepped onto the first step. The view before him changed instantly. It seemed he was now standing on the ascension platform. Qi Yuan scanned his surroundings. He noticed that where he was now felt like a coliseum. Around the coliseum were tens of thousands of seats. The seats varied in levels, some high and some ordinary. It seemed that in the past, people had watched duels here. But now, it was empty, with no audience. This made Qi Yuan, who had social anxiety, feel better. Good thing no one is watching, otherwise it would be embarrassing. At this moment, a loud heartbeat sounded. Qi Yuan saw a burly man, shirtless and tall like a sumo wrestler from a prosperous country, rushing toward him. That wasn't a living being, but a shadow, or perhaps, a monster that could provide experience. Xiao Jia. Qi Yuan merged with Xiao Jia. At this moment, he closed his eyes. Now, he was no longer himself, he was Long Pan. Insights naturally come from the strong. Long Pan's memories and combat experiences flowed into Qi Yuan's mind like a spring. At this moment, he forgot his own moves. He regarded himself as Long Pan. If he were Long Pan, how would he face this enemy? Then, Qi Yuan moved. He turned around, back facing the burly man. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck. Slam. Boom. The burly man fell with a crash. Blood spilled everywhere, staining the Colosseum red. Qi Yuan won the first battle. He opened his eyes, reflecting on the battle's gains and losses. Why fight with my back? Facing all beings with my back. Pretty stylish. Oh, no, he was blushing. Qi Yuan suddenly realized the key point. With the first victory, the second battle began. Qi Yuan stepped onto the second step. Another enemy appeared, this time a crocodile-like fierce beast. Qi Yuan closed his eyes again. 7 days later, Qi Yuan logged out of the game. He went out for a walk, and when he saw Zhongling Su, he blurted out. Junior sister, you've turned green. At this moment, Zhongling Su, in a plain green dress, looked ethereal and serene. Most noticeable was the ramen green leaves on her head. Her hair had become ramen-like, but the strands were green leaves. Lush and vigorous, Qi Yuan even saw a small bird in the dense green leaves. Zhongling Su glared at Qi Yuan fiercely. You're the one who's green. This is wood essence, a good thing. Today, the Xingguang sect was in an uproar. Because many cultivators had sprouts and leaves growing on their heads and other parts of their bodies. At first, the sect was in chaos, with some thinking someone had cast a spell to harm them. But the sect master explained that it might be a sign of a wood-type treasure appearing, which calmed everyone down. Many began looking for the wood-type treasure, and some discovered that the green leaves and sprouts growing on them were wood essence, beneficial for cultivation. So, many started selling the wood essence, while others absorbed it themselves. Among them, the wood essence growing on the beautiful female cultivators sold for a fortune and was particularly popular. This made Qi Yuan grind his teeth in jealousy. The wood essence he created ended up growing on others, making them rich. He even considered knocking those people out and scraping off all the wood essence. But thinking again, he was just jealous and still had his principles. Otherwise, he'd end up creating a bunch of green dragons, white tigers, monks, and nuns. Could he still stay in this sect then? Junior sister, can you give me some of your wood essence? Qi Yuan asked tentatively. Zhongling Su blushed immediately. No. Junior sister, I see many are selling it outside. Qi Yuan was cut off before he could finish. Get lost. The wood essence was connected to her body, essentially an extension of herself. How could she give it to someone, especially a man? However, she looked at Qi Yuan with deep suspicion. Senior brother, you've been reeking of blood recently. Qi Yuan thought of the game, where he had fought countless battles on the Ascension platform, killing countless beings. Because, on each step, there wasn't just one enemy but sometimes a group. Could the killing intent and blood smell from the game be brought into reality? Is it very strong? Qi Yuan asked nervously. Zhongling Su nodded. If you weren't always hiding on Key's Peak, I'd suspect you secretly went out to massacre a sect. Qi Yuan's eyes turned red. How can you falsely accuse me? I didn't massacre the Black Mountain sect. Zhang Lingsu laughed. Who knows? Maybe you sneaked out one night and used your kitchen knife to kill everyone in the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan's gaze turned cold instantly. Junior sister, you know too much. For some reason, Zhang Lingsu felt a chill in her heart. She looked at Qi Yuan with a trace of fear, but still said, Senior brother, I don't know why you have such a strong smell of blood. But you'd better dispel or hide it. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your cultivation and could lead to inner demons. More importantly, if you encounter some bizarre high-level cultivators, they might kill you in the name of justice. Thinking of something, Zhang Lingsu felt a flash of fear and resistance deep inside. She knew such cultivators. They belonged to an organization. People in this organization hated evil but had a bad reputation. They called themselves righteous envoys but acted extremely overbearingly. Once, a cultivator wiped out a bandit camp, only to be killed by this organization for having too strong a smell of blood. Anyway, their definition of justice was the only justice. If they said someone killed too much, without asking why, that person deserved to die. What? There are such people who want to rid me of evil? Qi Yuan was taken aback. Zhang Lingsu was speechless. She couldn't understand how her eccentric senior brother could have such a strong smell of blood. Could playing too many games affect reality? Indeed, there are such people, and not just one, but a whole organization. What, senior brother, are you planning to go and wipe them out? They're not as weak as the Black Mountain sect, they have double-digit strong divine infant nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Lingsu laughed. Hearing this, Qi Yuan sat on the ground, looking dejected. I'm so useless, weak and helpless, I can't even kill them all in one night, wipe out their entire organization. But thinking of something, Qi Yuan said, such hateful people, I should unite with righteous people to destroy them. Used to her senior brother's odd logic, Zhang Lingsu was happy to banter with him. Righteous people won't do. They represent justice, often committing evil under the guise of justice. Standing on the moral high ground? Qi Yuan asked. Zhang Lingsu understood his meaning. Yes. Damn, they're copying me, only I can hold the moral high ground. HMPH, those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. This organization, if I'm not the boss, they're done for. Even if I become the boss, I'll strip those evil ones and rebels of their human status. Strip them of their human status. Zhang Lingsu was stunned. Senior brother, you're so ruthless. By the way, what's the name of this organization? Light Palace. Light Palace. Why don't they call themselves the Illuminati? Qi Yuan muttered, then said, I've remembered them, they better not let me encounter them, or they'll have a taste of their own medicine. But after saying this, Qi Yuan thought of something and became worried. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Zhang Lingsu's lush ear to say, Junior sister, their sect doesn't have any innate sages who can sense that I just mentioned them, right? Quote. No, Qi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. That's good. But he was still uneasy. They won't suddenly come to 7 Color Peak, will they? They won't. Zhang Lingsu felt that she shouldn't have told her senior brother, scaring him like this. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt greatly relieved. Sigh, you're right, I need to get rid of the smell of blood on me. But Zhang Lingsu said quietly, but I heard that someone from Light Palace has come to Dashang, seemingly wanting to get involved in Dashang's dragon competition. What? Qi Yuan was shocked. It's okay, he's not strong, just at the foundation building stage. No one else came. No. At night, Qi Yuan returned to his room and couldn't sleep well all night. However, remembering that he hadn't cleared the game yet, he decided to put this matter aside for now. After all, he stayed on 7 Color Peak every day, how could he be so unlucky as to encounter such meddlesome people? Moreover, he had no grudge against Light Palace, had never even met them, he had face, and wasn't shameless enough to stand on the moral high ground. Black Mountain sect was different. Kill. Kill, 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 an endless sea of flowers. On the heavenly ascension steps, Qi Yuan held his sword, integrating all of Zhang Hua's insights into himself. In an instant, thousands of terrifying blood-red armored men, each 10 meters tall, appeared on the entire arena. Thousands of towering Qi Yuan figures, all holding swords, focused their gazes on a single enemy on the arena. It was a 0.5-meter-high giant beetle, a mutant species among beetles, its size tens of times larger than ordinary beetles. At this moment, it looked at the towering shadows all around, question marks floating above its head. Qi Yuan pointed his sword at the giant beetle. As the saying goes, shoot the bird that sticks out. Who told you not to keep a low profile, growing into such a big dumb thing? You must be the blue giant of the beetle clan. If the 0.5-meter tall giant beetle could speak, it would definitely say, "You're 10 meters tall, calling me a big dumb thing at 0.5 meters. Kill." With the boost from the endless sea of flowers, the swords of the thousands of Qi Yuan figures converged on a single point, stabbing at the giant beetle. The giant beetle died. According to forensic examination, its body was full of holes, not a piece of intact flesh could be found. After killing, Qi Yuan took a deep breath. My understanding of Zhangwa has deepened once again. Today, he had fought over 100 battles, constantly comprehending Zhanghua's combat techniques and cultivation experiences. Now, I can shamelessly say, no one understands Zhangwa better than I do. Continue. Next match. Dragging his massive body, Qi Yuan prepared to step into the next battle. Now, he had already reached level 97, his strength reaching a staggering degree. Longpan is only level 99, the peak of the divine domain. Then is level 100 a new realm. But, is the divine domain really only from level 90 to 100? That's too short, isn't it? Moreover, when I merge with Xiao Jia, I can display the power of level 102, but I don't feel that kind of major breakthrough in the realm. While continuously fighting on the ascension platform, as his level increased, Qi Yuan discovered many issues. The heavenly domain ranges from level 70 to 89. The divine domain, is it really only from level 90 to 99? When stepping from level 89 to 90, Qi Yuan clearly felt a qualitative change in his strength. However, when wearing Xiao Jia, forcibly breaking through to level 100, that surge in strength didn't feel very intense. Could it be the Tong, Longpan, and you are not truly the peaks of the divine domain? Qi Yuan suddenly had a terrifying suspicion. But if they are not the peak of the divine domain, why do they think they are? Is it possible that a supreme being altered their cognition? Or, is someone restricting their breakthroughs? This feels like a person at the 5th level of Qi refinement being forcibly altered to believe that the 5th level is the peak, and then starting to build a foundation someday. If so, what awaits him might be death. Thinking this way, Qi Yuan felt that this game world might have a bigger boss. He couldn't help but look towards the ascension platform and the densely packed seats above it. Who used to watch the battles here? The enemies I'm encountering now are already at level 80. How strong were the strongest fighters on the ascension platform? Qi Yuan finally put these thoughts aside. The battle continued, and he resumed killing to gain experience. In the 5 elements prohibition. Longpan stood up, gazing at the sky, looking at an ancient kichun tree, and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and it has grown so large. You also looked up at Longpan. The seed of the ancient kichun tree, you obtained it from the forbidden land of the 5 elements and offered it to the gods. Perhaps this seed has absorbed all of the princess of the wedding gown's obsessions to grow this large. 10,000 years ago, the gods were defeated, and the extraterrestrial demons ravaged the human world. Their comrades died or were injured, and only they retreated into the forbidden land, relying on it to temporarily evade the extraterrestrial demons. You excelled at divination and predicted that the day of the lunar eclipse would be the moment when the extraterrestrial demons were at their weakest. This led to the demon-slaying event 300 years later. It's a pity that the 4 great forbidden lands and the 2 great deadlands are ancient and mysterious. Even after staying in the forbidden land of the 5 elements for so long, and even though the 5 patriarchs are considered the controllers of the forbidden land, we couldn't discover its true secrets, Longpan lamented. The leader of the clothing division should have gone to the mortal realm. You asked. The mortal realm refers to places other than the 4 great forbidden lands and the 2 great deadlands. Our insights and experiences must be honed either through battles or by venturing into the mortal world, Longpan said. Although Zhanghua has a foul mouth, her intentions are well-meaning. They knew that Zhanghua's battle with the leader of the clothing division was to help the leader digest insights and experiences. For Zhanghua, it was a huge expenditure. Because her power was accumulating, waiting to unleash the strongest blow at the demon-slaying event. If her strength was consumed, it would be reduced a little, and it was hard to replenish. They were the same. They would avoid fighting if they could. Of course, the battle between Longpan and Tong was inevitable. Otherwise, these old fellows would have crawled out of their coffins to be sparring partners for the leader of the clothing division. Do our best and leave the rest to fate. In 300 years, we shall all rise together to fight the demons. ... Kill, kill, kill. Qi Yuan woke from a dream, his back drenched in cold sweat, soaking his clothes, his forehead also covered in sweat. He looked at the wooden cat puppet on the bedside, its eyes open, sitting upright, the red and black paint seemingly worn from age. Qi Yuan walked out of the thatched hut, standing in the courtyard. The cold moonlight fell on him, and he felt a chill. Killing too many people does indeed lead to nightmares. I am still too full of positive energy, just some remnants. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared before him. He looked at himself in the mirror. Handsome and extraordinary, with a hint of eeriness in his eyes, and faintly visible killing intent all over his body. The killing intent is still too strong. Who would believe that playing games would train someone to have such killing intent? After all, in his previous life, some people killed over 1 billion wild monsters in games without exuding such killing intent. Qi Yuan had already decided that unless he could refine or hide his killing intent, he would never go out. Even if he went out, he couldn't reveal his identity. Thinking this way, Qi Yuan didn't go back to sleep but took out the cultivation techniques he had moved from the Black Mountain sect, searching for a method to hide his killing intent. The Black Mountain sect, being notorious for its evil deeds, had cultivators who needed to hide their killing intent, so such methods must exist. After searching for a while, Qi Yuan found 3 methods to hide his killing intent. Xuanqing Kongling Dafa, Yuming Guiyu Washa Ju, and Lianzi Ju. Qi Yuan carefully studied them. Each had its own merits. However, the first and second methods were higher in grade, suitable for those at the foundation establishment stage or higher. Currently, Qi Yuan couldn't practice them. Moreover, surprisingly, the second method, Yuming Guiyu Washa Ju, was not a primary cultivation technique for cultivators but a functional method. Practicing it could lead to becoming a resource for certain entities. The problems in this world are too great, Qi Yuan worried. Even some methods can't be practiced carelessly. He looked at the last method, Lianzi Ju. This method could be practiced by Qi refining stage cultivators. It couldn't dissolve the killing intent but could hide it. Though inferior to the first 2, it was still quite good. This is the Lianzi Ju. If you make 145 modifications to it, it may yield unexpected results. Qi Yuan pondered and followed the instructions seen by his eyes, modifying the Lianzi Ju. After the modifications, he showed a look of amazement. My eyes really understand me, and what they show suits me so well. The newly modified Lianzi Ju was unrecognizable. It not only hid his killing intent but also allowed him to subtly project it onto others. This made Qi Yuan feel that if anyone accused him of having heavy killing intent and wanted to exorcise demons, he could justifiably counterattack. Die. On the Ascension platform, Qi Yuan, merged with Xiao Jia, was facing the siege of 10 divine domain experts. Now, he had ascended 100,000 steps. After 100,000 steps, the strength of the experts Qi Yuan encountered changed drastically. The weakest were at the divine domain level. Now, facing the siege of 10 level 91 divine domain experts, Qi Yuan was unafraid. His entire body seemed to solidify into blood energy, and the blood-red armor became even more terrifying. I've finally reached level 99 too. Qi Yuan's voice also became somewhat bewitching. He seemed to have come from hell. With one sword strike, the remnant images of the 10 divine realm powerhouses couldn't resist at all and were slaughtered by Qi Yuan's single sword. Wearing Xiao Jia, Qi Yuan could exert power at level 104. This level of strength was not something these enemies who had just entered the divine realm could deal with. Not to mention, Qi Yuan also had all the battle experiences and insights of those 84 divine realm powerhouses. Now, he could say without hesitation that he understood those people better than they understood themselves. Battle experience and techniques had all been integrated into his own being. In the battles below, I should also integrate all the battle experiences and techniques, making them my own. Moreover, can't I also learn the battle experiences and techniques of the enemies? There are still over 20,000 battles left. How many enemies? At least 20,000 divine realm, right? Maybe even 200,000 divine realm. I hope it won't overload the concealment character technique. Qi Yuan entered the game again to slaughter. Time flew by quickly. One day in the game was 1 year on the Ascension platform, and later, one day in the game could be 10 or even 100 years on the Ascension platform. The latter information wasn't told to Qi Yuan by that golden-armored divine general. Perhaps because the golden-armored divine general didn't expect Qi Yuan to be able to climb so high on the steps. Perhaps he thought that Qi Yuan would be like the previous challengers, dying in a certain battle, his blood dyeing the arena red, becoming part of the Guardians. Qi Yuan slaughtered tirelessly in the game. He didn't know how many living beings he had killed. Now before him were 50 level 93 divine realm powerhouses. If it were before, Qi Yuan would have quickly run away upon encountering them. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. Having experienced tens of thousands of battles, he had fully accepted the battle experiences of 84 divine realm powerhouses and absorbed the battle experiences of the checkpoint guardians. He had reached a terrifying level. He was like a ghost dancing on swords and blades, holding a blood-red treasure sword, weaving through dozens of divine realm powerhouses. Every sword strike of his seemed heaven-sent. Every attack, even his dodges and the release of martial Dao divine abilities, was beautiful to the extreme. Even the most critical person couldn't find any flaws in them. Qi Yuan's enormous body, with armor all over, became even more bewitching, the blood-red spikes looking horrifyingly creepy. Now, he was more demonic than the otherworldly demons. When he slaughtered all the enemies with his sword, a string of experience was gained. Qi Yuan squinted his eyes, still at level 99, unable to reach level 100. Qi Yuan couldn't remember how many divine realm beings he had killed. As a result, his experience bar was stuck at level 99, unable to increase further. It was as if an invisible hand had confined him to level 99. At least the experience is still there. The only thing that made Qi Yuan feel better was that the experience was still accumulating. There was just a restriction preventing him from leveling up. Once he broke through that restriction, he could level up. Qi Yuan wondered, what level would he reach? At least level 110, right? And there were still 10,000 steps left, with even more divine realm beings inside. This place is truly my monster farming paradise. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and exited the ascension ladder. He had killed for long enough, it was time to log off. Although Qi Yuan had experienced countless battles here, in reality, only half a month had passed. In this half-month, the water and fire Qi in Qi Yuan's body had been fully converted. When the water Qi was being converted, the entire Divine Light sect experienced a rainfall. However, possibly due to Qi Yuan's own killing intent, the color of that rain was red, like blood. Any cultivator who was drenched by that rain would have nightmares once they fell asleep. In their dreams, they saw a huge blood-colored figure, seemingly slaughtering in all directions. That huge figure emitted a terrifying aura, extremely horrifying. This caused many ordinary disciples of the Divine Light sect to have sleepless nights, with some crying and screaming, claiming to have seen a devil in their dreams. These words made those Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators laugh. What was so scary about a dream? Moreover, hearing those disciples describe that blood-red horrifying figure as a demonic god made them laugh even more. Qi refining cultivators and ordinary mortals really had limited experience, calling any cat or dog a demonic god. Some Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators who had already achieved abstinence from food became interested in that dream and deliberately went to sleep. When they saw the terrifying blood-red figure, their reactions were no better than those of the Qi refining disciples and ordinary mortals. Moreover, because they had seen more, they understood better the horror of that blood-red figure, and many of them were so scared that they nearly lost control of their minds. For several consecutive days, those Qi refining disciples in the entire Divine Light sect didn't dare to sleep at night, cultivating with panda eyes, until everything returned to normal 5 days later. The various strange occurrences that had happened recently in the Divine Light sect had already spread throughout the Great Shang country, attracting the attention of many. At this moment, Qi Yuan opened the chat interface, embraced Xiao Jia's slender waist, changed to a comfortable position, and started chatting idly with Jin Li again. Sigh, this Tianju has too many enemies. Killing every day, I'm tired of killing. Qi Yuan couldn't help but vent some negative energy to Jin Li. In the past, he rarely expressed negative energy. Now, after every major battle, he would chat with Jin Li for a while to ease the emotions in his heart. Of course, even if he hadn't experienced a major battle, he had already gotten used to chatting idly with Jin Li. And Jin Li was particularly understanding, sometimes listening, sometimes talking. I feel that in another half-month, I'll be able to clear Tianju, Qi Yuan sent the message over. With the help of your Yibu Forbidden Army, I have already taught the Tianyan Sacred Sect a lesson. The 3 supreme emperors of the Demon Clan have also been shot dead by the Yibu Forbidden Army. In another half-month, I will have completed my mission. Jin Li was also learning to speak in Qi Yuan's manner. Mission completed. So soon. Impressive. Once you're done, don't log off yet, wait for me a bit, we can meet in real life. Okay. Jin Li held the Linglong Yushi in her hand. Now, with the Yibu Forbidden Army in hand, she truly became the Empress of Nanqian. The taste of power is indeed intoxicating. But as someone who always enjoyed the mountain springs and breezes and understood her own place, she soon woke from it. Once this is over, I should leave. I was never a qualified emperor, so leaving it behind is no big deal. She had done her best with the tasks at hand, relying on the Yibu Forbidden Army to sweep away the demon clan, suppress the Tianyan sacred sect, and eliminate some threats. The future matters would be left to those who follow. At this moment, Jin Li sat by the window, gazing at the distant ancient Kichun trees, lost in thought. Senior brother, an invitation. Early in the morning, Qi Yuan was awakened by someone calling him in his dream. Having killed too many people in the game, he had grown accustomed to it, no longer having nightmares. But killing too many is exhausting, so he had been sleeping longer these days. Waking up, he rubbed his sleepy eyes, brushed away the hair from his brow, and asked, "What? What is it?" Qi Yuan felt a bit grumpy upon waking. But remembering there was a reason for this, he suppressed his grumpiness. Leaving the thatched cottage, he saw Zhang Lingsu standing gracefully outside the yard. Her beauty, with its mix of charm and playfulness, was pleasing to the eye, dissipating some of his morning grumpiness. "Senior brother, this is an invitation for master." Zhang Lingsu handed the invitation to Qi Yuan. The sect master had Qing Ying deliver it, and she also said the sect master has a message for you. Oh, what message? Qi Yuan took the invitation. The invitation looked quite high-end, with a watercolor painting on the outside. The sect master said, "You can open the invitation and take a look." Zhang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan was slightly stunned, not knowing what the sect master was up to. He opened the invitation and carefully read it, his brows immediately furrowing. He felt that his grumpiness upon waking was justified. A thought struck him, could it be that the other day when he mentioned the Bright Palace, the experts of the Bright Palace sensed it and sent an invitation to see his master? The invitation was issued in the name of the Bright Palace. The content was simple. The foundation building cultivator Zhu Lianhua of the Bright Palace had come to Dashang, wanting to invite some top righteous figures of Dashang to gather and discuss the future situation of Dashang's cultivation world and determine Dashang's development. Before the gathering, he would visit. Zhu Lianhua would come to the Shenguang sect in the next few days. The exact time was not fixed, so the Shenguang sect needed to prepare in advance. After reading the content, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't trouble for him, he had worried for nothing. Qi Yuan looked at the content of the invitation, sneering, "This guy is more pretentious than I am." As he spoke, he handed the invitation to Zhang Lingsu. After all, this wasn't something that needed to be kept secret. Zhang Lingsu took the invitation, biting her silver teeth as she read it, and especially upon seeing that name, a faint hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. This Zhu Lianhua is ridiculous, always so high and mighty, who does he think he is? A mere foundation-building cultivator, yet with such a grand attitude. The content of the invitation showcased Zhu Lianhua's arrogance to the fullest. Moreover, the exact arrival time was not fixed, yet they were to prepare for his arrival. Did he think he was a leader coming to inspect? And to discuss the future development of Dashang's cultivation world, to determine Dashang's development, such an attitude would make any Dashang cultivator want to say, "Who do you think you are, what qualifications do you have?" The arrogance of Zhu Lianhua was evident throughout the invitation. Great minds think alike. Qi Yuan very much agreed with his junior sister's words. Zhang Lingsu continued. People from the Bright Palace are always like this, especially when they come to small places, they always have their eyes on their heads. Unfortunately, they do have the capital to be arrogant. We'd better not offend them, otherwise, it could cause trouble. Zhang Lingsu had some fear of the Bright Palace. Of course, it was just a bit of fear. I'll take the invitation to master. Qi Yuan took the invitation, his mood suddenly brightening. Maybe he could see his master again. It had been months, and he missed him. Qi Yuan reached halfway up the mountain, once again encountering a barrier blocking his way. He held the invitation high and shouted, "Master, someone from the Bright Palace is here to visit, here is the invitation." As he spoke, he held up the invitation, looking forward. He wanted to see his master. At that moment, a breeze stirred, flipping the invitation. A ray of moonlight seemed to spill from the peak. The light and shadow formed two words, not seeing. They lingered for a moment before dissipating. I understand, master. Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed, not seeing his master. He held the invitation, feeling its texture. Seems pretty fancy, maybe I can sell it for a spirit stone. A day later, in the market around the Shenguang sect, a distinguished figure appeared, accompanied by a foundation building cultivator. The foundation building cultivator was at the peak of foundation building, but before the other foundation building mid-stage cultivator, he seemed very obsequious. Taoist Zhu, this is the market below the Shenguang sect. But it's quite shabby, not much of worth, incomparable to your bright palace. The peak foundation building cultivator spoke aloud on purpose. Unfortunately, no one in the market had heard of the bright palace, so his words had no effect. Only a cloaked cultivator seemed to catch something, his heart skipping a beat before pretending nothing had happened. Zhu Lianhua glanced over the market, saying lightly, "It's okay, I can manage to stay here, hoping to find some overlooked treasures." His visit to the Shenguang sect was firstly to pay respects to the strongest person in the Shenguang sect, the seven-color peak master. Secondly, there had been rumors of a treasure appearing in the Shenguang sect recently, with several anomalies. Such a treasure should belong to the worthy. He came from the bright palace, hence he was the worthy. The latter was his true purpose. The peak foundation building cultivator, Wang Shuang, snickered internally but fawned. Taoist Zhu is also here for that treasure. If it is indeed such a treasure, I must personally take it. The Shenguang sect is too small, they can't handle such a treasure, it would bring disaster. Zhu Lianhua spoke as if it were a matter of course. Wang Shuang internally despised him but continued to flatter. Taoist Zhu truly cares for the world. Even without having established ties with the Shenguang sect, you are already thinking of them. You think they have obtained this five-element treasure? Zhu Lianhua asked. Wang Shuang pondered. Even if they have, they probably wouldn't admit it publicly. What if I offer a recommendation to join the Bright Palace in exchange for their treasure, would they agree? Wang Shuang was stunned. A recommendation to join the Bright Palace was indeed precious. But just that, the Bright Palace was strong, but too far from Dashang. Wang Shuang respected Zhu Lianhua, but if pushed to the limit, he might dare to kill him. Of course, without being pushed, who would take such a risk? Wang Shuang found Zhu Lianhua's mentality from the big city absurd but still said, "I'm afraid the Shenguang sect might not recognize the value." In other words, the Shenguang sect would not hand over the treasure. Zhu Lianhua was not surprised. Seems I need another way. Though accustomed to arrogance, he understood not to push too hard. Otherwise, his identity wouldn't mean much. In Dashang, he might look down on all foundation building cultivators, but if a Yuandan cultivator decided to risk it all, disregarding their life, he would be in trouble. The two walked through the market, occasionally transmitting messages and occasionally speaking aloud. Wang Shuang then said, "I have learned a treasure-seeking technique, though not always reliable, it occasionally finds something. Today, let me show Taoist Zhu some treasure hunting, as an offering." Wang Shuang kept a low profile, understanding part of Zhu Lianhua's personality. Sure enough, Zhu Lianhua showed interest. "Let's see your skills." Wang Shuang performed a spell, named the Heavenly Treasure-Seeking Technique. He could sense some peculiar treasures. But he knew this market had no precious items, so he decided, if he failed to find anything, he would use his own money to buy something to replace it. The spell performed, a golden light appeared in Wang Shuang's eyes. After about half an incense stick of time, Wang Shuang's brows lifted with joy. Unexpectedly, there is indeed something here. Taoist Zhu, wait a moment, I will buy it and show it to you. If both went, the stall owner might see Zhu Lianhua's distinguished attire and raise the price. Zhu Lianhua nodded, understanding this, allowing Wang Shuang to go alone. He waited quietly in the market, knowing that even if Wang Shuang failed to find anything, he could secretly replace it with something else. Soon, Wang Shuang returned with a look of joy. "Taoist Zhu, I spent only a spirit stone, and successfully found a treasure, take a look." Wang Shuang held up the item he had found. Though it looks a bit fancy and somewhat damaged, it's material. He stopped speaking abruptly, noticing Zhu Lianhua's grim expression. Did he say something wrong? Wang Shuang was frightened. "Taoist." Zhu Lianhua grabbed the item from Wang Shuang's hand, his expression shifting. "Where did this come from?" Wang Shuang's heart sank, cautiously asking, "Taoist recognizes this treasure?" "It's no treasure at all." Zhu Lianhua threw the item to the ground. This is my invitation to the Shenguang sect. His anger evident, he was clearly furious. Wang Shuang was stunned. He hadn't expected the item he found to be Zhu Lianhua's invitation to the Shenguang sect. This was too ridiculous. Tearing up my invitation and selling it in the market, what does that mean? Are they disrespecting me, not putting the bright palace in their eyes? Zhu Lianhua was furious, he had never been so humiliated. Wang Shuang, standing next to him, also felt a bit embarrassed. This Shenguang sect, how could they handle things so poorly? He knew that Zhu Lianhua had sent an invitation to the 7-color peak, but he didn't expect it to be torn up and sold in the market. He organized his thoughts and said, I've heard that the senior disciple of 7-color peak is eccentric and acts unusually. Perhaps he was the one who sold the invitation. Wang Shuang did not mention the peak master of 7-color peak, trying to direct the conflict toward Qi Yuan. After all, he feared that Zhu Lianhua, in a fit of anger, might clash with the suspected late-stage nascent soul peak master. But having a conflict with a Qi refining disciple was not a big deal. HMPH, without that bitch Ruan Yishi's permission, would her disciple dare to sell my invitation? Zhu Lianhua transmitted his voice, his face already calm. If Zhang Lingsu were here and heard Zhu Lianhua's voice transmission, she would definitely say, senior brother would dare. Zhu Taoist, be careful with your words. This is the market under Shenguang sect. HMPH, we are just transmitting our voices, what is there to fear? Zhu Lianhua continued his voice transmission. Wang Shuang felt even more contemptuous upon hearing this. Everyone knows you're afraid and don't dare to scold openly, so why act so arrogant? Taoist, are we still going to Shenguang sect? Wang Shuang tentatively asked, should we go to demand an explanation? He looked at Zhu Lianhua, fearing that Zhu Lianhua, in a fit of anger, would make a scene at Shenguang sect. If that happened, he would definitely claim that his 13th concubine was having a difficult labor and he needed to rush back home, avoiding involvement. Zhu Lianhua's expression was uncertain, but he eventually spoke, going now would be courting humiliation. But I will remember today's humiliation. Shenguang sect humiliates me today, and when I step into the nascent soul realm in the future, I will make this sect restless. Let's go. Zhu Lianhua chose to bide his time. Completing the task given by his master was the top priority. As for Shenguang sect, Ruan Yishi, and the Qi Yuan, he remembered them. Wang Shuang was delighted upon hearing this. Taoist, this is a wise decision. That Ruan Yishi is highly skilled and not easy to provoke, but her disciple is just a Qi refining stage. When he leaves the sect, I will find a reason to capture him to vent your anger. Not far away, Qi Yuan, wearing a cloak, was scratching his face anxiously. Just now, he had secretly gone down the mountain to sell that invitation. Unexpectedly, he encountered people from Bright Palace. What a small world. He secretly hid his presence and followed them, eavesdropping on some information that made him angry. That Zhu Lianhua wants to seize the treasure. Who is the treasure of Shenguang sect if not Qi Yuan himself? Trying to seize him, how could Qi Yuan tolerate that? In the end, seeing the anger and intense voice transmission of the other party who bought the invitation, Qi Yuan felt they were plotting something big. It's a pity I can't read minds, otherwise, I would surely know their conspiracy. They must be plotting to overthrow our Shenguang sect now. Wolfish ambitions. It's a pity I have no evidence. Reporting this to the sect might result in me being confined again, just like last time when I exposed the sect leader as a spy. I can't stand by idly, I must act for the sect. If the sect is in trouble today and I don't act, who will save me when I'm in trouble tomorrow? Moreover, they must also intend to harm my master. Such people shouldn't live in this world. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth like Zhu Lianhua. He felt Zhu Lianhua was really petty. Always wanting to exterminate entire families. Can't there be more trust between people? What if the invitation was accidentally stolen and sold by a thief? At worst, it was because he, Qi Yuan, was too poor and had no choice but to sell the invitation. Couldn't Zhu Lianhua be a bit more understanding? Just then, a tender white hand patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother. A girl in a black cloak sat opposite Qi Yuan. This girl was Zhang Lingsu. Qi Yuan was startled. I'm not your senior brother, I don't know Qi Yuan. Senior brother, stop pretending. Zhang Lingsu leaned close to Qi Yuan's ear and whispered, do you have any ideas about those people from Bright Palace? I just went out to gather materials and overheard their conspiracy. They want to overthrow Shenguang sect and the Shang kingdom. Qi Yuan said excitedly. Zhang Lingsu was stunned and then a bit speechless. She glanced at Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang 20 meters away. Plotting at such a distance and via voice transmission, and you overheard. Zhang Lingsu said, Senior brother, do you have any ideas about those two? Yes, Qi Yuan said righteously, I want to fight for the sect and kill these scoundrels. Zhang Lingsu felt lucky she asked her senior brother. Otherwise, if senior brother acted impulsively, it would be suicide and ruin her plan. Senior brother, those two are indeed hateful, and I also want to kill them. But they are strong, and we might not be their match. Zhang Lingsu organized her thoughts. She had her plans for killing Zhu Lianhua. Her plans were not suitable to tell senior brother. Senior brother, follow me and listen to my instructions. We will kill them together. Zhang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan hesitated. We are too weak. What if we can't defeat them? Zhang Lingsu smiled bitterly. Senior brother, you know you're weak. She felt that if she hadn't come, senior brother would surely have followed them to cause trouble. Senior brother was different from ordinary people, with a unique thought process, and anything could happen. Don't worry, I have a treasure that can definitely kill them both. Senior brother, follow my lead and don't act rashly, or things might go wrong. Zhang Lingsu said, handing 3 talismans to Qi Yuan. These 3 talismans are Concealment Talisman, Copper Armor Talisman, and Water Escape Talisman. They provide concealment, protection, and escape. Zhang Lingsu gave the talismans to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, junior sister. Senior brother, use the Concealment Talisman and Copper Armor Talisman, and let's follow them. All right. Though reluctant, Qi Yuan used the talismans. The two of them, using the talismans, walked through the market. The market people seemed oblivious to their presence. They followed Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang out of the market. Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu kept following behind. Senior brother, stay close to me, Zhang Lingsu whispered. She feared if senior brother was too far, she couldn't protect him if a fight broke out. All right, Qi Yuan moved closer to Zhang Lingsu. The distance between them was very close, and Zhang Lingsu could feel Qi Yuan's slightly nervous breathing, making her blush. It was her first close encounter with a man. But for senior brother's safety, she didn't hesitate, taking his hand. Senior brother, if there's danger, stay behind me. All right, I'll protect you from behind. Qi Yuan agreed, holding Zhang Lingsu's hand. They secretly followed Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they entered a forest. In this secluded place, few people came. Zhang Lingsu remained calm, but Qi Yuan seemed nervous, his breathing rapid, making Zhang Lingsu feel a strange sensation. Senior brother, when the time is right, we will attack and kill them. Attacking without honor, I understand this. Yes, follow my lead. Zhang Lingsu emphasized. Facing a perfected foundation establishment and a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Zhang Lingsu knew she wasn't their match alone. But with her numerous treasures, she could overwhelm the 2 foundation establishment cultivators. They moved quietly, soon reaching the depths of the forest. At this point, Wang Shuang and Zhu Lianhua stopped, seemingly discussing something. Seeing this, Qi Yuan suddenly shouted, Junior sister, now is the best time, watch me sneak attack. With that, Qi Yuan charged with a kitchen knife. Zhang Lingsu was dumbfounded. She knew this was the best time for a sneak attack, but she needed time to prepare her treasures. She planned to get ready and then tell senior brother she was about to attack, and he should stay behind. Who knew senior brother was so impulsive? Those were a perfected and a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. You, a chi refining stage, charging like this. And this is called a sneak attack. Charging with a kitchen knife. At this moment, Zhang Lingsu had no time to think. Qi Yuan easily sliced through 2 foundation establishment cultivators like cutting vegetables. The event happened so suddenly that Zhang Lingsu was left dumbfounded. Hearing Qi Yuan's shout, she blinked her large eyes, looking pitiful. Senior brother, I didn't see anything, and I know nothing. Could it be that senior brother has been possessed by an old demon? This was Zhang Lingsu's first thought. Killing 2 foundation establishment cultivators with a kitchen knife was too fierce. No wonder his body emanated such intense killing intent, it didn't seem fake. She had naively thought that senior brother had simply played too many games, resulting in a body full of killing intent. He must be going out hunting every day while she was cultivating. From the way senior brother killed earlier, if an essence core cultivator was unprepared, they might even be ambushed and hurt. Zhang Lingsu looked at her senior brother, feeling a bit nervous. Qi Yuan was also stunned, his face anxious. Junior sister, how can you not take responsibility after doing such a thing to your senior brother? Zhang Lingsu observed her senior brother's expression, which didn't seem faked. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had just suddenly killed 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Could her judgment be wrong, or was this old demon just too adept at disguising? She secretly activated the Kunshin mirror. The results showed that her senior brother was at the peak of the qi refining stage, his soul was intact, and there were no signs of possession. This left her both shocked and delighted. Shocked at how formidable her senior brother was. Delighted that her senior brother was not possessed by an old demon. Zhang Lingsu couldn't figure it out. She recalled her senior brother's actions carefully. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but he had managed to kill 2 Foundation establishment cultivators with a kitchen knife. Senior brother, why are you so formidable? If it's a secret, you don't have to tell me. I'll tell you if you promise to take responsibility for me, Qi Yuan insisted. Zhang Lingsu held her forehead. Yes, the original senior brother was back. I will take responsibility, Zhang Lingsu said, feeling strange as if she had slept with her senior brother and then refused to acknowledge him. Because in the game, I experienced endless killing. Every day, it was kill, kill, kill. Constant killing, I don't know how long it went on. Qi Yuan spoke seriously, his tone a bit weary. Really in the game Jade Slip? Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan, feeling an inexplicable heartache. Thinking of the one on 7 Colors Peak, who was her convenient master, she suddenly realized. The skills her senior brother showed when killing the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators weren't particularly advanced, but his combat techniques were seamless. Without endless combat and killing, such techniques couldn't be honed. The game Jade Slip her senior brother had must be extremely precious, allowing daily combat to sharpen oneself. Such a valuable Jade Slip must have been given by that mysterious master on 7 Colors Peak. But Zhang Lingsu was puzzled. Why train so many combat skills at the qi refining stage? Senior brother, you are truly amazing. In regions where the immortal path flourishes, you'd be considered a true prodigy. Of course, there was an unspoken sentence she didn't say. Senior brother could only be considered a juvenile prodigy, far from those who had truly grown. Her senior brother's combat power far exceeded that of an average peak qi refining cultivator. While it's rare, Zhang Lingsu had seen many who could fight above their level. If it were one of the prodigies she knew, she might accept it more readily. But in her original understanding, her senior brother was just an ordinary little genius, now suddenly showing prodigious combat power, she could only imagine a lot. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingsu suddenly felt enlightened, everything became clear. Her senior brother being that master's disciple, it's normal for him to be comparable to prodigies. Senior brother, with the combat power of a prodigy and an exceptionally handsome appearance, seemed like a very good man. Thinking this, her heart rippled again. Qi Yuan, hearing Zhang Lingsu compare him to prodigies, said, "Junior sister, no need to flatter me, just take responsibility as promised." Zhang Lingsu felt her imagined scene shatter. Senior brother, you'd be better without a mouth. Whether I have a mouth or not, you must take responsibility. You were the one who urged me to come, you're the mastermind, I'm the accomplice. Qi Yuan loudly proclaimed. Zhang Lingsu rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan, her gaze filled with countless emotions. I killed these 2, Zhang Lingsu said softly. Before coming, she had already planned how to deal with the aftermath of the murder. Naturally, she wouldn't blame the Shenguang sect but take full responsibility. Qi Yuan, hearing this, felt relieved. I happened to pass by, I can testify it was these 2 who attacked first, and junior sister had no choice but to fight back. Zhang Lingsu was almost immune to her senior brother's logic. Is this even human language? From being the murderer to becoming a witness. Zhang Lingsu and Qi Yuan approached the bodies, and Zhang Lingsu bent down, taking Zhu Lian's storage bag. With a flick of her hand, a jade slip fell into her palm. Zhang Lingsu showed an understanding look. As expected, the Bright Palace sent this person to the Great Shang to control it and incorporate it into the Bright Palace. What do you mean? Qi Yuan leaned in. The Eastern lands have 13 states, the Bright Palace is located in Qian Immortal State, taking half a month to reach the 100 nations from there by immortal boat. The 100 nations don't have large sects like the Bright Palace and are constantly at war. The Great Shang Kingdom is one of the 100 nations. The 100 nations are about the size of one state in the Eastern lands. This map is quite large, so does this mean I'm just a country bumpkin from the mountains? Qi Yuan, having joined the Seven Colors Peak and becoming the senior brother, felt proud, thinking he was a dragon among men. Hearing this vast world made him lose his pride. Now he felt like a vice leader of a small study group in a village elementary school. Destroying the Black Mountain sect. It was like fighting with the chubby neighbor kid and going to his house at night to beat up his chickens. Senior brother, don't belittle yourself. The forces in the 100 nations aren't insignificant, the only regret is the lack of Purple Mansion level cultivators. Zhang Lingsu comforted him. In the 13 states of the eastern lands, the Zhang family is considered a major clan. But in the eyes of true experts, it could be destroyed with a snap. Zhang Lingsu even believed that the future disaster of the Kanglan realm might already be foreseen by supreme experts. But those experts, even if they knew, might not tell them, the weak. I'm not belittling myself, I feel pretty good. After feeling disappointed, Qi Yuan felt a sense of security. The bigger the world, the less conspicuous he was. Less likely to encounter terrifying experts. Keep a low profile and develop. The Bright Palace wants to support some countries in the 100 nations, Zhu Lianhua was sent for this reason. Interfering in internal affairs, he deserves to die. Qi Yuan felt justified in his killing, thinking of becoming the lord over my head, the Bright Palace is truly disgusting. And I'm actually a member of the Shenhua Association, always opposing the Bright Palace. Whatever they want to do, I naturally have to sabotage. Zhang Lingsu smiled mischievously. With a flick of her hand, a peculiar petal fell from her palm, embedding itself in Zhu Lianhua's chest. This is the mark of the Shenhua Association. When their bodies are sent back to the Bright Palace and see this petal, they'll know who killed them. Zhang Lingsu said, now what we need to do is make sure their bodies are discovered and sent to Lingtian Pavilion. The second part was simple and easily handled. Qi Yuan focused on the first part. Shenhua Association, what's that? The Shenhua Association is an alliance of like-minded cultivators. Unlike the Bright Palace, the Shenhua Association is very loose with no complicated rules. Everyone joins the Shenhua Association, hides their identities, communicates, and exchanges resources. Zhang Lingsu explained. Qi Yuan was intrigued. It sounded good. Junior sister, can I join? Qi Yuan lacked cultivation methods. He wanted to join to obtain some techniques. Zhang Lingsu replied, senior brother, your talent is good, but your background is a bit low. Qi Yuan was taken aback. Cultivation also considers background. Kings and princes aren't born special. This Shenhua Association lacks vision, not uniting the majority, won't go far. Not accepting him, demean hard. Zhang Lingsu smiled. Of course, it does. The world is full of geniuses, but what lacks is resources. But it's okay, once you reach foundation establishment, with my recommendation, you should be able to join the Shenhua Association. Wow, the Shenhua Association is quite interesting, thanks, junior sister. Qi Yuan, the dragon slayer, finally became the dragon. Alright, senior brother, we should leave now. Zhang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan stopped, somewhat embarrassed. Junior sister, shouldn't we loot the corpses? Junior sister is a rich lady, she may disdain looting corpses. But he is just a poor boy, if he doesn't loot corpses he can't afford to eat. There's nothing precious in his storage bag, just one precious cultivation technique jade slip. The other one is even poorer, just some junk in his storage bag. Zhang Lingsu said. Her hand turned over, and a pile of messy things came out, mixed with a pile of broken spirit stones, mostly fallen from Wang Shuang's storage bag. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. This is called junk, but thinking of his knife, which rummages through the garbage pile outside junior sister's thatched cottage every night, he fell silent. Indeed, these things are not even comparable to garbage for junior sister. Children from poor families become adults early. Qi Yuan silently picked up the spirit stones. Senior brother, this is the Bright Palace's basic cultivation technique, Xuantian light technique, a Zon grade lower rank technique, just average. But it's just for ordinary disciples to cultivate, nothing worth paying attention to. However, a secret technique within it, the brilliant sword, is quite interesting. Zhang Lingsu threw the jade slip to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan increasingly felt that he was just a bumpkin, remove the, like. In Shengguang sect, the best cultivation technique was only jade grade, and only middle rank. But this cultivation technique that junior sister called average was actually Zon grade. Qi Yuan took the cultivation technique and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he felt. As expected of a Zon grade technique, Just one cultivation technique contained all kinds of things. Qi Yuan had a feeling that comprehending this cultivation technique completely would gain more than looking at 1,000 or even 10,000 low-grade techniques. He suddenly felt that wasting time every day looking at a pile of low-grade techniques from Black Mountain sect was really a waste of time. Spending several months looking at tens of thousands of low-grade techniques would gain less than one Zon-grade technique. Zon-grade techniques are already so terrifying, how terrifying would heaven-grade techniques be? If he could obtain a heaven-grade technique, wouldn't Qi Yuan be able to deduce the Qi Yuan Classic to Golden Core or even Nascent Soul Realm by studying it daily? As for the cultivation techniques obtained in the game, they are not of the same origin as the cultivation path, and cannot be used to reference and advance the Qi Yuan Classic. Of course, this may also be related to Qi Yuan's current strength being too weak, unable to see through the essence of cultivation techniques. Thank you, junior sister, this cultivation technique is of great use to me. Qi Yuan grasped the jade slip, but thinking of something, he said, Junior sister, you are the mastermind, you should also take something. Zhang Lingsu glared at Qi Yuan. Still talking about mastermind and accomplice now? She impatiently picked up some junk. Let's go. Qi Yuan looked at the corpses of those two again. Junior sister, that flower looks quite valuable. That flower was the symbol of the Divine Flower Society. Zhang Lingsu was completely speechless. Senior brother, I think those two corpses are quite valuable too. Why don't you take them back to 7-Color Peak as flower fertilizer, or refine them into puppets? No way, I'm afraid the Bright Palace will misunderstand. Qi Yuan hurriedly refused. The two returned to Shengguang sect, but on the way, Zhang Lingsu secretly sneaked outside Jingguangtang and left a letter. The two left Jingguangtang and returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Lingsu stood outside the thatched cottage, looking at Qi Yuan's back. A strange look flashed in her eyes. She killed people together with senior brother, and learned senior brother's secret. Now the relationship between the two should be closer than before, right? Senior brother, she called out softly, preparing to invite senior brother to eat together at night. Qi Yuan stopped, suddenly turned his head. Junior sister, you misunderstood, I didn't destroy Black Mountain sect. Although I killed a foundation building perfect realm today, Black Mountain sect has many golden core elders, each extremely powerful. I didn't misunderstand. Zhang Lingsu no longer wanted to mention eating together. Senior brother isn't an old monster, how could a Qi refinement perfect realm destroy Black Mountain sect? It's impossible to think about. Time passed. Qi Yuan sat in the thatched cottage, all his attention was on the Xuantian light technique, or rather on a secret technique within it, the brilliant sword. This secret technique was the most powerful magic Qi Yuan had seen so far. This secret technique could condense one's spiritual power into a brilliant sword to kill enemies. The condensed brilliant sword was righteous and bright, like a sword of light, emitting the radiance of the great sun, enough to capture souls, making evil demons and heretics fear in their hearts and briefly lose focus, then kill them. It can be said that the brilliant sword also carried a mental attack. This was the Bright Palace's supreme secret technique, disciples of the Light Palace could all cultivate it. Moreover, the Bright Palace deliberately spread it outside. Because to cultivate a stronger version, to advance the secret technique, one needed to make great contributions to the Light Palace. Knowing these things, during this time, Qi Yuan had been adapting this cultivation technique. This secret technique was to transform one's righteousness into the radiance of the great sun. Qi Yuan took a different approach, turning his killing intent into a brilliant sword. Now, it was finally successful. At this moment, Qi Yuan's body was full of blood qi. He left the thatched cottage and came to the place where he often practiced techniques. Brilliant sword. A sword emerged, like winter wind cutting human skin and flesh. Only a blood-red sword appeared, standing in the air, inexplicably terrifying. With one sword strike, Qi Yuan felt he could easily kill a foundation establishment cultivator. This could be said to be very terrifying. Without relying on the power of the knife, Qi Yuan slaying a foundation establishment cultivator, even when they weren't on guard, was not so easy. Seeing this sword, Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The adaptation can be considered successful. It's just blood red, not like a righteous sword, but more like an evil cultivator's sword. No good. In the coming period, I need to find a chance to change this blood sword into a light sword. Qi Yuan felt that the main task next was to disguise the blood sword produced by this technique as a light sword. Then in future battles, he could openly use it, and even imitate Bright Palace to pressure others with righteousness. Look, I've even condensed my righteousness into a light sword, how could I possibly be an old demon? Qi Yuan returned to the cottage. He glanced at the cold moon above Seven Color Peak, sighing inexplicably, it's time to kill again. Today, crossing the final hurdle, as long as I defeat the golden-armored divine general, I will fully control Tianju. Actually, he felt some trepidation in his heart now. In the outside world, perhaps less than a month had passed. But in Tianju, he had already been killing for several hundred years, nearly 1,000 years. In Tianju, he killed every day. The enemies he encountered also grew stronger and stronger. His combat skills had also been honed to an astonishing degree. Now facing Zhang Hua again, he only needed to use 90% of his strength to kill Zhang Hua in one move. It should be noted that Zhang Hua was a level 97 God Realm powerhouse. On the ascension stairs in Tianju, he killed every day, seeking to learn from opponents, emulate them, then defeat them with one sword strike. He didn't know how many God Realm beings he had killed. His combat experience against God Realm had reached the peak, he could kill God Realm beings with his eyes closed. And his experience pool had accumulated to a terrifying degree. Unfortunately, his level remained stuck at 99, unable to advance further. Too much killing made Qi Yuan somewhat weary. However, thinking of Xiao Jia who had always fought alongside him, he roused his spirits again. I am a man who has donned armor, I should slay all enemies. Qi Yuan entered the game, holding Xiao Jia's hand as they climbed out of the pit. Qi Yuan stepped onto the final stair. As long as he passed the last stair, he only needed to defeat the golden-armored general to fully control Tianju. The last two battles would both be bitter struggles. Qi Yuan held Xiao Jia's cold little hand as they stepped onto the final stair. The scene before their eyes changed. Qi Yuan looked around and saw peak after peak in his field of vision. The peaks gathered around, surrounding him in the middle. On each peak sat a God Realm powerhouse. The auras of these God Realm powerhouses were no weaker than Dragon Judge, Yu, or Tong. All were peak God Realm, level 99 existences. For some reason, Qi Yuan even felt their levels might actually be higher than 99, but for some unknown reason were suppressed to level 99. When Qi Yuan appeared, all the God Realm powerhouses on the peaks opened their eyes. Thousands of sharp gazes looked at Qi Yuan, making him feel as if thorns were pricking his back. It was like the rock in Journey to the West, who intruded into Spirit Mountain and was surrounded by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Now he also stood in the center of 3,000 God Realm powerhouses. 3,000 God Realm beings. Qi Yuan held his sword, his figure especially straight and tall, a faint bloody color permeating, appearing bewitching yet extraordinarily handsome. Facing the God Realm powerhouses of the final level, his gaze was especially calm, but looking closely, one could see endless bloodiness within. But when he looked down at Xiao Jia, a trace of tenderness welled up in his gaze. Xiao Jia, let's fight together once more. Blood-red armor covered his entire body, and Qi Yuan's height had soared to 137 meters. On his shoulders, blood-red spikes glistened, appearing transparent and sinister under the sunlight, as if they were about to drip blood. He wielded a massive sword, striding forward like a demon emerging from hell. Qi Yuan held his sword, his voice hoarse and deep. Kill. At this moment, there was only one word, kill. Kill, kill, kill. 3,000 peaks flew towards Qi Yuan, with peak-level Divine Realm experts attacking from all directions. Qi Yuan opened his blood-red eyes, seeing countless afterimages and innumerable martial techniques. Kill. He raised the giant sword with one hand and jumped fiercely. The immense impact cracked the ground beneath his feet. The giant blood-red armor leapt up. At this moment, all techniques seemed useless. The massive body, standing 137 meters tall, falling with such force was enough to terrify anyone. Not to mention, this behemoth wielded an extremely powerful sword strike. Die, all of you. Everything he saw, he killed. Qi Yuan didn't know how many he had slain. But in the game world, on the Ascension platform, anyone he saw was slain by him. Seen and killed, a single sword strike shattered the enormous peaks. Rocks and soil flew, breaking into countless pieces. The peak's owner was directly smashed to death by a single strike. Ah, Qi Yuan was like a killing god, no, a killing demon. Wielding the giant blood-red sword, he slaughtered with every strike. 3,000 peak Divine Realm experts joined forces, attacking him continuously. Dozens to hundreds of martial techniques bombarded Qi Yuan. It was like trying to entangle a giant beast with a spider's web. Qi Yuan wielded his sword, sweeping horizontally with brute force, breaking through all techniques. One sword strike, no matter what martial technique, secret art, or forbidden spell, was like a spider web being cut apart, dissolving into nothingness. Peaks shattered, rivers flowed backward, blood stained the divine realm. Facing 3,000 peak divine realm experts, Qi Yuan was like a wolf among sheep. A mighty beast, standing on the ground, its head looking down from the clouds, wielding a giant sword, slaughtering all beings. His combat skills, his will, had been honed to perfection in these 129,600 battles. His battles with the peak divine realm were filled with the beauty of violence, brute force, and dominance, yet also with supreme skill, natural and artistic. Kill, 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 kill. Slaughter until the heavens and earth were turned upside down, until the sun and moon lost their light, until the world was in chaos. Brothers in arms, Qi Yuan and Xiaojia slaughtered the 3,000 divine realms together. In the forbidden land of 5 elements. Long Pan's eyes showed a trace of worry. Do you feel that the restrictions of the forbidden land of 5 elements are slowly fading away? I'm afraid that in 1,000 years, it will become an ordinary forbidden land, even supreme emperors will be able to tread. Do you suspect it's the extraterrestrial demons? You spoke. In 1,000 years, the demon-slaying assembly would have long ended. If he is slowly unlocking the restrictions of the forbidden land of 5 elements now, what's the use of it taking 1,000 years? You have a point. Long Pan ceased the topic. What do you think of the current training of the chief of the Department of Clothes in the human world? How much of our divine shadow has he digested? He has only been out for a month. You think too much. There's still 300 years left. Hopefully, he can reach the peak of the divine realm, so he can have a bit more confidence facing the extraterrestrial demons. You sighed. Long Pan thought of something, his expression becoming solemn. After the celestial god went to resist the extraterrestrial demons, he sent you a message. Besides what you told us, is there really nothing else, like the strength of the extraterrestrial demons, and their exact numbers? You was silent for a moment. No, what the celestial god said, I've already told you all. Why hide it? Long Pan sighed upon hearing this. No, die. The giant sword descended from the sky, shattering the last peak. The sword tip also ground down the last peak divine realm expert in the 3,000 divine realms. Yes, not stabbed to death, because his body couldn't accommodate such a large hole, he was ground flat. Qi Yuan stood still, his body covered in thick blood that seemed to be solidifying. Half a day in the outside world, a year in the ascension platform. Qi Yuan fought tirelessly, continuously battling. Finally, he completely killed the 3,000 divine realms. The blood on his blood-red armor had dried, leaving some black spots. He inserted his sword into the mountain, sitting down, panting heavily. The air exhaled from his nostrils and mouth blew away the nearby rocks and soil. He scooped up water from the lake with his hand, splashing it on his face repeatedly. The lake's water level dropped significantly, revealing the mud. Qi Yuan finally felt much cooler. Having defeated the 3,000 divine realms, he had now climbed 129,600 steps. Going further up, he would reach the true ascension platform. Defeating the golden armored god would mean he completely controlled Tianju. Each of the final steps had 3,000 divine realms. How terrifying must that final golden armored god be? Qi Yuan couldn't imagine. Battle. Qi Yuan had no fear. He was now at his weakest yet strongest. If he retreated, his martial spirit would dissipate. He could only move forward, invincible. He pulled the sword from the mountain's crevice, shattering the peak. Holding his sword, he ascended the final ascension platform. His body quickly shrunk, reducing to 12 meters. At this moment, a majestic voice came. You have arrived. Qi Yuan looked over, seeing a one-armed golden armored god. He stood on the ascension platform, his expression mechanical and cold, holding a pitch-black spear in his right hand. The spear was stained with blood, emitting a cold light. He was different from the golden armored god Qi Yuan first saw. So many years have passed, I never thought anyone could ascend the ascension platform. The golden armored god spoke, his mechanical voice tinged with melancholy. Qi Yuan asked, where can one go by ascending the ascension platform? For the first time, a strange smile appeared on the golden armored god's emotionless face. I heard it's the stars, but... He stopped speaking. Qi Yuan asked, but what? But in reality, it's to become my master's disciple, and finally enter my master's stomach. The golden armored god held the black spear, aiming at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan felt a chill down his spine upon hearing this. Who was the master of Tianju? Who created the Colosseum? He didn't know. However, the current master of Daihui was an extraterrestrial demon. In today's chaotic world, with the sun and moon reversed, only in such times could someone as weak as you ascend the true ascension platform and qualify to stand before me. The golden armored god spoke, his voice mechanical and cold. Make your move, end this boring battle. The spear's sharpness emitted a chilling light. The one-armed golden armored god stood alone, his pressure spreading invisibly, surpassing 10,000 troops. Qi Yuan squinted, and information appeared. Fragmented golden armored god's residual soul, level 119. Level 119. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful expert in this world. No one he had encountered had broken through level 100. Even he couldn't break through level 100. Now, he was facing a level 119 expert. An unknown, mysterious, and powerful expert. Qi Yuan's hair stood on end, his body trembling, tensing up completely. All his concentration, all his mind was focused on the golden armored god. He held his sword, vigilant, attacking. All his killing intent, all his battle will, peaked at this moment. Kill. He knew this battle was almost certain death. So, Qi Yuan unleashed his strongest attack from the start. The giant sword, enhanced by numerous martial techniques and skills, unleashed the strongest strike in this world. One sword pierced the golden armored god's body. The golden armored god shattered into fragments. Where is he? After the strike, Qi Yuan saw the surprised look in the golden armored god's eyes, saw him shatter into fragments. But it was impossible for a level 119 expert to be killed by a single strike. He naturally knew it was just a trick. Come out. Come out for me, I see you. Qi Yuan wielded the giant sword, performing his signature sword technique again. Summer 8/. This sword technique, randomly swinging, full of flaws, yet giving him the strongest sense of security. As if anyone approaching would be injured by his Summer 8/. Unfortunately, no matter how he roared, no one responded. At this moment, a prompt appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. You have slain the fragmented golden armored god's residual soul, gaining the opportunity to step into level 100. Would you like to advance? Qi Yuan was stunned. I killed him, instantly. No, his face showed even more fear. This is what a level 119 expert is, even knowing my thoughts, realizing he's an NPC in the game. Simulating the GM to deceive me, how cunning. The moment I let my guard down, you'll surely strike me down with thunderous force. Qi Yuan sneered coldly at the sky. Unfortunately, no one responded. He stood there for who knows how long. He showed a puzzled expression. Could I have overthought it? He thought for a moment and then bent down to search for something on the ground. About an hour later, Qi Yuan looked at the shattered remains of the golden armor on the ground. Or rather, not remains, but fragments. He looked shocked. Really dead? Just like that? He couldn't understand. I must have been silly, worrying for nothing. Luckily, there are no spectators in the arena, otherwise, I, the young emperor, would have lost face today, scaring myself. Only then did Qi Yuan focus on the prompt he had received earlier. Slaying the golden armored god general, gaining the chance to step into level 100. He was stunned. He relied on Xiaojia to reach level 104. But that wasn't his own power. Inside his body, there was a lot of experience, all filled up. Once he stepped into level 100, he would level up madly, reaching a realm even he couldn't imagine. However, for some unknown reason, he was inexplicably afraid to level up. Especially the words the golden armored god general had spoken before. He always felt that reaching level 100 would bring terrifying consequences. After all, in this world, he hadn't seen anyone truly reach level 100 yet. Not leveling up for now. Qi Yuan decided to keep the opportunity to level up. He would only upgrade when he was forced to. Anyway, it wasn't necessary now. Another prompt appeared. Tianju instance cleared, rewards obtained. Reward 1. Heavenly Dao Fragments 30. Reward 2. Opportunity to enter level 100 can be used anytime. 60 fragments now. According to my guess, with the 30 fragments from Dewey, the place where there will be the demon slaying conference 300 years later, and 10 from the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land, I will have all the Heavenly Dao fragments, thus completing the Heavenly Dao Foundation. Qi Yuan was in a good mood. At this time, the game's prompt came. Step onto the Ascension platform. After an hour, the restrictions of Tianju will disappear, and you can leave for the mortal world. After 1 month of enlightenment in the mortal world, you will be teleported to Dway. Mortal world, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. I can meet Jinli in person. But only 1 month, then I have to go to Dway to fight bosses. Doesn't matter, meeting her first. Qi Yuan thought and quickly informed Jinli about this. Jinli, I have cleared Tianju, I can leave the Forbidden Land and spend a month in the mortal world. Let's meet at the ancient tree. By the way, you left the southern Qian kingdom and headed to the ancient tree a few days ago. Have you arrived? At this moment, in a small town under the ancient tree of Jiuqi Xuanmu, Jinli was sitting by a lake. Not far away, some children were playing and making a racket. One child was playing in the water and was pulled out by his mother, receiving a couple of smacks on his buttocks, clearly from a loving mother. A large bird flew down from the ancient tree, diving into the water with a splash, seemingly catching a small fish. By the lake, many young couples were meeting. Are you really coming to see me? Jinli's heart tightened. Yes, I have a month. Where shall we meet? Give me the coordinates. I am in Qiu town, in the Yuehuang dynasty under the ancient tree. It's easy to find. After leaving Tianju, head southeast, and you will reach here. I will wait for you at Banyu Lake. Jinli's body trembled with excitement. Okay, I got it. Qi Yuan said, then asked, how is it outside? Is stuff expensive? Is the food good? Is the scenery beautiful? The scenery here is beautiful. The ancient tree is really huge. It is the divine tree of Wangyu continent. The Yuehuang dynasty is next to it. Unlike the southern Qian kingdom, there is no war here, and people live in peace. There are many delicious things. I tried a crispy sweet duck today, and it tasted very good. I'm trying to learn how to make it. When you come, I'll cook for you. Okay, I hope it's not too bad. Otherwise, I'll have to pretend it's good and eat it all, which would be tough. Quote. Oh, this is my first time meeting an online friend. To be honest, I'm quite excited. Me too. What do you look like? Oh, that was abrupt. I should be, okay. Don't worry, I'm very handsome, I won't dislike you. I've asked you so many questions, don't you want to ask me something? Like my height, annual income, whether I have a car, a house, the bride price. Quote. Saying so much, it feels like a matchmaking. Online, it should be CPDD. What is that? Looking for a partner, that's what it means. Anyway, I've used too much energy today, I need to log off and rest for a while. I should be out of Tianju by tomorrow. If I don't get lost, see you tomorrow. If I do get lost, then see you in 3 or 7 days. After finishing, Qi Yuan logged off. Jinli, dressed in white, sat by the lake, thinking about something. Your Majesty, is that esteemed person coming to see you? Aunt Qin appeared beside Jinli. Jinli smiled. Yes, also Aunt Qin, don't call me Your Majesty anymore, just call me Ally. I am no longer the Empress of Southern Qian Kingdom, and I am not suited to be an Empress. Aunt Qin, familiar with Jinli, smiled, seeing you looking so lost now, what are you worried about? Nothing, Aunt Qin said. Your Majesty has a noble body and a beautiful appearance, worthy of anyone. Jinli was silent, not speaking. Aunt Qin continued. That esteemed person was willing to lend the terrifying clothing department Forbidden Army to Your Majesty, showing his great care for you. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry anymore. Being so distracted, you might be exhausted before you even meet. Jinli heard this and stood up. All right, Aunt Qin, let's go back. The two left the lakeside and walked towards the house they bought. At this moment, a group of children wearing masks walked past Jinli. The masks were varied, and the children, holding sticks and humming songs, were led by a private school teacher to a place. Aunt Qin, why are they wearing masks? Jinli was curious. It seems they are going to worship a god statue. Aunt Qin knew a bit but not much. What god? Why the masks? It seems that God also wears a mask. Why do they all carry sticks? I don't know. What is that god in charge of? Not in charge of marriage, but 3 days later, there will be a temple fair in this town. If that esteemed person comes, you two can watch the temple fair together. This town has many god statues and many popular temples. That god with the mask seems to have few worshippers, only that private school teacher believes in that god. Well, a temple fair does sound interesting. We can go and see. The next day, in Tianju, Qi Yuan stretched. He stood by the lake, looking at his reflection in the water. Still as handsome as ever. He stood up, thinking of something. When meeting an online friend, Should I bring a gift? Otherwise, it's impolite. Oh no, I have nothing on me. He stood by the lakeside in Tianju, pondering. His figure dissipated, running all over Tianju. Soon, a wooden hairpin appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. The hairpin was ordinary, but made from many precious plants. A handmade wooden hairpin should be okay, right? Hope it doesn't get criticized online for being cheap and handmade. Jinli isn't that kind of person, it's fine. He thought for a moment. Sending a message to Jinli. I got you a meeting gift, a wooden hairpin, handmade, don't mind it being cheap. After saying this, he left Tianju, heading out. After dozens of breaths, Qi Yuan finally walked out of Tianju. A desert, he gazed at the sky. Ancient poems flooded his mind. Lonely smoke straight in the vast desert, the setting sun round over the long river. He looked out, seeing a vast golden desert. Where did my game interface go? Qi Yuan was stunned. Upon stepping out of Tianju, his game interface disappeared. The game interface disappeared. A sense of caution flashed through Qi Yuan's mind. He quickly walked back towards Tianju, but found that he couldn't return at all. So, once I leave the forbidden zone and the restricted zone, I lose my game interface. Doesn't that mean I'm no different from an NPC? Qi Yuan was stunned. Soon he accepted this reality. Even without the game interface, I can still exterminate the evil demons from beyond. Qi Yuan recalled a saying from a certain big shot and stopped thinking about it. The only pity is that I can't contact Jin Li anymore. Shouldn't there be no cliched scenarios where we mistake each other? Qi Yuan had heard many stories about blind dates going wrong and mistaken meetings. Xiaojia, Qi Yuan gently called while holding Xiaojia. Xiaojia obediently shrank and eventually turned into a tattoo of a wedding dress on Qi Yuan's chest. Qi Yuan also put on the faceless mask he got from the ugly robe monster emperor. Now, dressed in a pitch-black blood armor with a mask on his face, he looked like a demonic guard from a palace. His figure also shrank at this moment, becoming the size of an ordinary person. Now, I look like a major villain. The faceless mask could temporarily block the perception of the evil demons from beyond. The ugly robe monster emperor was once a prodigious genius. Such a prodigy was most despised by the evil demons from beyond, who would dangle meat hooks from the sky to extract their flesh, leaving only a human skin. The ugly robe monster emperor used the faceless mask to block the perception of the evil demons from beyond. Unfortunately, he ventured into the polluted robe restricted zone and broke into the heavenly realm, where his flesh was extracted by the meat hooks. Qi Yuan was now a level 99 strongman. Walking among humans would attract the attention of the evil demons from beyond. Therefore, he wore the faceless mask on his face. He held his great sword and looked southeast. A giant ancient Jiji camphor tree came into view. Thousands of miles away. Too bad there's no spirit boat here, and even if I knew how to build one, it would be useless, I can only travel on foot. The game world and the real world were two different worlds. In the game world, martial arts could reach divine levels. In the real world of the Kanglan realm, it was the path to immortality. Cultivating the techniques from the game world wouldn't turn one into a resource. Unfortunately, they couldn't be cultivated or even referenced in the real world to supplement the Qi Yuan Sutra. The first time Qi Yuan tried to reference the techniques from the game world, he was terrified. At that time, he seriously doubted if he had a mental problem, having attempted to cultivate game techniques. Let's go to the ancient Jiji camphor tree, Yuehuang dynasty, for a meet-up. Qi Yuan transformed into a blood-red afterimage and flew towards the ancient Jiji camphor tree. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan suddenly fell from the sky. In the desert, on several dead tree stumps, hung several human corpses, about 15 in total, looking like dried corpses under the scorching sun. The bodies were small, appearing to be children. Vultures were tearing at the flesh, as if it were rotten meat in a garbage dump. Seeing Qi Yuan's appearance, the vultures flapped their wings and flew away. Qi Yuan looked at these, tender, emaciated, dried corpses, estimating that the oldest might be around 11 or 12 years old, while the youngest was likely a 3-month-old baby, and there were many of them. They seemed to have been cruelly killed and exposed in the wilderness. He glanced at the sun in the sky. In such hot weather, it's not good to expose them like this. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and all the stumps sank into the sand. Ordinary mortals, once dead, their karma dissipates. This world isn't as beautiful as Jin Li said. Maybe it's just that I'm currently standing in the darkness. Thinking this, Qi Yuan flew back into the sky. This time, he flew high, far above, seemingly unaffected by the mundane world. The affairs of the world are numerous, and it's hard to distinguish right from wrong. Or perhaps, what is right, and what is wrong. A flash of blood-red light. Less than a few hundred miles away from the ancient Jiji camphor tree. Below was a town, and Qi Yuan stopped. He had two things to do in this town. The first was to ask for directions to the Yue Huang dynasty, the second was to have a good rest, eat a meal, and change into simple clothes. Outside the city wall, a long queue formed. Qi Yuan landed at the end of the line. In front of Qi Yuan was a chubby man. Qi Yuan looked at the city, where the three large characters, Kunwu City, were written. Hundreds of people were lined up outside the city walls. The sun above was blazing. The fat man in front of Qi Yuan wiped his sweat. Judging by his attire, he was either rich or noble. Qi Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the other side of the city wall. There, another entrance had a different queue. That entrance was unlike the one Qi Yuan was in, with very few people, seemingly a privileged entrance. However, that privilege was different from what Qi Yuan thought, not for the wealthy. It was, all elderly people. Mostly those over 50 or 60 years old. Outside the city gate, they didn't have to queue and could enter directly. Respecting the elderly, Kunwu City has a simple and honest folk custom. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the fat man in front of Qi Yuan turned around upon hearing this. "Friend, you're not a local, are you?" When he saw Qi Yuan's mask, his eyes widened in fright but quickly returned to normal. "Friend, what you just said is only half correct." "Oh, which half?" Qi Yuan asked. "Respecting the elderly is correct, but loving the young is wrong." The fat man said, "In Kunwu City, once you reach the age of 50, you don't have to work, and all your food and clothing needs are taken care of. If you get sick, the doctors from the medical hall will come to your house for free, if..." The fat man spoke with a lewd smile in his eyes. "The girls from the brothel will visit your home without charge." That good? Qi Yuan was stunned. This could be considered an ideal society, right? Moreover, after 50, one doesn't have to do any work and can enjoy life at home. This sounds even better than on Blue Star. On Blue Star, many people are still not retired at 60, and some have no pension, barely surviving in their later years, and doomed if they fall ill. Jin Li was right, this world indeed had beautiful scenery, and Qi Yuan found a good highlight. A society where the elderly could enjoy their later years was quite a good one. Unfortunately, I'm only 35 years old. I have to wait 15 years, but I don't know if I can live that long." The fat man sighed, his words tinged with gloom. "What did I get wrong?" Qi Yuan asked. "The wrong part is..." The fat man lowered his voice, "loving the young." Qi Yuan was puzzled. Not only did they not love the young, but anyone under 50 isn't loved. The fat man said nervously. Qi Yuan was still puzzled. The fat man continued, "In Kunwu City, age is the greatest power. Anyone over 50 can enjoy all privileges. But if you're under 50, hey." At this point, the fat man paused and sneered. "Life is worse than a beast's." "What do you mean?" Qi Yuan glanced at the people in line ahead. His gaze fell on a woman holding a child. The woman's expression was numb, and the child in her arms was already lifeless, a cold corpse. For instance, if a child shows a bad attitude to their parents, especially parents over 50, do you know what happens? "How is it?" Qi Yuan asked. "Children showing a bad attitude towards their parents is generally not right. They will die," the fat man said gloomily. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was shocked. This Kunwu City is too chaotic, isn't it? Is everyone inside mentally ill? He wondered if he should change to another city to ask for directions. Otherwise, what if he doesn't give way to an old man and gets killed directly? "Do you see that woman up ahead?" The fat man pointed to the woman holding a child in front. "Yes, the child in her arms died yesterday," the fat man said, showing a look of regret. "Her child weaned late and accidentally bit her while breastfeeding at night. She talked about it casually over tea with some women. Those women gossiped, and the matter reached the authorities. Her child was executed for not respecting filial piety. Now she can still hold her child's corpse, but after a while, even the corpse will be gone." Qi Yuan looked at the woman and saw that she was tightly holding the child, her face expressionless. "Young man, so if you're not over 50, you'd better keep a low profile in the city, especially when you meet old people, show them respect," the fat man carefully advised. "I think I need to leave this place," Qi Yuan said. This Kunwu City was different from Jin Li's description. Did he get lost and end up in the wrong place? Unfortunately, the game panel was gone, and he couldn't contact Jin Li. The fat man smiled wryly. Where can you go? The hundreds of cities around here are all like this. Qi Yuan showed a puzzled expression. If it were just one city, it could be forcibly understood. But if all cities are like this, isn't anyone resisting? The young and strong are the main force in this world. But now, the young and strong in this city are suppressed, which sounds particularly unreasonable. Resist. The fat man smiled bitterly. When the black robe guards appear, even the strongest warriors will die. What to resist with? Although we live cautiously, at least there is hope. Living to 50 makes it all worthwhile. Hearing this, Qi Yuan secretly noted the name Black Robe Guards. The queue ahead moved forward, and more people arrived behind them. Seeing more people, the fat man stopped talking. Qi Yuan stood still, pondering. Suddenly, he thought of something. I have been killing for hundreds of years on the Ascension platform. I am the oldest old man. I am the highest privileged class. Qi Yuan quickly found a reason to convince himself. No need to queue. He prepared to use the special passage for the elderly. But then he reconsidered and dismissed the idea. I look too young, they definitely won't believe me. I am from the divine realm, no need to queue. Qi Yuan directly snuck into the city without anyone noticing. Inside the city, Qi Yuan wore a mask and walked among the crowd. On the street, peddlers carried their goods shouting for sale, with various finished herbal medicines and snacks. In the restaurants, steam billowed out like white mist. From afar, Qi Yuan could smell the heavy aroma of old wheat. He looked around and saw that all the peddlers, shop assistants, and managers were young people, not a single elderly person. The ones strolling on the streets were mostly old men. Many white-haired old men were being carefully supported by their young sons, looking very filial. But for some reason, Qi Yuan felt it was a bit twisted. He didn't think further and went straight to an inn, ordered a meal, and changed his clothes. When Qi Yuan left the inn, he thought, sigh, I'm still too thin-skinned. Although I am old enough, I still paid. I couldn't bring myself to eat without paying. The food here doesn't taste good. I wonder how Jin Li's cooking is. I wonder how Jin Li's crispy sweet duck tastes. It must be delicious. Ah, I haven't sent her a message for so long. She wouldn't think I'm not coming, right? I need to quickly find out where Yu Dynasty's July town is. Ah, if I meet her later, what if we develop feelings while chatting? Qi Yuan knew that if two people chatted for a long time online and got along well, if they met in person and neither had obvious shortcomings, there was a high chance they would hit it off. Why am I thinking about this when we haven't even met? Qi Yuan left the inn and went to a shop called Kunwufengshang. He learned about this shop from the inn's waiter during his meal. This shop sold information and was very influential in Kunwu City. A distinguished guest is here, please come in. Just as Qi Yuan stood in front of Kunwufengshang, a pleasant voice came. A tall woman walked out of the shop, wearing a black veil that obscured her face. Qi Yuan noticed that she was an imperial-level warrior. Moreover, when she saw his mask, she reacted slightly but quickly hid it. Qi Yuan said, I want to buy a map of the surrounding area. Hearing this, the veiled woman softly said, distinguished guest, please wait a moment. She turned and went into the shop, opened a drawer, and spread a map out in front of Qi Yuan. As the distinguished guest satisfied, the veiled woman asked softly. Qi Yuan was slightly stunned. Who does business like this? In such a martial world, warriors are almost photographic in memory. Once a map is unfolded and a warrior looks at it, it loses its value. But he still glanced at it and showed a puzzled expression. Does this map definitely include all the nations around Jiuqi Camphor Wood? Yes. The veiled woman nodded affirmatively. Why is there no Yu Dynasty or July Town? The veiled woman was stunned. I have never heard of Yu Dynasty or July Town. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was confused. Was this person lying to him? Or did Jin Li deceive him? Or did he remember wrong? However, I have heard of the Moon Emperor clan. I don't know if that's what you're looking for. Moon Emperor, Qi Yuan murmured. Yuehuang Moon Emperor clan and Yu Dynasty differ by one word, but the gap is significant. Even if the Moon Emperor clan established a nation, it would be called Moon Emperor Dynasty. The Moon Emperor clan has 12 lakes, named January Lake, February Lake, March Lake. Each lake is home to a branch of the Moon Emperor clan. I wonder if this has any connection to the July town you're talking about. Where is it? Qi Yuan asked hurriedly. If one is a coincidence, so be it, but two consecutive coincidences indicate a problem. The veiled woman hesitated. Qi Yuan said, "Just speak freely." The veiled woman then said, "The Moon Emperor clan refuses to comply with the 100 Cities decree and is currently at war with the 100 Cities. It might be dangerous to go there now, risking innocent lives. The 100 Cities decree is the filial piety decree. The 100 Cities demand that the Moon Emperor clan also adhere to filial piety, punishing anyone who disobeys." "Where is it?" Qi Yuan asked. "Here." The veiled woman marked the location of the Yuehuang clan on the map. "July Lake is here, only a few miles from the main trunk of Jiu Chi Camphor Wood." "Thank you for the information." Qi Yuan sincerely thanked her. "I don't have enough money with me, but I see you are an imperial level warrior, so I will give you this technique. If you practice it, you have a chance to break through to the Supreme Emperor level." Qi Yuan said, picking up a piece of paper in the shop, writing quickly. In a few breaths, a technique appeared on the paper. This technique came from the memory of a strong divine realm warrior and was a simple technique. It happened to suit the veiled woman. Moreover, she had shown him kindness first, so he reciprocated. The veiled woman took the technique and looked at it. This. She showed an excited expression. The technique was of a very high level and suited her well. If she practiced it, it wouldn't take long for her to become a supreme emperor. She wanted to thank him but saw that he had already disappeared. "Senior." She wanted to say something but didn't. After about 10 breaths, an old woman lifted the curtain and came out of the shop. The old woman, with a face full of wrinkles, looked very old. "Xiaolian, did you figure out that person's background?" The veiled woman's brow furrowed. "His strength is at least that of a supreme emperor, or even a divine realm." The old woman frowned. "If it's a divine realm, then perhaps from the forbidden area." The veiled woman was very excited. "Or it could be a bait laid by the 100 Cities Alliance," the old woman said. Hearing this, the veiled woman felt disappointed. "We have had no contact with the lords of the forbidden area for nearly 1,000 years. The Black Robe Guard's power is growing. Can we really win? Our purpose for existing is to kill the Black Robe Guard and return a bright and clear sky to the world. Xiaolian, don't worry, the Black Robe Guard acts against the heavenly way and will face divine retribution." The old woman had a fierce look in her eyes. Her son, her daughter, her husband, all died at the hands of the Black Robe Guard. She was irreconcilable with the Black Robe Guard. Hearing this, the black-veiled woman nodded silently. "Xiaolian, close the shop, we're going to visit the Moon Emperor clan." The old woman thought of something and made a decision. "Okay, we can also use the war between the 100 Cities Alliance and the Moon Emperor clan to see if that faceless person is really a senior from the Forbidden Zone, or a bait from the Black Robe Guards," the old woman said in a deep voice. The moon climbed onto the branches. The lake water sparkled. Jin Li sat on a green stone by the lake. She would occasionally look up and look around, then show a disappointed expression, and then become full of expectation again. Aunt Chin stood not far away. Seeing Jin Li's appearance, she sighed softly, not knowing what she was sighing about. At this time, a voice sounded in Aunt Chin's ear. "Old Madam Chin, long time no see." Hearing this ethereal and pleasant voice, Aunt Chin's body suddenly stiffened. "It's you, High Priestess. It's getting dark. There should be a lot of mosquitoes by the lake. I wonder if Jin Li is still waiting for me. Damn it, where exactly is July Lake?" Although the map was fully marked, it wasn't detailed. It couldn't be as precise as on Blue Star, down to each building, and it couldn't even pinpoint some small hills accurately. Now, Kiwan had reached the vicinity, but he still didn't know the exact location of July Lake. At this moment, a few voices came. Kiwan's eyes lit up. "There are people. Can I go ask them?" At this time, around the lakeside, moonlight was falling. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Two groups of strong men were holding weapons, poised for battle. "Is this how the Yuehuang clan treats guests? We traveled thousands of miles from Black Cloud City to see your priest, and we can't even do that," said a one-eyed man with an eye patch, looking particularly fierce. "When evil guests arrive, we naturally have reasons not to see them," said a man with pure green hair from the other side. "It seems your Yuehuang clan doesn't realize the price of offending us." The one-eyed man brandished a large knife, looking ferocious. "The Yuehuang clan fears no threats," the green-haired man spoke. Both sides were on the verge of fighting, arguing fiercely, as if they could start fighting at any moment. At this moment, a voice came. "Everyone, please stop for a moment. Do you know where July Lake or July Town is? Kiwan appeared beside these people, wearing a mask and speaking sincerely. After he spoke, both sides who were still arguing looked at him strangely. We are currently at the shore of July Lake. The one-eyed man spoke in a rough voice. Kiwan was stunned. This is July Lake. Behind the two groups was a lake, about the size of a pond. Isn't this lake too small? Where is Jinli? He looked around but didn't see Jinli. Could he have come to the wrong place? Thank you for the information. Kiwan was a bit disappointed and thanked the one-eyed man. Where is Jinli? Where is July Town? He was about to leave and circle around the ancient Kichun tree. At this moment, the one-eyed man stopped him. Young man, don't leave just yet. Help us judge who is right and who is wrong. The one-eyed man showed a ferocious smile. He suddenly wanted some fun. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I still have to go to July Town to see an old friend. Kiwan's mood was low. I know where July Town is. If you judge who is right and who is wrong, I'll tell you. The one-eyed man said. You're right. Kiwan didn't hesitate. The one-eyed man shook his head. That's no fun. Kiwan had no choice but to calm himself down and wait there, acting as a proper judge. Seeing this, the green-haired man said to Kiwan, Sir, you'd better leave quickly. The 100 City Alliance is hunting down some rogue warriors. You might get implicated if you stay here. The one-eyed man sneered. Why do you Yuehuang clan people like to slander so much? Do you have evidence that I'm hunting this friend? Does the evil reputation of the 100 City Alliance need to be mentioned? In the 100 City Alliance, fathers are kind, sons are filial, and the elderly are cared for. Where is the evil reputation? It's you Yuehuang clan people who lack basic manners. We came to see your priest and were turned away. Do you want to imitate the Daluo kingdom? Kiwan stood aside, confused. He didn't know who was right or wrong. It seemed both had a point. HMPH, our Yuehuang clan will never bow down. If your 100 City Alliance dares to come, I'll kill one if one comes, kill 100 if 100 come. The green-haired man said angrily. Oh dear, kill 100. Kiwan knew who was right and who was wrong. At this moment, the one-eyed man laughed coldly. The 3,000 members of the Daluo kingdom's royal family were all slaughtered by us. Kiwan was completely shocked. There was an even more formidable person here. He was anxious, fearing more changes. I know, they're right, you're wrong. He pointed to the people of the 100 City Alliance, saying they were wrong. After speaking, he added, Now can you tell me where July Town is? The one-eyed man was stunned, then laughed. You say we're wrong again. The 7 warriors behind him also looked at Kiwan with a mocking expression and a murderous intent. Kiwan asked, Where is July Town? The one-eyed man laughed. I've never heard of any July Town. There is no such place as July Town here. The people behind him were all laughing. Seeing this, the green-haired man reminded again, Sir, leave quickly. The 100 City Alliance are not good people. Kiwan ignored him, standing quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the one-eyed man. Are you sure you lied to me? No need to confirm, I did. So what, you ungrateful thing? A rogue warrior like you dare to show your face, you're seeking death. The one-eyed man said contemptuously. Kiwan drew his sword, his face turning extremely grim for the first time. I hate being lied to, especially about something so important. If he was given a wrong address, he might be even later in seeing Jinli. He already didn't have much time. How could he not be angry? He held his sword, and under the shocked eyes of everyone present, attacked with lightning speed. Lying to me deserves death. He was so fast that no one could react, not even seeing an afterimage. There was a neat cut on the necks of the 8 people behind the one-eyed man. When Kiwan's sword tip pressed against the one-eyed man's throat, blood spurted from the necks of the 8 people behind him, spectacularly, followed by the thudding sound of bodies falling. Do you really not know where July Town is? Kiwan pushed his sword tip forward, pressing the one-eyed man's Adam's apple inward, and blood flowed. The one-eyed man dared not speak. Die. With a sword through his Adam's apple, Kiwan exuded a murderous aura. His clothes, for some reason, seemed to slowly turn red at this moment, as if stained with blood. Killing 8 people with one sword, Kiwan seemed to have just killed insects. Seeing this, the green-haired man was shocked and deeply cautious. Sir, are you looking for someone? He asked tentatively. Yes, I want to go to the Yuehuang Kingdom, July Town. A friend of mine said she was waiting for me there. Kiwan's tone was somewhat lost and frustrated. This formed a stark contrast to the swift killing of 8 people just now. But I can't find the Yuehuang Kingdom, nor July Town. Clearly, it should be beside the ancient Kichun tree, right under the ancient Kichun tree. Qiwan held his sword, his gaze cold, wanting to split the ancient Kichun tree with one stroke. The green-haired man pondered. Among all the countries and cities beside the ancient Kichun tree, it seems only our Yuehuang clan matches what you said. I don't know if your friend misspoke or if there was some other misunderstanding. Or perhaps, it's actually July Lake. By July Lake, we also have branches of the Yuehuang clan, similar to small towns. Sir, why don't you stay with our Yuehuang clan, tell us the information about the person you're looking for, and we'll help you find them. Qiwan coldly glanced at these people. You're not lying to me, are you? He lifted his hand, wiped the blood off his sword with his fingers. The blood from the one-eyed man's throat still stained the sword. The green-haired man inexplicably shuddered. Of course, we won't deceive you. However, the Yuehuang clan cannot guarantee that we will definitely help you find that friend. The green-haired man said. The reason he did this was because he saw Qiwan's strength. Now, with the 100-city alliance besieging, the Moon Emperor clan was struggling. Having one more ally meant having one more ally. All right, Qiwan said, having no better option. Here with the Yuehuang clan, he might get more useful information. At this moment, the green-haired man said, our Yuehuang clan is currently under siege by the 100-city alliance. If you stay here, you might get implicated. It doesn't matter, Qiwan said. He didn't care about any of this, as long as he could see Jinli. Could you tell us the information and appearance of the person you're looking for? The green-haired man's attitude was very humble. Her name is Jinli, she is the Empress of Nanshan. As for her appearance, I don't know, but she should be very beautiful. She's not very old. Probably when the snow covers the ancient Kichun tree, it will be her coming-of-age ceremony at 18. Note: in Wangyu continent, girls reach adulthood at 18. The green-haired man silently noted down this information. He said, is this woman waiting for you in July Town? Yes, Qiwan said. May I know your name? The green-haired man looked at Qi Yuan. We can spread this information around. If she knows you're looking for her, she may come here too. Qi Yuan said. Good, the green-haired man remembered this information. Why don't you come back to our Moon Emperor clan with us? Qi Yuan glanced at July Lake, then looked at the ancient Kichu tree. No thanks, I'll wait here. If there's no news after half a month, I'll leave. After saying this, Qi Yuan slowly walked towards the lakeside. He found a blue stone and sat down on it. He stared blankly at the emerald lake water, lost in thought. The green-haired man and the Moon Emperor clan members exchanged glances, silently disposing of the corpses of the 100 Cities Alliance warriors on the ground. They quietly retreated. Qi Yuan sat alone by the lake, holding his precious sword. Moonlight fell on his shoulders as he gazed at the lake water, deep in thought about something unknown. A single sword killed 9 warriors, including 1 emperor level and 8 king level. He should be a supreme emperor, right? The young girl was dressed in green. She was Leng Yu, the apprentice of the priestess from the Yuehuang clan, July branch. The priestess had gone to meet an old acquaintance, leaving Leng Yu in charge. Standing on the balcony, looking towards July Lake, she saw the man quietly sitting by the lake. He's looking for someone. Order our people to help him find that person. A supreme emperor is worth recruiting, Leng Yu instructed. Yes, ma'am, the green-haired man replied and then retreated. Leng Yu stood alone on the balcony, sighing as she looked at the man's back. If I remember correctly, wasn't the original bridal gown princess also waiting for the heavenly god here? What a pity, the bridal gown princess didn't meet the heavenly god and now rests eternally here, leaving behind a new bridal gown princess while the world plunged into its darkest times. The 100 Cities Alliance, the lackeys of demons, deserve to be exterminated. A trace of killing intent appeared on Leng Yu's delicate face. As the morning sunlight fell into July Lake, the resting bird suddenly flew off Qi Yuan's shoulder in fright. The green-haired man hurriedly approached. Any news? Qi Yuan's voice was somewhat urgent. No, the green-haired man replied. We've informed the other branches of the Yuehuang clan about the person you're looking for. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know. Thank you. Qi Yuan was a bit disappointed. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Why did his game interface disappear after leaving Tianju? He couldn't contact Jinli either. Now, Jinli couldn't reach him or see him. Would she be worried? Would she think he broke his promise? Qi Yuan really disliked being late unless there were special circumstances. He sat by the lake while the green-haired man stood for a while before leaving. As the sun slowly rose, the lakeside became lively. Several young girls brought bamboo baskets to the lake to wash clothes. They looked at Qi Yuan secretly, feeling both shy and fearful. On the open space by the lake, some children were playing, making the place very lively. Qi Yuan sat there like a wooden stake, motionless. Not far away, a little boy was watching Qi Yuan, his face showing a hesitant expression. Finally, he walked up boldly and said, "Faceless man, can I call you that?" "Sure," Qi Yuan replied without turning his head, holding his sword. The little boy patted his chest, seemingly easing his nervousness. "You weren't moving at all, I thought you were dead." Qi Yuan remained silent. The little boy continued, "What are you doing here?" The little boy seemed very curious about everything and quite brave. "I'm waiting for someone," Qi Yuan said. The little boy felt sad upon hearing this. "When I was little, I used to wait here every day for my dad to come home. Sometimes, I would draw on the ground with a stick. When it got late, I would catch some fireflies." "You were little." Qi Yuan's focus was peculiar. "I'm 8 years old now." "Such small memories, you still remember." "It's only been 2 or 3 years, I still remember what my dad looked like. I even carved his likeness so that I'll remember him for life," the boy said, happily pulling out a wood carving of a man. "My father was a sculptor, and I will become a great sculptor too." Hope shone in the boy's eyes. At that moment, a dirty child ran over. "Ah Chow, do you want some candied haws?" The dirty child opened his hand to reveal 3 dusty candied haws. "Xiaoping, where did you get these?" Ah Chow took one. "I found them." The dirty child noticed Qi Yuan. "Mister, do you want one?" He held out his hand, curiously looking at Qi Yuan. Ah Chow, seeing this, laughed. "He's an adult, he won't eat your dirty candied haws." At that moment, a voice called out, "Ah Chow, Xiaoping, come back, it's time to eat." "Mister, we're leaving." The 2 boys ran off quickly. The lakeside returned to silence, with only Qi Yuan sitting there, staring blankly. The next day, the boy named Ah Chow came again, chatted with Qi Yuan for a while, and then left. Ah Chow said he would carve a sculpture for Qi Yuan in the future, using the best materials. Because Qi Yuan had taught him some carving techniques. On the 3rd day, Qi Yuan noticed that the lakeside was much quieter. The women from the Yuehuang clan didn't come to wash clothes, and the children didn't come to play. The green-haired man met Qi Yuan and said the 100 Cities Alliance might attack soon. They were still searching for Jinli. At night, Qi Yuan sat alone by the lake. Suddenly, he stood up. "I can't wait any longer." He decided to fly around the ancient Jigong tree. What if he encountered her? But he knew the probability was low. Because this required the unity of time, space, and person. Missing any one of these, and he might not see her. He flew towards the ancient Jigong tree. The thick trunk was like a mountain. After flying 2/3 of the way, Qi Yuan stopped. He saw a horrifying scene. Ahead, the giant ancient Qi Chuan tree, with its sky-reaching trunk and hanging branches, looked like fishing lines dropping from the sky. However, the branches were densely covered with human corpses. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Dense and uncountable, looking as far as the eye could see. Under the green branches of the ancient Jigong tree hung countless corpses. White bones, wrapped in tattered clothes, dry corpses, emitting the stench of rotting snakes, fresh corpses, with peaceful smiles in their eyes. Qi Yuan was silent. It was the first time in his life seeing so many corpses. He flew forward, not knowing how long he had been flying. When he looked up, he saw those dense feet, countless skeletons. How many people were there? What did these people do wrong? Why were they hung here? Qi Yuan was silent. He flew around the main trunk of the ancient Jigong tree, searching with his powerful martial spirit. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anyone like Jinli. What he saw were countless corpses hanging under the ancient Jigong tree. This was a human purgatory. The world wasn't as beautiful as Jinli had described. Why can't I find her? Qi Yuan was irritable. He had almost flown around the main trunk of the ancient Qi Chuan tree but still couldn't find her. He was very afraid of really not seeing Jinli. Suddenly, Qi Yuan stopped again. His pupils shrank as he saw 2 familiar corpses. One was the woman he saw outside Kunwu City, holding a baby. She was hanging under the ancient Jigong tree, her expression as numb and indifferent as when Qi Yuan first saw her. The other was the child she had once tightly held in her arms. Someone he had met not long ago, now hanging under the dense branches of the ancient Jigong tree. For some reason, a nameless rage rose in Qi Yuan's heart. He drew his sword, wanting to cut down the ancient Jigong tree with one slash. At that moment, a pleasant female voice called out, "Qi Yuan." Qi Yuan turned around abruptly. Under the soft moonlight, there stood a girl in a flowing long dress. A look of disappointment flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. "Who are you?" He hadn't seen Jinli, but he knew at a glance that she wasn't Jinli. Yuehuang clan, one of the 12 priestesses, July. In the small town of July, Jinli turned around and saw a girl dressed in green. The girl looked quite young, like she was in her early teens. Her black hair was coiled on top of her head, forming 2 high buns on each side, adorned with gold, resembling a fairy's hairstyle. She wasn't very tall, but with her fairy-like buns, she barely reached 1.6 meters in height. The green-clad girl looked at Jinli and spoke slowly, "I am the priestess of the Yuehuang kingdom, July." Jinli was somewhat surprised. She had come here quietly this time, yet she was still noticed. "Greetings, priestess of July," Jinli said. However, the next words from the girl priestess made her heart skip a beat. "Qinglo is my sister." A look of disbelief flashed through Jinli's heart. Because Qinglo was her mother's name. Was this young girl really talking about the Qinglo she was thinking of? "She is your mother, and also the saintess of our Yuehuang kingdom." Upon hearing this, Jinli looked at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin said nothing, seemingly confirming it. "I see." Jinli seemed to have little reaction. "May I invite your majesty to visit the ancestral land of the Yuehuang clan?" Priestess July extended an invitation. "Sorry, I don't have time," Jinli directly refused. She looked at the lake, a strange unease growing in her heart. She couldn't contact Qiwan, and Qiwan hadn't come to her. "Is your majesty waiting for someone?" Priestess July's expression remained calm. Jinli didn't speak, tacitly agreeing. "The person your majesty is waiting for hasn't come." A flash of excitement appeared in Jinli's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She said coldly, "You know." "I don't know." Priestess July shook her head. She raised her head, looking at the towering ancient Kichun tree. "There are too many unknowns in this world, too many questions that cannot be answered. Some are buried by history, washed away by time, others are simply without an audience, a solitary appreciation. But when the ancient Kichun tree reaches the moon, all mysteries will be revealed." After she finished speaking, she didn't lower her head, still looking at Jinli. "It is said that the original wedding dress princess waited for the god here by this lake but never met him. Then there was a faceless sword god waiting for someone here, but the lover never came, and there was a guest from heaven who lingered here for a long time before disappearing. Everything in the world has its cause and effect, predestined, and no one can break it. Why must your majesty be so obsessed for a moment?" Upon hearing this, a look of stubbornness appeared on Jinli's cold face. "I don't believe in cause and effect, nor in predestination. 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years, 100 years isn't enough, then 1,000 years, 10,000 years." Her eyes were determined. It's just that she couldn't contact him for now, they would meet one day. "If we meet," sigh. Priestess July sighed, "if your majesty still can't find that person, why not visit the faceless sword god's temple?" After speaking, Priestess July walked away gracefully. Jinli's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered some content from the second message Qiwan had asked the red-armored wedding dress to pass to her. She murmured, "Not meeting, not meeting." Suddenly, she looked at Aunt Qin and asked, "Aunt Qin, do you know of a second desperate place besides Tianju?" Aunt Qin shook her head, "I don't know." "Is that so?" Jinli suddenly thought of the return of the Qilin guards she had sent to the Tomb Forbidden Land half a month ago. The Tomb Forbidden Land, as usual, only had some wedding dress monsters living there. In the depths, there were no other clothing monsters, nor were there any signs of battle. She stood by the lakeside, looking at the sparkling water, her expression cold as the moon. Under the ancient Kichun tree, Qiwan looked at the elegant girl in a long dress, his expression complicated. "Have you found Jinli?" The girl in the long dress shook her head, "I have not." Qiwan looked at the girl in the long dress, hesitated for a moment, moved his lips, and his voice was a bit hoarse. "Do you know about the South Qian kingdom?" "Never heard of it." Priestess July shook her head. Qiwan paused for a moment, then asked again, "What about the South Feng kingdom?" Then, "What about the Tianyan sacred sect?" "The Tianyan sacred sect, the most powerful sect of the human race." Qiwan didn't originally want to ask about this. "I do not know." Priestess July still shook her head. Well, I understand. The irritation on Kiwan's face dissipated, and he seemed particularly calm, or rather overly calm. The person you are looking for, our Yue Huang clan will do our best to find. Priestess July's face showed an apologetic expression. Okay. Kiwan didn't continue that topic but looked up at the ancient Kichun tree, at the sinister corpses hanging from it. What's going on here? According to the 100 Cities Alliance, the people hanging up there are all those who did not respect filial piety and those who obstructed the implementation of the filial piety decree, Priestess July said coldly, her eyes clearly filled with anger. The 100 Cities Alliance wants to include our Yue Huang clan as well. Anyone who makes a mistake is hanged on the ancient Kichun tree. Kiwan was silent. This act is against the way of heaven, like removing the fuel from under the cauldron. Generally speaking, the next generation is the future of a country, a race. Doing this, it won't be long before the human race on the Wangyu continent withers away. The 100 Cities Alliance issued the filial piety decree, causing dissatisfaction among various countries, who opposed it. Even within the 100 Cities Alliance, there are many dissidents. Countless strong people rebelled, rivers of blood flowed. The seventh priestess of the Yue Huang clan said coldly. Such a scene, the 100 Cities Alliance should have been on the verge of collapse. However, the seventh priestess's face darkened. Black robe guards. Mentioning this term, the seventh priestess was obviously very agitated, her body trembling slightly, seemingly terrified. Kiwan heard this term again. The last time was outside Kunwu City. They are very strong, Kiwan asked. They are monsters, ghosts. The seventh priestess seemed to recall something terrifying, her eyes filled with fear. There aren't many of them. Each one wears a black robe, their faces completely hidden. They don't eat or drink, they don't speak, they seem to have no emotions, only slaughter. Their strength is too strong. No one can match them, the strongest warriors are as fragile as chickens before them. They appear and disappear unpredictably, wherever they appear, blood flows like a river. Once, the Great Jing Empire declared it would march against the 100 Cities Alliance. The next day, the Great Jing Imperial City was empty. 700,000 people, all hanged here. They care nothing for righteousness, nothing for the future. With the black robe guards, they act recklessly. Kiwan was silent, he thought of the extraterrestrial demons. Are the black robe guards the work of the extraterrestrial demons? How strong are the extraterrestrial demons? Why do they wreak havoc in the world? He did not know. However, no matter how strong the black robe guards are, our Yue Huang clan will never surrender. This world cannot be left to these fiendish beings. This is the Wangyu continent, the origin and foundation of our Yue Huang clan. July's eyes regained confidence. This world was originally called the Day continent, now it's called the Wangyu continent. Day. Kiwan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of this. Even in the memories of those divine realm powerhouses in the four forbidden lands, there was no such information. And the term, Day, gave him some associations. He thought of the Ascension platform and what the golden armored god general had said, day and night reversed. Are you a supreme emperor? Priestess July asked, looking at Kiwan expectantly. Originally, hearing her disciple say that there was a stranger in the clan who might be a supreme emperor, she planned to meet him. But after hearing the man's story and seeing the bodies of those from the 100 Cities Alliance, she changed her mind. She came out directly to find him. He was a supreme emperor, and not an ordinary supreme emperor. She hoped her guess was correct. Faced with Priestess July's question, Kiwan did not answer. In the mortal world, he could not use powers beyond the heavenly domain, or he would immediately face the extraterrestrial demons. He still had many things to figure out and did not want to go to the Absolute Land right away. So now, he could only display the strength of a supreme emperor. But, after killing and fighting at the Ascension platform for hundreds of years, even if he only displayed the strength of a supreme emperor, it was terrifying. Could you help our Yue Huang clan with something? July looked at Kiwan, stating her purpose for being here. Kiwan stood still, closing his eyes. He didn't answer right away. He was recalling everything that happened after he left the Absolute Land. All events flashed in his mind one by one. He saw the human purgatory, and he saw the horrifying scene of countless corpses hanging from the ancient Kichun tree. His emotions experienced many fluctuations and waves. After all, he was a normal person too, having just fought and killed for hundreds of years. Suddenly receiving so much information, his mind was a bit confused. A bit neurotic. Now closing his eyes, then opening them again, his eyes became clearer. The confusion diminished a lot. He adjusted quickly. He was himself again, the normal him. I'm just playing a game, how can I be played by the game? The previous emotions on Kiwan's face disappeared, muttering to himself. The sinister corpses hanging above didn't seem so horrifying anymore. Speak. Kiwan looked at the girl in the long dress. Was this storyline NPC going to give him a mission? Now, the 100 Cities Alliance is coming aggressively, likely to destroy our Yue clan. We hope you can protect our saintess. Priestess July stated her purpose. Hearing this, Kiwan was amused. He turned into the strongest bodyguard, protecting a cold and aloof schoolflower in white stockings. How old is your saintess? Is she fair-skinned and beautiful? Does she have long legs? Is she an art student? Kiwan casually asked. Priestess July was stunned. A look of daze flashed across her face. She highly suspected that the person inside the mask had changed. Where was the previous aura of a peerless swordsman, the shadow under the moon? But she quickly reacted, struggling to speak. The saintess is just 7 years old this year. Ah, Kiwan was momentarily dumbfounded. Protecting a child, no problem. However, what are your conditions? Please feel free to ask. Our Yue clan is willing to open the treasure vault, and you may choose as you wish. Even if you like, you can choose any unmarried woman from our Yue clan. No need, having the saintess is enough. Kiwan said casually. July's eyes widened. Kiwan quickly added, don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in those external things. Only then did July calm down, feeling that she had misunderstood. I hope. Kiwan hesitated for a moment, looking at the starry sky, then at the ancient Kichun tree, that you establish a country, called the Yue dynasty. I hope there will be a town near the July Lake, called July Town, how about it? Priestess July was a bit confused. She didn't understand Kiwan's meaning. But she sincerely said, if we survive this calamity, even if only one village remains, our Yue clan will establish the Yue dynasty as you said. Hearing this, Kiwan smiled. One village proclaiming itself as an empire, why does this seem so familiar? I have other requests, but I will mention them when I leave. By the way, I will only protect your saintess for 26 days. Okay, Priestess July agreed. She thought of something, gritting her teeth. If the black robe guards appear, you may leave directly, do not worry about us or the saintess. Qi Yuan glanced at the July priestess unexpectedly and said, okay. The next day, by the July lake, a simple bamboo hut was erected. Qi Yuan still sat on the green stone by the lakeside, as usual. It was unclear what he was thinking or doing. The July priestess came again, this time holding the hand of a little girl. Sir, she is the holy maiden of our tribe. I entrust her to you. The July priestess let go, and the short little girl behind her peeked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also looked at the little girl. The girl appeared very timid and shy. What caught one's attention most were her eyes, with long eyelashes fluttering like fans, and in her pupils, there seemed to be a crescent moon. What is her name? Qi Yuan asked. You may call her Yu, sir. Yu. Qi Yuan pondered. The July priestess handed the holy maiden to Qi Yuan. She said, Sir, I will be traveling far for some time. Please take care of her. The July priestess took out a jade round piece from her bosom. This is called Linglong Yushi, naturally paired. Ordinary people can communicate through this treasure. I give this one to you, and the other is with me. If there's an emergency, you can contact me through Linglong Yushi. Qi Yuan accepted the warm Linglong Yushi. He found it somewhat similar to the communication jade slips of Kanglin realm. He tried it out, saying, Are you there? The July priestess saw the message from Linglong Yushi, glanced at Qi Yuan, and said, Yes, just like that. Then she squatted down and said to the holy maiden, Yu, remember to stay with this senior during this time. He will protect you. Be obedient. Yu peeked at Qi Yuan and nodded. Thank you, sir, the July priestess bowed. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly asked, Why do you trust me so much? The July priestess showed a devout expression, everything is guided by fate. Mystical nonsense, Qi Yuan muttered. He didn't like talking to spiritual people, they always spoke in riddles. The July priestess bid farewell to Qi Yuan and left the July lake. By the green lake, only Qi Yuan and the holy maiden of the Moon Royal tribe remained. He glanced at Yu and said, Go play with the mud over there, just stay within my sight. The little girl didn't react. She just sat beside Qi Yuan, staring at the lake with him. The scene, one big and one small, was quite picturesque. After some time, a cold wind blew. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky and saw tiny specks falling. It's snowing. Looks like I'll be fishing alone in the cold river snow. He glanced at the holy maiden clinging tightly to his sleeve. If you're cold, go back to the house. The little girl's hands were red from the cold. She looked at Qi Yuan and obediently left. My enthusiasm isn't warm enough, even freezing the little girl, Qi Yuan thought. He sat alone by the lake, feeling vast and solitary. After some time, Qi Yuan's shoulders were covered with snow. Snow piled up on the branches by the lake, and when the wind blew, it scattered down. The lake surface seemed to have a thin layer of ice. He sighed, it's good to feel the cold wind, it clears my head. The murderous intent in his heart had lessened with the accumulating snow after constant killing before. At this moment, a creaking sound was heard. The little Yu opened the wooden door, holding a large bowl, and carefully walked toward Qi Yuan. The large bowl was steaming, filled to the brim with fragrant fish soup. The little girl placed the fish soup in front of Qi Yuan, her star-like eyes looking at him. For me, Qi Yuan sniffed the fish soup. I didn't expect that coming here, I wouldn't get to eat crispy sweet duck, but I did get a bowl of fish soup. Worth it. The little girl stood silently by, seemingly memorizing Qi Yuan's words. Qi Yuan picked up the fish soup, ready to drink it all in one go. Suddenly, he frowned and looked ahead. These game NPCs are so rude, don't they know not to disturb players when they're eating? In the distance, 7 figures slowly approached Qi Yuan. They wore cloaks and stepped on the snow without leaving any traces. From a distant pavilion, the girl Leng Yu saw this scene, her pupils contracted. 7 emperors. 7 emperors had come simultaneously, and judging by their aura, they were no ordinary emperors. At this moment, she was anxious and worried for the faceless man. Now, all the experts of the Yuehuang clan were out and not in the clan. Could the faceless man stop these 7 emperors? At this moment, the 7 emperors were less than 100 meters away from Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan spoke again, the spread of the smell of blood in the air is 50 centimeters per second. I need 200 seconds to finish this bowl of soup. You are now 100 meters away from me, dying here is most appropriate. Qi Yuan spouted nonsense. The 7 of them, upon hearing this, showed a murderous look in their eyes. Sir, you're too arrogant. I am Zhou of the 100 Cities Alliance. Sir, being a supreme emperor, you must be over 50 years old. Joining our 100 Cities Alliance would be perfect for enjoying your old age. It would be unwise to oppose our 100 Cities Alliance. Zhou said, exuding vigorous and surging energy. The snowflakes falling on him melted instantly. They took steps forward simultaneously, heading towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan glanced at them sideways, you've crossed the line. If they were within 99 meters, dying there, the smell of blood would ruin his fish soup. Let's see what you can do if I step forward. Someone shouted. Seeing the NPCs dare to defy him, a cold gleam flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. Why are you all so useless, can't even give me some experience points after dying? As he finished speaking, the sword in Qi Yuan's hand suddenly flew out, straight towards the 7 people. Under the moonlight, in the snowy night, a sword light flashed. The 7 stood still, eyes wide open, motionless. Snowflakes fell on their shoulders, and as if the snow was too heavy, the 7 fell to the ground simultaneously. Instant kill. Yes, another instant kill. Facing a king-level opponent, Qi Yuan killed instantly. Facing emperor-level opponents, Qi Yuan still killed instantly. He didn't even get up, still sitting on the bluestone. With just a casual wave of his hand, 7 emperors fell dead. What level is this, truly a supreme emperor? On the pavilion, Yunu's small face was horrified, and the veiled woman beside her was equally shocked. Qi Yuan held a bowl of fish soup. Better drink it quickly, the smell of blood drifting over here wouldn't be good. He said this, slowly savoring the fish soup. The taste is good, almost as good as my junior sister's spirit fish soup. Qi Yuan praised. This compliment seemed well received, as a sweet smile appeared on the Yunu's face, her crescent moon pupils turning into full moons. However, the little girl thought of something and suddenly stepped forward to retrieve Qi Yuan's sword from the 7 corpses. Seeing this, Qi Yuan laughed. No need to retrieve it. Let the sword stay there. Whoever crosses this sword shall be killed. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. In reality, he was timid, scared of even a small black mountain sect, losing sleep at night. But in the game, he had to be bold and strike hard. Otherwise, being too cautious would turn him into a real coward, which would be ridiculous. On the pavilion, Cold Moon watched this scene with admiration and longing in her eyes. This is the sword god. The veiled woman was also extremely excited. The faceless sword god, he must have emerged from the forbidden zone. The 100 Cities Alliance. A fat man seated at a high position had a face full of smiles. What do you all think of the U-clan branch in July? In the hall, over 20 Supreme Emperors were seated. What else? With a flick of a finger, we can annihilate them. A Supreme Emperor spoke, his voice resounding like a bell. Only these southern barbarians are left resisting. Once they are destroyed, the southern domain will be ours. A female Supreme Emperor spoke, her voice ethereal. At this moment, a small, shrewd old man spoke. I heard a Supreme Emperor has appeared by the July Lake, very powerful, killing 7 of our emperors from the 100 Cities Alliance with one sword. We cannot be careless. Should we report this too? Before he finished, someone interrupted. No matter how strong the faceless sword god is, can he defeat 25 of us? Can he defeat our 3,000 iron tuskers? The shrewd old man spoke. Indeed, no need to trouble that person. With our 3,000 iron tuskers and us here, how can we not kill the faceless sword god? Everyone discussed and agreed. They were seasoned, knowing the faceless sword god's strength, fearing him, but fearing the black robe guards even more. When the black robe guards appeared, not only their enemies but they themselves could die. They were merely the black robe guards' fodder. In front of the black robe guards, all lives were equal. Even they could be devoured, leaving only a human skin. So, unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't request the black robe guards' help. If so, it's decided. In 10 days, we will act, the 3,000 iron tuskers will flatten the U-clan. Their 2 saintesses must be captured and sacrificed, to the heavens. The smiling fat man set the tone. After killing the 7 unwise emperor-level strongmen, the 100 Cities Alliance made no further moves. Qi Yuan still sat on the bluestone by the July Lake every day. The little girl Yu Nu sat silently beside him, also gazing at the snowy lake. One big, one small, almost becoming 2 snowmen. This time, Qi Yuan's fiery passion helped warm the Moon Maiden. Sitting beside Qi Yuan, the little girl didn't feel cold. During this time, Cold Moon, the disciple of the July sacrifice and next in line, came to see Qi Yuan, informing him of the 100 Cities Alliance's impending attack. She urged Qi Yuan to take the saintess and leave. Qi Yuan looked at Cold Moon and said, "We are here to enjoy the snow." Cold Moon, hearing this, said nothing more, but sadly added, "If you can't hold them off, please leave us." Qi Yuan nodded, "Don't worry, if it's too tough, I'll play dead immediately." After Cold Moon left, not long after, the veiled woman arrived. She knelt and saluted Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan thought of old acquaintances in the 5 Elements Forbidden Zone and said, "In 300 years, the demon-slaying conference will begin. If nothing happens, we will eliminate the extraterrestrial demons." The veiled woman left with tears streaming down her face. The lakeside quieted down again. Snow fell for several days, accumulating thicker and thicker. In the evening, the Yu Nu, wearing a white cloak, brought a bowl again, her face flushed, her breath visible in the cold. Qi Yuan's nose twitched. This time it's not fish soup, something new. The Yu Nu opened the bowl, a sweet aroma wafted out. Qi Yuan was stunned, then smiled. "Crispy sweet duck, I finally get to eat it." He remembered casually mentioning it that day, which the Moon Maiden noted. Qi Yuan tasted it, savoring it. "You little one, your cooking skills are impressive. It's a pity you're an NPC, otherwise, I'd bring you to 7 Color Peak to be a little cook." The Yu Nu showed a confused expression. Qi Yuan suddenly said, "You keep cooking for me, treating me like an NPC to complete tasks. Come on, tell me, what's your motive?" A hint of panic flashed across Yu Nu's face but quickly disappeared. She clutched Qi Yuan's clothes tightly. "I don't want to die." Qi Yuan looked at her, remembering the July sacrifice. These days, he heard the Moon Clan had 2 saintesses. One followed the July sacrifice away, whereabouts unknown. This saintess, the Yu Nu, stayed by his side. Was she abandoned? "I can only protect you for a month," Qi Yuan said. Or rather, in less than a month, he would leave to face the extraterrestrial demons. The Yu Nu's eyes were determined. Qi Yuan said, "If you don't want to die, you must become stronger and protect yourself. During this time, I will occasionally guide you. How much you learn is your fate." Hearing this, Yu Nu's face lit up with excitement. She nodded vigorously, looking very happy. Seeing this, Qi Yuan smiled. Respecting the old but not loving the young is unacceptable. Extraterrestrial demons, you are wrong. 10 days passed quickly. The snow did not diminish as expected, falling heavier and heavier. Even the ancient cedar trees turned into a white expanse. A thick layer of ice formed on the July lake. Qi Yuan sat alone by the lake. Suddenly, the sound of the earth trembling came. Like heavy drums, pounding on people's hearts. The ice on the lake shook, seemingly about to shatter. Yu Nu ran out from the wooden house, wearing a thin long dress, her face anxious. Qi Yuan looked into the distance, seeing the distant snow being trampled, flying up, revealing the tall, burly figures behind it, dense, roaring. 3,000 tall, heavily armored iron soldiers were slowly advancing towards the July lake. These were the Iron Tuskers of the 100 Cities Alliance. Each of the 3,000 Iron Tuskers was a warrior. The strongmen among them carried over 20 sedan chairs. Each sedan chair held a Supreme Emperor. At this moment, those Supreme Emperors looked lazy, lying on the sedan chairs, appearing carefree. The smiling fat man's face was full of fat. Don't underestimate them, let's suppress them together. Don't worry, Fat Emperor, we've survived this long, we won't be careless. Offering the Saintess to the heavens should give us 10 years of peace. Where's the other Saintess? Capture this one first, then worry about the second. The emperors chatted, deciding Yu Nu's fate. At the July lake, Qi Yuan still sat on the bluestone. He looked at Yu Nu. Are you scared? The Moon Maiden glanced at the massive army and shook her head. Go, pull out my sword, hold it in your arms. Qi Yuan said. Yu Nu's eyes became resolute. In the distance, the army marched, flattening the snow, crashing through. The small figure of the Moon Maiden walked towards the sword 100 meters away. She walked alone through the wind and snow, leaving neat, even footprints. In the distance, the woman in the sedan chair smiled playfully. What is she doing, seeking death? The fat man's smile froze. Another one who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Since the Black Robe Guards appeared, they, the Supreme Emperors, were the strongest in this world. As for higher realm beings, daring to show themselves would be taken by the fish lines from the sky, drained of all blood and flesh, leaving only a human skin. They, 25 Supreme Emperors, plus 3,000 Iron Tuskers, had nothing to fear. The snow was thick and deep. The Moon Maiden reached the sword embedded in the ground, stretched out her tender white hand, and pulled the sword out with effort. She held the sword taller than herself in her arms, and the tip of the sword drew a long mark on the snowy ground. The sword was very heavy, but the Moon Maiden felt no pain at all. Cradling the sword, which was almost taller than her, she faced the approaching iron floats through the snow, her eyes filled with stubborn resolve. The tremors of the earth grew stronger. The snow around the Moon Maiden seemed to be stirred up, and snowflakes fell from the trees. Holding the long sword, the little girl looked at the iron floats approaching from the front and shouted, "Anyone who crosses this sword will be killed without mercy." Her voice was drowned out by the marching sound of the 3,000 iron floats. However, the Supreme Emperors, including the Emperors, heard the girl's words. They were either laughing or mocking her. The Fat Emperor was stunned, then said, "Even if the celestial domain were in the world, it wouldn't dare to say such things. That faceless person must be frightened, deceiving that Saintess. I laugh at the Saintess's lack of strategy and limited intelligence." The group of emperors laughed and jested. In the distance, the cold moon, standing on an ancient locust tree branch, displayed a trace of despair in her eyes as she witnessed the scene. "Saintess, I'm sorry." She guessed that the faceless person must have been scared, and she felt a bit sad. At this moment, the army continued advancing without pause. Iron floats, attack! With an order given, the 3,000 iron floats immediately charged forward like giant elephants. The Moon Maiden, holding the long sword, allowed the snow to blur her vision, standing firm with her slender legs as the iron floats charged at her. "Anyone who crosses this sword will be killed." With her clear and melodious voice, the sword in her arms suddenly unsheathed. A blood-red killing aura spread at this moment. The blood energy surged like that of a demonic giant. The sword flew into the air, the blood energy overwhelming the swirling snow. Suddenly, the sword, resembling a blood-colored dragon, charged into the midst of the 3,000 iron floats. The blood-colored dragon crashed through the iron floats, sending hundreds of them flying, their bones shattered, and their organs smashed to pieces. "Ah, no, devil!" The 3,000 invincible iron floats were instantly destroyed by the blood-colored dragon. Many iron floats cried out in terror and fled in panic. The once formidable and majestic army had lost all its previous grandeur. The sword, like a blood-colored dragon, cut through countless lives with its sword light. In just a few breaths, all 3,000 iron floats were exterminated. At the shore of the July lake, the faceless man sitting on the blue stone did not even look at the battlefield. He said lightly, "This is the game version of the brilliant sword I created these days. How much have you learned?" The Moon Maiden's eyes turned red as she replied, "I've learned about 30%. At this moment, the 25 Supreme Emperors in their palanquins revealed expressions of horror and intense shock. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? How could there be such a sword? With one sword, the blood-colored dragon annihilated 3,000 iron floats. At the shore of the July lake, Qi Yuan, hearing Yu Nu's words, showed a satisfied expression. "Not bad, your talent is quite good. The remaining few NPCs should be enough for you to learn 70 to 80%, right?" With Qi Yuan's voice, the sword that resembled a blood-colored dragon seemed to sense something and charged straight toward the 25 Supreme Emperors. The 25 Supreme Emperors were terrified beyond measure. What they saw was not a sword but a blood-colored dragon of slaughter. No, the beautiful female Supreme Emperor, clad in a colorful feathered robe, was struck by the blood light. Half of her body was sliced off, and the remaining flesh quickly withered, while the blood was boiling. Devil! Seeing this, the other Supreme Emperors dared not fight. They had survived this long not because of their strength or bravery but because they were sufficiently sly and shameless. Unfortunately, the blood-colored dragon-like sword would not spare them. Waves of blood light, like beams from a blood moon grinding disc, struck down each Supreme Emperor. No, the howls and pleas for mercy were drowned out in the wind and snow. All 25 Supreme Emperors were killed one by one. The final sword pierced through the Fat Emperor's corpulent body. The Fat Emperor collapsed on the ground, his eyes clouded, and he still had a smile on his face. "The black-robed guards, the celestial gods from beyond the domain won't spare you." After he spoke, he lost all breath and died. At this moment, the sword that resembled a blood-colored dragon flew back to Qi Yuan's side and fell into the lake. Under the branches of the ancient locust tree, Cold Moon was in utter shock. This surpasses even the Supreme Emperors. Such power. The black-veiled woman was also extremely excited, murmuring, "Master." At the shore of the July lake, Yu Nu, holding the sword sheath, came to Qi Yuan's side. The sword, having circled in the lake and cleansed itself of the dirty blood, returned to its sheath. Qi Yuan looked at the Moon Maiden with a smile. "This is the first time you've faced so many enemies. Do you have any comments?" The Moon Maiden's small face showed a look of delight. So strong, so strong. She was, of course, referring to Qi Yuan. "Now it's my turn to say something." Qi Yuan began. It seemed he asked the Moon Maiden that question just to say this. Yu Nu looked up at Qi Yuan with seriousness. Qi Yuan contemptuously said, "I haven't faced such low-level monsters for a long time. Monsters of this level shouldn't even appear on my map." After entering the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land, and Tianju. Especially after the stages behind Tianju, what kind of opponents did Qi Yuan encounter? God realms, often in thousands. Divine domains weren't even significant. Sometimes there were 3,000. These 3,000 iron floats and 25 Supreme Emperors were nothing but trivial monsters. "I'm going to hunt some higher-level monsters. Do you want to come and see?" Qi Yuan asked the Moon Maiden earnestly. The Moon Maiden nodded, her face full of determination. Qi Yuan took the Moon Maiden's small hand. "Let's go. Let's see if the legendary black-robed guards qualify as elite monsters." As a player, how could he sit around like an NPC, waiting for enemies to come and challenge him? Taking the initiative was his nature. At the July lake, he had already gotten his answer. It was time for him to leave, to confront the final boss of this world and gather the fragments of the heavenly Tao. But before that, he had to deal with the black-robed guards that ravaged the world. He could not tolerate such audacious small monsters. Holding the Moon Maiden's small hand, the two vanished into the boundless wind and snow. The 100 Cities Alliance, a place known as the 10,000 Graves Cave. It was filled with white bones and rotting corpses. There was much flesh, but no vultures or wolves came here. It was eerily silent. This was the core forbidden land of the 100 Cities Alliance. It was also the most feared place. No warrior dared to come here. Even supreme emperors would be terrified and horrified just by glancing at the 10,000 graves cave from afar. At this moment, a faceless man holding a 7 or 8-year-old girl stepped into this place. The area was eerily quiet, with no sound. The faceless man's expression was neither sad nor happy. This map is really lacking, not even comparable to a hair from the 4 great forbidden lands. The faceless man was Qi Yuan. He, along with the Moon Maiden, had slaughtered the entire 100 Cities Alliance. King-level strongmen, Emperor-level strongmen, Supreme Emperors. All were insignificant mobs, not worth a single sword from Qi Yuan. He fought gods and Buddhas, slaughtering the 100 Cities Alliance to the point of blood flowing like rivers. Now, he had finally arrived at the dreaded lair of the black-robed guards. Holding his sword, he said softly, "I'm here to clear the map." As his words fell, the gigantic blood-colored sword charged into the 10,000 Graves cave. At this moment, countless black-robed guards flew out of the cave like bats. Qi Yuan looked at these black-robed guards, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. "You extraterrestrial beings from beyond the domain, you're truly a psychopath. It's bad enough that you devour flesh and blood, but you even turn their skins into black-robed guards. A big boss like you probably can never be discharged from the mental hospital. Oh, no, you'll probably die in the mental hospital." As Qi Yuan's voice fell, his sword charged towards the black-robed guards. Blood light filled the air, slaughter spreading everywhere. The sword harvested one black-robed guard after another. People viewed the black-robed guards as ghosts. No, Qi Yuan was the real ghost. He held the Moon Maiden's hand and said softly, "How much have you learned?" 90%. Almost there. When you reach 100%, I'll leave. Yu Nu held Qi Yuan's hand a little tighter. The sword light, blood-red and dragon-like, rampaged across the battlefield. To the onlookers, the black-robed guards, who seemed like gods and demons, were powerless under Qi Yuan's sword. Qi Yuan glanced at the waning moon in the sky. Not even elite monsters, no experience, what a bad luck. Moon Girl looked up at the imposing figure beside her, her eyes reflecting the crescent shape of the moon. The sword, like a blood dragon, continued its slaughter. The powerful and mysterious black-robed guards fell one after another. With the sword sheathed, Moon Girl held the scabbard carefully. Qi Yuan said, "Let's move to the next place." Before leaving, Qi Yuan intended to wipe out all the minions of the extraterrestrial demons on Earth. After all, it's a game, kill the small monsters first, then the big ones. Isn't that the routine? In Kunwu City, with its walls towering nearly 20 feet high, suddenly a sword light descended from the south into the city. A mocking voice followed. "This sword only kills the top villains and nobles, only slaughters the emperors." The voice echoed throughout the city, reaching everyone's ears. Many people were confused, some were shocked, others were delighted, and some were furious. An old man in Kunwu City, rising from the bed of a young girl, showed an angry expression. "Who dares to be so bold?" The answer was a blood-red sword light. "Ah!" The young girl, unclothed, screamed as she saw the old man's head fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the sword light ravaged Kunwu City, causing many heads to roll. The entire Kunwu City was instantly thrown into chaos. At that moment, a burly man turned pale. "Da Lang, the city lord is dead." The chubby man's eyes widened upon hearing this. Just then, the mocking voice rang out again. "From today onward, the edict of filial piety is abolished. Respect the elderly, but also love the young, everyone, and oneself." As the words finished, the blood-red dragon-like sword flew out of the city. The chubby man looked up, showing a puzzled expression. This voice sounds familiar. He suddenly remembered the faceless man he had encountered while queuing outside the city. Could it be? A terrifying thought arose in his mind. Outside Kunwu City, the sword was sheathed again. Qi Yuan looked down at the petite moon girl. "How much have you mastered now?" 90%. Still a bit short, huh? Qi Yuan pondered. "Can't have you end up like Chenxiang. Let's move to the next city." For 7 consecutive days, the entire 100 Cities Alliance was thrown into chaos. A faceless swordsman, accompanied by a young girl with a sword, traversed the 100 cities. In each city, the sword came out like a dragon. All the emperors and nobles in the cities were slaughtered. Once, a beggar, seeing the faceless swordsman slaughtering the minions of extraterrestrial demons in a city, asked the sword-wielding girl from a distance, "How much have you learned?" The girl, head bowed and holding the hem of her dress, replied, 90%. Other heroes in different cities also witnessed the same scene from afar. They called the faceless swordsman the faceless sword god and the girl the 90% girl. After 7 days, Qi Yuan and Moon Girl had traversed 137 cities in the 100 Cities Alliance and 13 sites of the 10,000 tombs. The number of those slain was countless, but the blood flowed like rivers. On the last day, Qi Yuan stood in the final city, his hands on his hips, unsure of what a worthy opponent was. How much now? 90%, Moon Girl said cautiously but firmly. Qi Yuan sighed, I've already wiped out all the minions of the extraterrestrial demons on Earth. He should be reacting soon. Saying 90% again is unfair. Moon Girl fell silent, looking at Qi Yuan with a pleading expression on her face. Can you wait 300 years before killing the extraterrestrial demons? By then, I'll still be holding the sword for you. Is it the dog eating the moon? Qi Yuan looked at the moon and then at Moon Girl. No matter how fun a game is, you can't play it for 300 years, right? Yu said nothing, looking at Qi Yuan with stubbornness. Let's go back to July Lake. It's time for me to leave. Qi Yuan took Moon Girl's hand, and they disappeared into the vast snow. July Lake, the shimmering lake was gone. What remained was thick ice, covered with snow. Qi Yuan sat again on the cold snow, looking at the young girl, and said slowly, rest for the night. I'll leave tomorrow. Yu looked at Qi Yuan, silent. After Qi Yuan closed his eyes, Moon Girl turned and went back to the wooden house. At this moment, on the 7-colored peak, Qi Yuan exited the game. He walked out of the thatched cottage and went to Zhang Lingsu's house. Junior sister, senior brother, what's the matter? Zhang Lingsu, who seemed to have just bathed with damp hair, asked. I'm preparing to build my foundation. It will take 3 to 5 days at the shortest, or as long as a year or more. If anyone looks for me during this time, please let them know. Ah, Zhang Lingsu was somewhat confused. Building a foundation takes so much time. Junior sister, I'm preparing to build the Heavenly Tao Foundation, so it naturally takes longer, Qi Yuan said seriously. Zhang Lingsu was speechless. Heavenly Tao Foundation, in your dreams. Moreover, building a Heavenly Tao Foundation probably doesn't even take that long. She suspected that senior brother was likely cultivating some secret technique. With senior brother's strong combat power, it was probably related to cultivating various powerful secret techniques. Alright, don't worry, senior brother. I'll keep an eye out. Zhang Lingsu said, then suddenly thought of something. She asked, senior brother, will you not starve to death while cultivating secret techniques? Qi Yuan was speechless. The spirit stones you gave me are still with me. How could I starve to death? A proper cultivator starving to death would be too disgraceful. Zhang Lingsu felt that senior brother might actually be able to die of starvation. Qi Yuan gave a few more instructions and returned to his room. He looked at the kitchen knife in the yard, bent down, and tied the rope around its neck. I won't be tying it anymore. During my retreat, you need to keep watch. The knife seemed to shiver, as if in agreement. Qi Yuan went inside and set up a few small formations using the jade slips he brought from the Black Mountain sect. He re-entered the game. Cold snow fell on his face. He opened his eyes to see a small, red, freezing hand gently brushing the snow off his shoulder. Sir, you're awake. Yu looked at Qi Yuan as her little hand withdrew. She was afraid she might have woken him. Qi Yuan gazed at the vast white snow and exhaled a cloud of breath. Moon Girl felt warmer next to him. She looked at Qi Yuan and asked, will you be killing the extraterrestrial demons tomorrow? Yes. Qi Yuan nodded. Moon Girl's expression hardened. After tomorrow, I will leave the Yue Huang clan. I want to train hard and help you, to kill the extraterrestrial demons together. Don't make promises, and don't set up expectations for yourself. Qi Yuan patted Moon Girl's head. Moon Girl was somewhat confused but nodded and said, please wait a moment. She went to get the fish soup she had made. Before Sir left, he needed to drink a bowl of the fish soup she had personally made. Yu hurried into the house. Qi Yuan watched Yu's retreating figure and looked at the ancient Qi Chuan tree. The ancient Qi Chuan tree was now covered with thick snow, and some branches had hanging icicles. Northland scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. Qi Yuan couldn't help but recall this line in the author of the poem. He then remembered another line. Great ambitions are realized through sacrifice, daring to make the sun and moon change their course. He looked at the vast world and suddenly murmured, this world is indeed as beautiful as Jinli said. And I am a player. I can clear NPCs without sacrifice. The sound of footsteps approached. Yu came running with a bowl of steaming fish soup. She moved quickly, treading on the snow, which crunched underfoot. The soup's heat wafted onto her little face as she ran. If she were nearsighted and wearing glasses, she might not be able to see the path. Walk slowly, don't fall, Qi Yuan said, with his back to Yu. Yu looked at Qi Yuan, holding the full bowl of soup. Suddenly, a sharp silver line descended from the sky, aimed directly at Yu. It moved with great speed, seemingly intending to fish her away. Yu, still holding the bowl, had her feet lifted, floating in midair, unaware of the line from the sky. Qi Yuan's sword was still lying on the snow. He sat on the stone, watching the snowflakes fall on his hair tips. The fishing line was sharp and fast, piercing through flesh without even a drop of blood. Yu's bowl fell. Her eyes widened as she looked at the figure next to her, tears seemingly forming in her eyes. Qi Yuan swiftly grabbed her around the waist with one hand and reached towards the sky with the other. The fishing line passed through his arm. Looking at the line, Qi Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, dog game, I knew it. At times like this, you would definitely stab me. I was prepared. On the surface, I was admiring the snow, but actually, I was watching every direction, waiting for you to stab me. HMPH, the corpses under the ancient Qi Chuan tree have already stabbed me. Do you want to stab me again? Qi Yuan roared. The treasured sword was drawn, and the power of level 99 erupted completely at this moment. Qi Yuan no longer pretended or acted. Having eliminated the minions, he was ready to face the game's final boss. The powerful sword finally revealed its fangs without holding back. Break! Qi Yuan shouted. The sword clashed with the fishing line. There was no powerful shockwave, just a calm encounter. Crack! The supposedly indestructible flesh line was severed by Qi Yuan's sword. Blood flowed from the line. Seeing this, Qi Yuan laughed loudly. Is that all? He took out a wooden hairpin from his chest pocket. It was a hairpin he had meticulously crafted in Tianju, originally meant as a gift for Jinli upon their meeting. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. He handed the hairpin to Moon Girl. It's called, Seeing You, Ru Jian Qing. Help me keep it and give it to. He wanted to say, a woman named Jinli. But then he thought, he didn't know which time period Jinli belonged to. Put it in a suitable place. Everything will follow its fate. He finished speaking and sheathed his sword. Holding the sword with one hand, a drop of blood trickled down from his left hand. Yu took the wooden hairpin and carefully hid it away. She looked at Qi Yuan and seemed to realize something. Sir. May I still hold the sword for you? Qi Yuan didn't answer, only the howling north wind could be heard. No answer was the answer. Yu looked stubbornly at Qi Yuan. She looked at his injured arm and seemed to make an important decision. Sir, wait a moment. She finished speaking, moved close to Qi Yuan's arm, and bit down on the wound pierced by the fish line. In that brief moment, a wound that even Qi Yuan couldn't heal with his own abilities began to close up with Moon Girl's saliva. A crescent moon mark appeared on the original wound. Moon Girl's face turned pale, and the moon in her eyes also dimmed, but there was a brilliant smile in her eyes. Sir, does it hurt anymore? It seemed to even dispel a bit of the winter's chill. Qi Yuan looked at the mark on his hand and thought of Xiao Jia. They were both so understanding that it was heart-wrenching. He forced a smile. It doesn't hurt anymore. With his words, he vanished into the vast snowstorm. Moon Girl looked at the empty snowfield, standing there, lost in thought. Is this the land of the Absolute? Qi Yuan opened his eyes and saw a door. Xiao Jia, he called out. No response. Looks like killing the final boss is my job alone. Others can't come here at all. When entering the land of the Absolute, Qi Yuan felt that he had lost contact with Xiao Jia. The mark on his chest had also disappeared. Only a faint crescent mark remained on his left hand. That's fine too. Xiao Jia was always clumsy, tripping over things as she walked. Now, Qi Yuan, holding the great sword, was almost the same as when he first entered the game. The difference was that he was now at level 99. The experience pool still contained a vast amount of experience. But he hadn't leveled up. Before Qi Yuan was a massive bronze door. The bronze door, weathered by time, was covered in rust. Open sesame, Qi Yuan said casually. Unexpectedly, the bronze door opened in response. An expansive world appeared before Qi Yuan. The world in front of him had no land, no trees, and no clouds. It seemed as if he were in midair. However, a sun hung above the sky. Is this the land of the Absolute? Qi Yuan stepped into the land of the Absolute. A heavy and cold voice rang out. Trespassers in the land of the Absolute shall be killed without mercy. Qi Yuan looked and saw a golden armored man standing in the void far above the sky. His face was resolute, with sharp lines, like a sculpture. His imposing figure, with a tiger's back and a wolf's waist, in golden armor, appeared even more majestic, and his eyes carried endless authority. Celestial, golden armor. Qi Yuan instantly recognized the celestial golden armor. He was the husband that the mother of Xiaojia had waited for 1,000 years. He was also the crush that the flower burial fairy had always sought but never attained. He was also the god who swept through the 6 realms and the lord of the 4 divisions of the divine court. Yet now, he was merely a puppet, a gatekeeper of the extraterrestrial demons. Qi Yuan looked at the celestial golden armor and took a step forward. Even if you're Xiaojia's father, my father-in-law, you can't plagiarize my lines. What you just said was a copy of what I taught to Moon Girl. Those who cross this sword shall be killed without mercy. The celestial golden armor looked at Qi Yuan, his tiger eyes devoid of any emotion. He said nothing, only took a step forward towards Qi Yuan. You don't speak. Could it be that you want to say that all the world's writings are plagiarized, or that our words come from a dictionary and don't count as plagiarism? Qi Yuan casually remarked. The celestial golden armor walked towards Qi Yuan and drew his long sword from his waist. Angered by embarrassment, starting to fight when unable to win an argument. Qi Yuan also drew his sword. Even though Xiaojia and I are having a divorce, we're still in the cooling-off period. You are Xiaojia's father, so let me personally help you find relief. Qi Yuan drew his sword. Facing Xiaojia's father, he still showed respect and personally drew his sword. Slash. A streak of blood flashed. The former lord of the divine court, a man at the pinnacle of the divine realm, the strongest man in this world, was decapitated by a single sword strike. For Qi Yuan, killing a peak divine realm being with one sword was nothing. However, in the next moment, the celestial golden armor that Qi Yuan had just killed revived again, returning to its original state. Perfectly intact, with no wounds. Qi Yuan looked at the celestial golden armor and sighed. Killing him repeatedly, he always revives. I'm afraid Long Pan, Tong, and you would find this level very difficult. He swung his sword again and decapitated the celestial golden armor. But the celestial golden armor seemed immortal. Each time Qi Yuan killed him, he would quickly revive and then attack Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan frowned. This is so boring. He kept killing without stopping. After all, it was just a matter of one sword. Qi Yuan drew his sword. He killed, he revived, he killed again, and revived again. After about 50 or 60 times, Qi Yuan suddenly roared, "Extraterrestrial demons, come out quickly. This is too dull. You wouldn't want me to keep torturing your puppet, would you? Although he can keep reviving, it's consuming your essence, isn't it?" Qi Yuan's voice, like thunder, echoed throughout the land of the Absolute. This time, when the celestial golden armor revived, it no longer approached Qi Yuan. At this moment, a kind voice came. "Young friend, come to my cave and I will brew tea for you." Qi Yuan looked and saw a sage-like old man appear before him. The old man, with a crane's hair and a child's face, looked extremely kind. If this were in the Kanglan realm, Qi Yuan would definitely have taken him for an accomplished immortal. But this was the land of the Absolute. The sage-like old man gave Qi Yuan an impression that even surpassed that of the level 119 golden armor general. He looked at the old man. Hu Shan, level 119 fallen state. Qi Yuan did not show any courtesy to the old man but drew his sword. Extraterrestrial demon, die. He used the same sword strike that killed the golden armor to strike at the old man. However, when the sword came down, the old man stood still, unmoving. He still had a kind smile on his face. Although I have fallen from the 5th realm, I am not a cultivator of the 4th realm like you can kill. Qi Yuan watched the extraterrestrial demon warily. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it because the opponent's level exceeded his, and the use of their power was more refined? So, his strongest sword couldn't harm the opponent. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Seeing that one strike was unable to affect Qi Yuan, the old man spoke. "Young friend, you repeatedly say that I am an extraterrestrial demon, but in reality I am not an extraterrestrial demon. I, along with some like-minded individuals, was invited to this world to save it. You must have been deceived and misled by treacherous people, taking us for extraterrestrial demons." Qi Yuan sneered. As expected, high-level bosses have maxed out their fraud skills. Young friend, it seems you still do not believe me. The old man looked regretful and continued, you should have been to Kunwu City. Qi Yuan did not respond. He was contemplating how to kill this extraterrestrial demon. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that there must be more than one extraterrestrial demon here. Young friend, please look. The extraterrestrial demon said, waving his hand. An image appeared in Qi Yuan's vision. Qi Yuan looked ahead. In the scene before him, a burly man, reeking of alcohol, was beating up an old man. Afterward, the burly man grabbed some silver coins from the old man's arms, kicked him, and then left. Qi Yuan watched impassively. Look again, my friend. The old man waved his hand, and the scene changed. This time, the previously violent burly man was extremely filial to the old man. He carefully fed him, served tea, and wiped his body. We promulgated the doctrine of filial piety, and only then did people start to become more filial. This is why we came here, to save the world. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan smiled calmly. What a grand show of filial piety. The old man, unfazed, continued, do you know that you abolished the doctrine of filial piety? The man in the scene killed his father on that very day. All this responsibility falls on your shoulders. Qi Yuan looked at the old man with suspicion. Are you the one with problems, or is it me? An outer world demon actually trying to moralize me? Alas, the old man sighed, showing a helpless expression. Young friend, we do not wish to be your enemies. But what I have said is true. We really are here to save this world. Qi Yuan remained silent, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. Seeing this, the old man continued. We fish for souls and consume their flesh and blood out of necessity. Because, once we pass away, we will transform into terrifying demonic beings. Demonic beings have no rationality and will slaughter any living being they encounter. Their power will reach the fifth realm, bringing disaster to the world. Once a demonic being appears, it will plunge the world into ruin, and no one will be able to stop it. That is why we have to harden our hearts, fish for souls, and consume flesh to extend our lifespan and reduce the disasters faced by the world. The old man displayed a sympathetic expression, making him seem genuinely concerned for the world. After we arrived in this realm, we were also afraid of bringing disaster to this world. That's why we specifically came to the land of Absolute. Here, a day in the land of Absolute equals 10 years outside. The talents and martial arts experts that appear in 10 years outside are enough for us to extend our lives. Demonic beings will not truly appear. Old man's actions have a reason. Otherwise, why would we stay in the land of Absolute instead of directly going to the human world? The old man spoke earnestly. His reasoning seemed reasonable. Once their lifespan is over, they would turn into demonic beings. And the power of these demonic beings sounded even greater than theirs. If a few of them appeared in the world, it would indeed bring great disaster. Qi Yuan stared into the old man's eyes and suddenly said, pinpointing the key point, since you turn into demonic beings after your lifespan ends, how did you deal with demonic beings in your previous world? Or, how did you prevent them from appearing? As expected, the old man's eyes froze, showing a painful expression. Recalling the doctrine of filial piety and the old man's words, Qi Yuan understood instantly. He looked at the old man and said, word by word, if demonic beings appear after the end of your lifespan, doesn't that mean you don't turn into demonic beings unless you pass away? Qi Yuan's statement caused pain and regret to appear on the old man's face. After a long while, he raised his head, looking at Qi Yuan with an agitated expression. Do you know, I started fighting for my family at 17. I bled for my family, opened 17 secret silver mines, and even faced attacks from enemies of the same level, suffering over 700 wounds of all sizes. But why, when I am old, with only a few years left to live, my family members discuss how to kill me? They even invited the demon-slaying society. I am not dead yet, what do they want? The old man was beside himself with grief. They are my dearest children, whom I raised with my own hands. And what do they want to do? I just want to pass away peacefully. Is that a crime? If it were you, would you accept such a fate? He looked at Qi Yuan with intense emotion. This is such a boring setup. Qi Yuan looked at the old man and slowly said, you are just a villain, a big boss I should defeat. I'm not interested in how much suffering you've endured or how unfairly you've been treated. Even if you turned into a pitiable beauty, crying with tears and telling me how challenging and cruel your life has been, I still wouldn't be sympathetic or interested. What I'm most interested in is using my big sword to chop off your dog head. Just a big boss, easy to kill. The old man's face turned dark. Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Are you prepared for the consequences? The old man did not want to fight Qi Yuan, because their states were not good. If they fought, their lifespan would decrease significantly. Qi Yuan's strength far surpassed that of the former divine beings. It's not that I want to be your enemy, but it's destined that I will defeat you big bosses. I am the young man who slays evil dragons. With that, Qi Yuan directly attacked. You're seeking death. The old man roared with fury. HMPH, you're all old men, while I'm young and vigorous, full of energy. Qi Yuan had discovered the weakness of these outer world demons. They had little lifespan left. And now, with all the black-robed guards killed, as long as Qi Yuan blocked the entrance here and prevented them from consuming the flesh and blood of the human world, these old men would not be able to replenish their lifespan. And with him fighting them, these outer world demons would never achieve peaceful death. Of course, this method was easy to think of but not so easy to execute. Qi Yuan stood by the bronze door, sword in hand. He lazily watched them. What belongs in the heavens stays in the heavens, what belongs in the human world stays in the human world. I'm here to guard the southern heavenly gate. Qi Yuan held his sword, blocking the entrance to the land of absolute. At this moment, several cold voices came from deep within. Overestimating oneself. HMPH, I want 1/10 of his flesh and blood. Haha, does a mere divine realm dare to block us? As the voices fell, 5 more powerful figures appeared in front of Qi Yuan. These 5 figures exuded a terrifying aura, comparable to that of the sage-like old man. They gathered with the sage-like old man and advanced towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at the 6 of them, sword in hand, with a puzzled expression. Are there only these 6 outer world demons? This boss is too easy to farm. Ha, the sage-like old man sneered coldly. The sky in the land of absolute suddenly darkened. Qi Yuan looked up and saw that the firmament was densely packed with glowing eyes, all silently watching him. However, the owners of these eyes seemed to be in a special state, unable to act freely. To Qi Yuan, they appeared to be in a dormant state. Once they awakened from this dormancy, their lifespan would rapidly decrease. This terrifying scene made Qi Yuan shiver involuntarily. You brought an entire group, didn't you? An entire group of big bosses. What a surprise. Qi Yuan instantly became apprehensive. Begging for mercy now is too late. The old man said coldly, glaring at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan ignored him. Though he was frightened, he still maintained a strong front. Looks like today I'm going to play the role of the old man slayer. Qi Yuan held his sword and blocked the entrance to the land of absolute. The 6 level 119 experts simultaneously attacked Qi Yuan. Dominant power. In an instant, Qi Yuan used his big skills. He enhanced his body, doubling his qualities. He executed the heaven-splitting sword technique. With one swing, the 6 experts felt an immense threat. They all retreated. So strong, even I need to use my origin power. The 6 experts, indeed, used the same abilities as the sage-like old man. The more origin power we use, the more our lifespan decreases. We cannot hold back any longer. Kill. The 6 experts attacked once more, this time using their strongest techniques. Qi Yuan faced the attacks from the 6 powerful experts with calm determination. On the Ascension platform, Qi Yuan had experienced over 120,000 battles. Some battles had even involved facing 3,000 experts of the same level simultaneously. His combat experience had reached a superb level. He wielded his sword, using offense as defense. Kill. With a single sword swing, his blood energy surged. The 6 experts' blood energy churned violently. But the sage-like old man suddenly laughed. Meat, such delicious meat. It's worth forcibly using origin power. Unknowingly, he had a piece of bloody meat in his hand. Qi Yuan looked at his chest and saw, without realizing it, a bloody wound had appeared there. He was injured. Blood dripped. On the first day of entering, he was already injured. The old man, with a greedy look in his eyes, extended his tongue, like a serpent, and devoured the bloody meat from Qi Yuan. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, staring at Qi Yuan, tasteless. The other 5 otherworldly demons around were also stunned, not knowing what this meant. His flesh is not flesh at all. It can't replenish lifespan. The white-haired old man was furious. What on earth are you? He had just used so much origin power, shortening his lifespan greatly. He had originally wanted to take a piece of Qi Yuan's flesh to replenish himself a bit. But unexpectedly, Qi Yuan's meat had no taste. Qi Yuan looked at the 6 otherworldly demons. My flesh actually has no taste. That's great. This made Qi Yuan feel surprised, yet also normal. He raised his sword, looking at the 6 otherworldly demons. I'm young and strong. I'll outlast you bunch of old bastards. The only pity was that he couldn't go offline to secretly eat a bowl of braised pork rice. Otherwise, he would have even more energy. This won't do. Ordinary methods can't hurt him at all. I don't have much time left. We must kill him and replenish our flesh. Everyone, stop holding back. Use your origin power to kill him. The white-haired, youthful-faced old man said urgently. After using origin power repeatedly, he only had about a day left of his lifespan in Diju. A bunch of old geezers, come on then. Qi Yuan held his sword, unafraid even though injured. Kill. The 6 experts, except for the white-haired, youthful-faced old man, all used origin power attacks on Qi Yuan simultaneously. 5 more wounds appeared on various parts of Qi Yuan's body. Blood flowed. He had suffered no light injuries. Now, it's my turn. Death Radiance, Heaven-Cleaving Sword Draw, Tyrannical Power. The 3 strongest ultimate skills were used simultaneously. This time, Qi Yuan focused his attack on the white-haired, youthful-faced old man. No, faced with this sword strike, the white-haired, youthful-faced old man was in extreme pain. He, who is also from the divine realm, is no match for Qi Yuan. Only by using the power of the source could he avoid this sword strike. But he was reluctant to use it. That would mean certain death for him. He was now relying on his physical strength to resist. He thought he might not be weaker than Qi Yuan. However, with one sword strike, he was shattered. Qi Yuan looked at the dead old man, his body covered in blood, and grinned widely. The hunt begins. The remaining 5 extraterrestrial demons looked at Qi Yuan, their eyes showing a trace of fear. If they were trapped here, they had no way of replenishing their numbers. They came from the same realm and were of the same origin, consuming each other's flesh and blood, which could not replenish their lifespan. At this moment, a powerful voice echoed from the distant sky. We will break the seal and, even at the cost of our lifespan, we will slay this wretch. 12 terrifyingly powerful figures appeared, each radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. Qi Yuan looked at these powerful beings, though covered in wounds, his gaze remained resolute. Come on, I'm young and strong, not afraid of you old fogies. Spring passed and autumn came. 100 years had gone by in the mortal world. The once 100 Cities Alliance had vanished without a trace. In the human world, only a few elderly people and warriors still mentioned the name of the 100 Cities Alliance. Some say that the 100 Cities Alliance was a hell on earth, with evil spirits devouring people every day. There was a faceless swordsman who led a young girl, wielding a blood dragon sword, single-handedly destroying the 100 cities and exterminating the demon lairs. Some young men listened to this with disbelief in their eyes. According to these legends, the 100 Cities Alliance had nearly 100 supreme emperors. How could it be destroyed by just one supreme emperor? Others were extremely excited, wearing faceless masks and carrying a treasured sword, proudly declaring themselves as the faceless sword god. Many changes had taken place in the human world, and news about the faceless sword god had become increasingly rare. Next to the ancient camellia tree, a kingdom named the Moon Empire Yuehuang was slowly being established. At this time, in a wooden house by the July Lake, a girl with a pale face curled up and looked at her with concern. Master, are you all right? In these 100 years, she had not matured or grown, she still looked like she was 7 years old. Back then, when her master left to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons, she had tattooed a moon pattern on his arm. The moon pattern was insignificant but could bear the injuries of the master. The extent of the injuries borne depended on her and her master's strength. If she were as strong as her master, she would bear half of his injuries. But after a century of hard practice, her strength was still far inferior to her master's, even a fraction of it, and thus she bore only a fraction of his injuries. Yet, every day she felt the tearing pain. It persisted, continually. What kind of suffering must her master be facing with his immense strength? What injuries must he be enduring? Yu curled up, her face pale, striving to train hard. She wanted to become stronger. If she were stronger, her master would suffer less pain, right? Haha, a bunch of old fogies, still hesitating, still wanting to live. In front of the earthly gate, Qi Yuan sat on the steps. He was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked figure. If one looked closely, they would see that there was not a single piece of intact flesh on him. His wounds were dense, even his eyeball was half broken. However, he still blocked the way, with a wild grin on his face. Kill. The response was the cold voice of the extraterrestrial demons from within the earthly gate. Kill. Kiwan responded with a single word, drawing his sword, and the sword came out like a dragon. With the support of the death radiance, he fought harder and harder, like an undefeated death god. It was because of the death radiance's blood-sucking skill that he could endure so much. Otherwise, facing such high-level attacks, he would have been dead long ago. In these past 10 days, he had already eliminated 800 of the higher-level demons within the earthly gate. That's why he had the right to be so arrogant. Was this a siege of thousands of extraterrestrial demons against Kiwan? No, this was Kiwan soloing a large boss battle. Kill, kill, kill. One must go mad to survive. Kiwan single-handedly faced over 100 extraterrestrial demons. These extraterrestrial demons didn't hold back, pouring their source attacks on Kiwan as if it were free. Because they knew, if they didn't deal with this trouble, they would be doomed. And Kiwan, facing countless attacks, was not afraid at all. Years of honing had integrated his battle experience into his bones. Even though he was gravely wounded, even though he was constantly injured, even though he seemed to be on the brink of collapse, he still held his sword, killing more and more. Haha, you're getting weaker and weaker. When I first arrived, every source attack landed on me. Now, you've missed a third of them. And my sword, can you still avoid it? Kiwan laughed heartily, wielding his sword with difficulty, killing one of the extraterrestrial demons. Massive amounts of experience flowed into him, although he didn't use it to level up. But the sensation of gaining something every time he killed someone was addicting. He looked at the sky, watching the decreasing number of eyes above. He shouted loudly, no way, can't 2,700 old men defeat a young guy like me. The extraterrestrial demons looked at Kiwan, trembling with fear. At this moment, Kiwan's entire body was no longer intact. Half of his flesh had been dug out. When he wielded his sword, one could even see his bare white bones. Flesh and blood are the source. Such terrifying injuries were something even they couldn't endure. All the extraterrestrial demons felt a heavy weight in their hearts. As time passed, many years went by in the mortal world. In the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, the coffin lid was lifted. Dozens of terrifying figures emerged. These people were the divine realm powerhouses who had been sleeping in the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. About a quarter of an hour later, the people from the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land arrived at the 5 Elements Forbidden Land through the teleportation array. Tong looked at everyone and said coldly, the demon-slaying conference has begun. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the scene of a celestial dog eating the moon. The celestial dog eating the moon signified the start of the demon-slaying conference. At this time, the extraterrestrial demons were at their weakest. This was also the best opportunity for them to confront the extraterrestrial demons. Where is the master of the clothing department? The flower burial fairy scanned everyone and asked. Long Pan replied calmly, he probably went to train in the mortal world. The demon-slaying conference is about to start. He hasn't returned yet, the flower burial fairy said, showing a complex expression. Could something have gone wrong? Others had varying expressions upon hearing this. It's a pity that we have all been marked by the extraterrestrial demons. As soon as we leave the Forbidden Land, we will be hunted by our flesh and blood. We can't leave, and outsiders can't enter. We can't know the current situation of the master of the clothing department. Could there really be a problem? I'm afraid he might be fleeing from the battle, scared. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded. Don't speak of baseless conjectures. The flower burial fairy said, glaring at that person. The master of the clothing department might have been delayed. Let's wait another day. Aren't you also making baseless conjectures? I'm making reasonable inferences. The flower burial fairy said coldly, staring at that person. That person evidently feared the flower burial fairy and did not speak further. Everyone fell silent, and no one made any more comments on the matter. They waited at the spot, discussing the demon-slaying matters. One day later, they still had not seen the master of the clothing department's appearance. Long Pan looked at the celestial phenomenon and said slowly, wait another day. Meanwhile, within the earthly gate, Kiwan's entire body had no intact flesh, even his bones were incomplete. With slender fingers gripping the sword tightly, he thrust it through the heart of the frenzied extraterrestrial demon. After killing the last extraterrestrial demon, he forced a smile on his bloodied and mutilated face. Finally done. After so many days, he had finally exterminated all the extraterrestrial demons within the earthly gate. At the end, some extraterrestrial demons even cried out for him to be their father. Kiwan disregarded them, killing all without exception. He held his sword alone, guarding the bronze door, not allowing any extraterrestrial demons to escape. The crazed extraterrestrial demons used powerful forces, countless attacks, all unleashed on Kiwan. He was gravely injured. His heart was also extremely tired. For so many days, he had kept killing, not daring to stop. Because if he stopped, he knew he might never wake up. Even at this time, when he killed all the enemies, he still kept his spirit tense and kept his spirit in an excited state. Half of his body was against the bronze door, and his eyes showed coldness. The fragment of the heavenly Tao is finally in hand. He also knew that he would face the most powerful challenge he had encountered since entering this game. The game is not over yet. As night fell, the 5 elements forbidden land remained bright as day. The massive black clouds in the sky were spreading across the full moon. The day had come. Long Pan stood up, his voice deep and resonant. Since we haven't waited for him, let's go first. Perhaps the master of the clothes division will follow. The others did not say much in response. Only the previously cynical person muttered, "Never underestimate human cowardice." The flowering fairy shot him a sharp look, and he shrank back. Little Green, among the crowd, had a cold expression, her thoughts unreadable. At this moment, Tong turned to Yu. "Should we perform an augury before the battle?" All 52 people present looked at Yu. Yu was the best at divination, with unparalleled skills in the art. "All right," Yu replied, as succinct as ever. As his voice fell, feathers from his robe continued to drift into the air. Yu extended his hand, which remained still in the air. Feathers danced about, and one eventually landed in his hand. Everyone looked at him expectantly. The flowering fairy spoke bluntly, "What is the omen?" Yu looked at the feather, his expression unchanged, a sign of 10 deaths with no life. The atmosphere grew somber at this revelation. Still a sign of 10 deaths with no life. An elder's face showed clear disappointment. The flowering fairy spoke coldly. "Even if it's 10 deaths, we must still smash a few teeth from those domain external demons." The previously cynical man's eyes also revealed a look of resolve. If life is to be spent in vain, better to end it with extermination of demons. "The bones of left in the forbidden land are rusted. It's time to move around," said an old warrior with a severed arm. His wife had been ensnared by the domain external demons. He had clung tightly to her, unwilling to let go until a divine being severed his arm, allowing him to survive. "No need to be so dejected, humans can overcome the heavens," Tong said, looking at everyone. "We will refine the black turtle shell. After half a day, we will proceed together." Everyone had a piece of black turtle shell, a supreme defensive treasure. Refining it would help resist the attacks of the domain external demons. This refining would also integrate their energies into a formation. Little Green silently refined the black turtle shell, remembering what she had said to the master of the clothes division that day. "If you cannot slay the domain external demons, I will pursue you for eternity." Moonlight Empire. A massive altar rose up. The altar, towering at 7 jong and 7, about 23 meters, had been meticulously constructed over 30 years by the Moonlight Empire. Standing on the altar was like reaching out to grasp the stars. The altar was also known as the Moon-Chasing Tower. At this moment, the sky was filled with the celestial phenomenon of the celestial dog eating the moon. The entire human world seemed on the brink of darkness. Thousands of young women prostrated on the ground, heads bowed in contemplation. On the moon-chasing tower, 12 newly appointed priests were performing a dance. The moon was the foundation of the Moonlight Empire, revered as a deity. The celestial dog eating the moon was a disaster for the Moonlight Empire. At the same time, a small figure, a few thousand meters away, gazed at the altar, her eyes showing complex emotions. 300 years. It had been 300 years since the master of the clothes division left. 300 years felt like fleeting water. She looked up at the nearby lake, her eyes filled with solitude. A clear voice came from behind, giving the moon mark to anyone at will. During this celestial dog eating the moon, you might not endure and will be doomed to sink in the mortal world. The speaker was a first-generation saintess of the Moonlight family, like the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden remained silent, her eyes showing a crescent moon shape. Regarding those words, she offered no response. Silence was her answer. Had it not been for the master, she might have died at the hands of the 100 Cities Alliance. She wouldn't have waited for the celestial dog eating the moon. Back then, she was merely a sacrificial piece. Seeing the moon maiden's silence, the clear voice suddenly lamented, "Even I, as the moon sovereign, have not escaped the fate of being lost." Inside the abyss of Earth's End, Qi Yuan's injuries had reached their peak. He sat half lying on the ground, leaning against the large door, still blocking it and breathing heavily. For these days, he had exterminated all the domain external demons within the abyss of Earth's End. Those demons had hoped for a peaceful death, but Qi Yuan delivered them their end. Now, the abyss of Earth's End was empty, with all the domain external demons killed by Qi Yuan. He sat in place, unable to move, his injuries too severe, with blood slowly dripping from him. The vast abyss of Earth's End was only filled with Qi Yuan's labored breathing and the sound of dripping blood. "Truly worthy of being chosen by me," suddenly, a mechanical, indifferent voice echoed. The once fallen golden armored man appeared in front of Qi Yuan, his enormous figure walking towards Qi Yuan, making the sound of armor clanking. Unlike before, his eyes were now white, giving a chilling effect. Qi Yuan, sitting there, showed a helpless expression. "I told you, the plot isn't over yet. Look, the real mastermind has finally shown up. You're not surprised." The golden armored man, who was originally the celestial god, showed a hint of surprise in his white eyes. "But that doesn't matter now." Qi Yuan looked at the golden armored man, his body covered in blood, and said, "So the great mastermind hides within my deceased father-in-law's body. What skill is that? Show your true form. I'm itching to fight a boss." The golden armored man's eyes, devoid of emotion, spoke with admiration. "I once thought I could only linger on in despair. Unexpectedly, I found you in the 5 elements forbidden land. What a marvelous body, what terrifying talent. In just a few months, you've advanced from the early stage of the divine realm to its peak. Such a body should not be exposed, it is a gift from the heavens." His voice was extremely greedy, like an old monster starving for thousands of years. Holding his great sword, Qi Yuan listened to the golden armored man's greedy words. "Looks like you've decided I'm your old man killer." As he spoke, he brandished his great sword at the golden armored man. Slash! A flash of sword light cut through the golden armored man's massive body, slicing it into 7 or 8 pieces. The greedy voice echoed in the air. "Useless, you've only killed a puppet, which cannot harm me. And you are merely a divine realm being, not yet at the true peak of the divine realm, nor have you touched the source. Resistance is futile. Obediently, I will inherit your memories and your body and leave the abyss of Earth's End." "Old fool, have you gone mad from practicing the daydreaming technique? You still want to seize my body?" The greedy voice paused, then continued. "So it was that wretched bitch who told you, haha, it doesn't matter. I've long set my sights on your body. Do you remember the divine reflection in the 5 elements forbidden land and the yin-yang forbidden land? I merely used some casual methods, and they influenced their decisions. All 53 divine reflections in the divine realm have my traces. Now, your mind and thoughts are entirely mine. My thoughts will spread in your mind, continually expanding, occupying your consciousness, and devouring your body." This was his scheme. Originally, he had planned to push forward the Demon Extermination Conference, devouring those in the divine realm to replenish some nourishment. Unexpectedly, he encountered a prodigy like Qi Yuan in the world. This was heaven's favor. As he spoke, his voice began to reverberate in Qi Yuan's mind. Qi Yuan, however, was unconcerned. "To be honest, you're easier to deal with than those domain external demons." In the 5 elements forbidden land, Qi Yuan had entered the core abyss and seen the flowing sand of the 5 elements. He had also seen the great sun's flower. Touching the great sun's flower, he saw some residual memories of the great sun. He heard the great sun cursing the domain external demons. He heard the great sun howling like a lost dog. At first, Qi Yuan took the great sun for a celestial being who had lost a battle against the domain external demons. But upon seeing the domain external demons, Qi Yuan realized that the great sun's so-called demons were not those old men. Instead, there was someone else. The Jalai priest had once told him that the moon-watching continent used to be called the White Sun Continent. At that moment, Qi Yuan had a hunch. The ascension platform of Tianju and the image of the 119th level golden armored general under the great sun. Everything had connected in Qi Yuan's mind. The great sun had once ruled this world and was defeated by an external enemy. He had survived, inviting domain external demons to wreak havoc on this world. Now, he was even eyeing Qi Yuan. "Those old men could still hurt me, but you can't." Qi Yuan's eyes were full of contempt. A big boss in a world where the highest level of NPCs is limited to 99, is really too cowardly without the majesty to rule all ages. On TV, you could only be a third-rate villain. Seemingly hit on the tail by Qi Yuan's words, the great sun's voice seemed to lose composure. You can only show off with words. The countless memories of the god reflections have already affected you. Soon, I will replace you, become you. Hey, Qi Yuan sneered, I was watching Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes when you were probably still playing in the mud. Do you know how many games I've played? How many TV shows and animations I've watched? These things want to influence my mind. Playing a game, looking at an NPC's character synopsis, can affect my consciousness. Let a game character replace my brain. You're really funny. I think you've played too many games. Seawater has entered your brain. Of course, Qi Yuan's words were somewhat exaggerated. Those people's memories did indeed affect him. When he saw countless corpses hanging under the ancient Kichun tree, he was somewhat silent. However, he soon came to terms with it. He was just playing a game. Why get so involved, immersed in it? Every time he logged off, he cleared his cache. Saying so many boring words, can you change the outcome? You don't know at all, the gap between you and me. You haven't even broken through the god realm, how can you contend with me? The great sun's voice was vast. At his peak, he was the true ruler of the White Sun continent. His words could set the rules of the world. He established an arena on Tianju, watching countless geniuses fight, inviting cultivators from various worlds to watch. The genius who ultimately won would become part of him. He, who cultivated the daydream technique, had ambition, but also a gloomy mind. He feared someone might secretly break through to the god realm, so he set a rule. In Qi Yuan's view, that rule was that people in this world couldn't break through level 99 to reach level 100. Because after reaching level 100, one might touch the origin, and things might happen that the great sun couldn't control. Now, you can only become my puppet, only my flesh body, to become a part of me. The great sun roared madly. At this moment, his powerful spiritual force swept through Qi Yuan's mind. This immense spiritual force was stronger than anything Qi Yuan had ever seen before. Even the memories of the 52 divine beings were nothing compared to it. Countless pieces of information spread out as the great sun began to seize control. Qi Yuan, covered in blood, sat on the ground, holding his sword. Faced with such a massive assault, a smile curled on his lips. Great sun, you really are a competent old grandpa. You ask how I'll stop you? I, the foundation of the heavenly Tao, how can you stop me? You want to seize my body? Wrong, I'm going to swallow you. The great sun was merely the strongest in this world. But Qi Yuan, in his battles against the outer demons, had been constantly wounded and killing. In the struggle for survival, he grasped a thread of the truth of death. He had also obtained the Tao of Heaven fragment from the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land. After exterminating all the outer demons, he acquired the Tao of Heaven fragment from the Absolute Land. Now, Qi Yuan had gathered all the Tao of Heaven fragments. The great sun only saw Qi Yuan as a rare genius, thinking that Qi Yuan's progress was rapid and that he might break through during battle. He never imagined that every time Qi Yuan killed a small monster, he would gain experience and improve himself. He also couldn't fathom that Qi Yuan could obtain Tao of Heaven fragments by clearing the Forbidden Lands. That was the Tao of Heaven of an entire realm, even the great sun did not dare to covet it. As the words fell, Qi Yuan closed his eyes. The scenes in his mind kept shifting. A great sun shone over the land. In the vast world, everything revived. Qi Yuan's consciousness hung above the firmament. He resembled a satellite or the eye of the continent, observing the world. He saw demons emerging from the azure sea and human tribes emerging ragged from the mountains. He saw hundreds of clans fighting, demons tearing apart mountains. He saw human tribes competing, a great leader riding an iron-eating beast being beheaded by a single sword. He saw countless demons devouring, an unparalleled giant demon twisting its body, causing the land for 3,000 miles to dry up. He saw flowers blooming and withering, icebergs melting, heavenly maidens bathing, and monkeys urinating. He even saw a stone absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, eventually exploding and transforming into a humanoid creature. This humanoid being, born holy, spoke words that became reality, and was the darling of the world. It walked to the river to drink water, a millennium-old fairy fruit floating over. It slept on the ground, with a piece of armor falling beside it. Its cultivation surpassed that of ordinary beings. It was as if it were the favorite of the heavens. In just a few thousand years, this humanoid being became the ruler of this world, slaying various demon overlords and the human emperor. Countless memories spread out. Qi Yuan saw the humanoid being rampaging across the world. In his vision, there were almost only the magnificent figures of the humanoid being. He became somewhat absorbed, imagining himself as that humanoid being, stirring up endless blood rain in the world. Suddenly, Qi Yuan cursed, sending women, even committing violations. Not as good as Dragon Ao Tian. I've seen enough of Dragon Ao Tian, this pompous brat is too much. I need a change of taste. He no longer paid attention to the humanoid being. He watched a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law argue, ants carrying grains, and hermaphroditic creatures mating. He saw everything in this world. He had the Tao of Heaven fragments. His vision was not limited to the humanoid being. Otherwise, his mind would be confined to the life of the humanoid being. It was not a third-person perspective but a first-person perspective. Eventually, after experiencing endless years, he became the Great Sun. This was also the Great Sun's plan. Unfortunately, the Great Sun had no idea that Qi Yuan had already gathered all the Tao of Heaven fragments. Now, he was the Tao of Heaven. Qi Yuan viewed the world as if he were a player observing the background and introduction of a world. He was sometimes immersed and sometimes critiqued the bugs. He did not know how much time had passed. The humanoid being, which Qi Yuan had forgotten, suddenly emitted a cry. No, why don't you look at me? I am your everything. I am you, like a balloon filled with water being pricked by a needle. The humanoid being shattered, becoming a fragment in Qi Yuan's mind. Qi Yuan was completely unaware of this, still exploring the world. The world was too vast, with many things left to see. In the Absolute Land, Qi Yuan's eyes remained tightly closed, his hand still firmly gripping the sword, sitting on the steps. In the vast Absolute Land. Suddenly, a light as bright as the sun flashed. The entire Absolute Land was filled with white light. A gigantic roar echoed. Who are you? I will kill you. The soul that had seized control dispersed, and a massive stone appeared in the Absolute Land. This stone burned with white flames. The white radiance filled the entire Absolute Land. That was the last remaining form of the Great Sun. The gigantic stone emitted an aura far surpassing that of the domain gods, making the space itself tremble. With a mighty roar, the entire Absolute Land reverberated with the words, "Who are you?" "Rebellious son, I am your father." At this moment, Qi Yuan, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked at the giant stone with disdain. I take back what I said earlier. I don't have such an ugly son. Though Qi Yuan had obtained the complete Tao of Heaven, this great sun could be considered his son. But Qi Yuan had no intention of acknowledging it. Too shameful. You should die. I don't know how you managed to wear away my remnants. But in this world, you, who cannot break through to the domain gods, can only die. It's all you, it's all you. Why don't you just peacefully accept death? Why must you force me? The great sun roared, suffering and bellowing. Unable to seize control, he could only struggle to survive. Now, although heavily wounded and near death, he could not exert his full strength. However, he was still the strongest in this world. So, without true danger, his true form dared to appear. Die. A blazing white light spread towards Qi Yuan, a power comparable to the origin itself. Qi Yuan saw this and murmured, I suddenly feel that the outer demons had a point, one should uphold filial piety. However, when facing the great sun's strongest attack, Qi Yuan's lips once again curved into a smile. He softly thought to himself. Upgrade. How much experience did Qi Yuan have stored? Even Qi Yuan himself did not know. On the ascension platform, the countless minor monsters had given him an immense amount of experience. In the Absolute Land, nearly 3,000 outer demons had also provided a substantial amount of experience. At this moment, this experience was like an ocean suspended upside down, with only a small outlet allowing it to flow into Qi Yuan's body. Qi Yuan held his sword, looking at the massive stone, and said, I am not level 99. Demon Radiance, Dominant Power, Heaven-Slaying Sword Art. All the major skills and all the minor skills were simultaneously deployed. Qi Yuan unleashed the strongest sword strike of this world. Kill. The blazing white light intertwined with the blood-red sword energy, emitting a power far beyond the ordinary. Qi Yuan's body bathed in the white and blood light. His body slowly dissolved, struggling against the blood light. But a smile still appeared on his lips. You will die faster than me, haha. After saying this, Qi Yuan weakly closed his eyes. He sat on the steps, his blood already dried, still tightly gripping the sword. Outside the Absolute Land, a few moments earlier. The domain gods from the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land and the Five Elements Forbidden Land finally arrived. At this time, their expressions were extremely calm. Soon, they would face the most terrifying outer demons in this world. The celestial dog eating the moon was still happening. Darkness had already shrouded the world. However, at that moment, a massive tremor seemed to emanate from the Absolute Land. Everyone was shocked, looking at each other in dismay. What happened? Did the outer demons discover us and plan to ambush us? Look over there, what is that? Suddenly, the red-clad man pointed at the sky. In the heavens, the giant celestial dog was eating the moon. A great sun suddenly rose, turning the entire world as bright as daylight. Everyone looked up at the sky, an inexplicable sense of fear arising in their hearts, as if a great disaster was imminent. Two suns, what's going on? Everyone was both shocked and fearful. Not good, that sun is going to fall to the earth. The great sun in the sky, the sun and moon reversed. This is the revival of the great sun. Yu realized something, a tear of blood falling from the corner of his eye, so, this is the true 10 deaths and no life. The other domain gods were horrified by the scene. A great sun was actually falling towards the continent. Although it might not compare to the high sun in the heavens, it was still a small sun. Falling to the human world. What an apocalyptic scene. The sea would flood back, the earth's veins would rupture, and all life would turn to ashes. 10 deaths and no life. Xiaolu looked at the falling great sun, suddenly reconciled, and smiled, Lord of the Clothing Department, I no longer blame you. However, at that moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the sky. What is that? Whose sword is it? What's going on? The domain gods were stunned. Because in the sky, a sword appeared, a sword they were familiar with. The Moon Dynasty, the woman looked up at the heavens, the moon in her eyes turning into a waning moon, sir. The Garment Forbidden Land, Xiaojia staggered and ran, seemingly calling for something, falling down, getting up, and falling again. In the heavens, in front of a great door, a bloodied man sat on the steps, his flesh and blood in tatters, holding a long sword. He seemed to have come from hell, having endured countless attacks and bites from demons. His body was covered in wounds. His eyes were shattered, but he still held the sword, striking at the sun, and then roared, I am not level 99. With one sword strike, chaos ensued. The entire world of blazing white had turned half blood red. The clash between the blood red and white light released unimaginable energy. Lord of the Clothing Department, that's the Lord of the Clothing Department. The red-clad man shouted. Long Pan looked at the heavens, his eyes flashing with endless emotions, eventually turning into a smile. How could the person I believe in possibly flee in the face of danger? How is this possible? How is this possible? The other domain gods looked at the heavens, silent. Some even felt guilty, others had tears of emotion in their eyes. They saw the bloodied man with a smile on his lips, closing his eyes. You die faster than me, haha. The only sound left in the world. The sword energy continued to spread. The blazing white light grew dimmer. The black celestial dog was also severed by that sword. The great sun was eventually torn apart, turning into countless stars. Clang, a door fell in the Absolute Land. Among the 4 Forbidden Lands and 2 Absolute Lands, the Absolute Land no longer existed in the world. All the domain gods looked at the Absolute Land. They saw, behind the fallen door, a bloody youth sitting on the steps, holding a sword, his eyes closed, with a smile on his lips, as if asleep, or perhaps dreaming a beautiful dream. Lord of the Clothing Department. The domain gods cried out in shock, some with pained expressions, and they rushed madly towards the Absolute Land. How many battles had they experienced? This is. However, in their sight, the broken youth seemed to vanish along with the disappearance of the Absolute Land. Only a trace of blood red remained, then disappeared. Too much history in the world is covered by the passage of time. The height of the July sacrificial priest was not as tall as Jin Li's, but walking beside Jin Li, she appeared even more dignified. A flicker of disappointment passed through Jin Li's eyes, and she said nothing. The Forbidden Lands and the Absolute Lands, in fact, during the establishment of the Moon Dynasty, besides the 4 major Forbidden Lands, there were also 2 Absolute Lands. Now, only 1 Absolute Land remains. After the establishment of the Moon Dynasty, it experienced multiple falls, but was eventually re-established. Another absolute land. Jin Li's eyes narrowed. She recalled what Qi Yuan had said about the 4 forbidden lands and 2 absolute lands. What was the other absolute land called, and where is it now? Jin Li's tone was a bit excited. According to ancient records, that absolute land was called the absolute land of the earth. July said slowly, it is rumored that the absolute land of the earth was home to a world-destroying giant demon, and there was a faceless swordsman who went there and killed the giant demon. What happened to him? Jin Li grasped July's arm. The absolute land of the earth was shattered, and it's hard to imagine the kind of power required. And he perished along with the giant demon. July said with a sigh. He died. Jin Li's expression was a bit dazed. There are also ancient records that the establishment of the Moon Dynasty was orchestrated by the faceless swordsman. Unfortunately, the new emperor later rejected this account. I don't know if the faceless swordsman had any connection with our Moon Dynasty, but he did come here. He even has a statue, just ahead. Jin Li looked up and saw a dilapidated temple, with the southern wall collapsed and weeds growing wild. Shall we go in and take a look? July's expression was calm. Jin Li stepped onto the blue stone floor, her steps urgent yet seemingly slow. In just a few moments, she entered the temple. It's a pity, even though the faceless sword god is rumored to have done great things to save the world, among the many temples, his temple has no offerings. July lamented. Jin Li stopped and looked at the damaged statue in the temple. Her mind flashed with countless images, and she remembered many things. Your Majesty, did you see what you wished to see? July's desolate voice came from behind. Jin Li looked at the statue and raised her hand. She grasped the statue's left hand. At that moment, the statue's left hand suddenly exploded. A green wooden hairpin fell into Jin Li's hand. She tightly held the hairpin, recalling Qi Yuan's second piece of advice. She looked up at the statue and said, I have seen it, just like seeing you. In the garment forbidden land. The cold wooden planks made Qi Yuan feel uncomfortable and somewhat chilly. He reached out casually, trying to grasp something, but his hands were empty. Xiao Jia, he called out and opened his eyes. He found only himself on the wooden planks. Xiao Jia, he called out again with more force. But still, no one responded. The wedding chamber was empty, with no one around. Together as one, Qi Yuan used his great skill. Unfortunately, the response he got was silence. He sat on the cold wooden planks, feeling a bit of a headache. The only solace was that the skill was still there, and Xiao Jia was still there. Your wife is too unqualified, not even calling me when she goes out. Qi Yuan dragged his weak body through the garment forbidden land. He saw many wedding gowns. Unfortunately, none were as beautiful as little brides. He stumbled and struggled to enter the underground palace. As they say, couples who have been together for a long time start to resemble each other. I can barely walk a few steps without falling down. You wouldn't have been like me before, with a muddled head and too much stuff in it. After walking for an hour, Qi Yuan finally entered the underground palace. Xiao Jia, we are in the divorce cooling off period. But since you are not here now, I can't get a divorce certificate alone. So, when we meet next time, we'll talk about whether to divorce or not. For now, you are still my wife. Or should I be chasing after my wife's funeral pyre? Or, perhaps you should chase after your husband's funeral pyre. That sounds more interesting. Qi Yuan sat in the dark underground palace, taking a breath. He raised his hand, and the moon pattern on his hand disappeared, like the marks little bride had left on him. He looked at the garment forbidden army still in the underground palace. Am I leaving? That great sun really dragged on. If I had broken through to level 100 earlier, his true form would definitely not have appeared. This game can't be completed perfectly. Even though the game wasn't perfectly completed, Qi Yuan still felt a bit melancholic. Finishing a game was like reaching the end of a TV show, the heart felt empty. Rubbish game, I still have a side quest left unfinished. Wait, Jin Li is a player, so it doesn't count as a quest. Meeting. Next time we meet, the location must be in reality. He thought about going to meet Jin Li, with heavy snow falling. He waited for several days but didn't see her. His mind was full of thoughts. He looked at the dust-covered garment forbidden army and inexplicably remembered some words he had seen before and involuntarily said them out loud. Once not seeing you, the worries are like accumulated snow, deep in thought throughout the ages. Now not seeing you, the longing is like the jade dew, inebriating through the ages. In the future, meeting you again, I will not hate the delay of our meeting, nor resent the shortness of time. The last sentence was originally, if not meeting you again, life would be like a fleeting dream, empty through the ages. He thought it was ominous and casually changed it. He recalled that heavy snow day. The snow in the game was much bigger than the snow on Blue Star. The ancient Chi-Chuan tree was like a giant Christmas tree. It didn't hang corpses, so the Christmas tree Jin Li saw must have been very beautiful. Qi Yuan snapped out of his fantasy, looked at the garment Forbidden Army, and instructed, "It's rare to recite some sentimental verses, so I must bring them to Jin Li." After saying this, Qi Yuan, sitting in the underground palace, suddenly laughed heartily, "I am truly fickle." On the seven-colored peak, snow slowly fell. Zhang Lingsu, still in her thin long dress, left the thatched cottage. Glancing at the nearby thatched cottage, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. It's been 3 months, and the senior brother still hasn't come out. It had been 3 months since the senior brother asked her to help take care of things. She was somewhat worried about the senior brother having an accident. After all, the senior brother was still at the qi condensation stage and couldn't truly achieve food abstinence. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could he truly abstain from food. At that moment, a voice came. "Senior sister, has senior brother Qi Yuan not emerged yet?" Dong Xian, dressed in black, was incongruous against the vast snowfall. "Not yet. Senior brother said that this retreat would last a year or more." Zhang Lingsu replied before returning to her own room. Dong Xian, hearing this, felt a bit disappointed. There were only 2 months left to prepare for the dragon seizing contest. The sect master had instructed him to invite 2 foundation establishment cultivators. One he had successfully invited was the sect master's son-in-law, the chief disciple of the Five Lights Peak, senior brother Kong Fulu. Senior brother Kong Fulu was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, practicing the Five Lights sacred method. He was undeniably the strongest among the foundation establishment disciples of the Divine Light sect. Dong Xian had paid a high price to invite him. As for the second foundation establishment cultivator, he wanted to invite Qi Yuan. The artifact elder had said that Qi Yuan was extremely mysterious, harboring secrets, and if he reached foundation establishment, wielding the treasured kitchen knife, he could even fight against golden core cultivators. If senior brother Qi Yuan could help, Dong Xian might truly win the dragon seizing contest and change his fate. Then his fiancée would no longer be separated from him. But now, senior brother Qi Yuan was still in seclusion, and no one knew when he would come out. He feared that time might run out. He waited at the seven-colored peak for a while before finally leaving in disappointment. "Artifact Elder, shall we consider finding someone else?" Dong Xian couldn't help but suggest. The Artifact Elder snorted coldly. "If we are to collaborate, we should collaborate with the strongest. If Kong Fulu's strength is as great as his words, you naturally have no fear. Wait a bit longer, there will be an opportunity." Dong Xian nodded upon hearing this. He had deliberately asked the Artifact Elder to strengthen his own resolve. On the seven-colored peak, the snow piled higher and higher. Zhang Lingsu grew increasingly worried that the senior brother might really have died in the room, coming to check every day. However, feeling the breath of the living, she could only slightly ease her worry. At this moment, inside Qi Yuan's room, with his eyes closed, Qi Yuan's face showed a look of pain. Sweat continued to stream down his forehead. Strange voices drifted into his ears. Heavenly grade secret art, only 9.99. Damn, my elixir failed again. Shit tastes so good, but I can't eat it anymore. I'm a golden core cultivator now. I can't be like when I hadn't awakened spiritual intelligence. Did you hear? Senior sister and master slept together. But that's not all. When master's wife found out, she got involved with senior sister's brother. We've been lying low in the Divine Light sect for so many years. When will we act? Countless voices surged into Qi Yuan's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, with a moment of confusion, which quickly cleared. Am I back? Xiao Jia, quote. I succeeded in foundation establishment. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Yes, after coming out of the game world, Qi Yuan obtained the complete Heavenly Tao fragment. He used the Qi Yuan Sutra to treat the Heavenly Tao as a foundation establishment spiritual object and began his foundation establishment. In just half a day, he successfully achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. However, after succeeding in foundation establishment, he felt his mind was hazy and extremely drowsy, as if something was targeting him. His consciousness was slowly dissipating, and he couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. He dreamt again. The content of the dream was unclear to him. He only remembered that in the dream, he entered a wooden house, where there was a big thing. That big thing saw him and started fighting him. It must be said that the big thing was very fierce, and Qi Yuan was no match for it. But Qi Yuan was not easily defeated either. He fought back fiercely until the big thing didn't drive him out. He also stayed in the big thing's house, but the big thing, fearing Qi Yuan would destroy the house, made many agreements with him. Qi Yuan didn't remember the details of the agreements. Upon waking from the dream, amidst his confusion, he heard many strange sounds. My strength is so great. Is this the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qi Yuan felt that now, without using a knife, he could punch and kill the sect master of the Black Mountain sect. As for the sect master of his own sect, Kumu True Monarch, Qi Yuan didn't know because he had never fought him. Indeed, as expected of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, I should be able to leave the countryside and easily defeat high school cultivators, right? Qi Yuan got up. He performed a spell on himself and changed into a new set of clothes. At this moment, a strange voice entered his mind. The chest binding is too small again. It's annoying. Qi Yuan was stunned. Could it be that after Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, I'm hearing things? Why am I hearing Junior Sister's voice? Could it be that I have a secret crush on Junior Sister and am craving her body? Thinking this, he left his room. Junior Sister, he called out to the thatched cottage next door. Senior brother, wait a moment, I'll come out right away. Zhang Lingsu's voice was filled with joy mixed with panic. Soon, Zhang Lingsu came out of the thatched cottage. Her face was full of excitement. Senior brother, you finally came out of seclusion. Qi Yuan then looked at Zhang Lingsu's chest. Indeed very large and spectacular. Junior Sister, I have achieved foundation establishment. Riches not returning to the village is like wearing a brocade robe in the dark. After succeeding in foundation establishment, it was definitely time to fantasize about Junior Sister. Foundation establishment. Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan with even greater joy. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations. Qi Yuan, hearing this, looked at Zhang Lingsu with anticipation. Is that all? Zhang Lingsu was stunned. What else? You should ask me what kind of foundation establishment I achieved. Qi Yuan boasted. Zhang Lingsu helplessly smiled. Senior brother, what kind of foundation establishment are you? Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. I, Qi Yuan, achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Qi Yuan stood in the snow, like a flamboyant immortal guest.